A broken nexus tells a story. The greatest minor region was shattered. In our home, inside the jungles, our Vietnamese Championship Series. Now, international success is nowhere to be found. And in the years of that long plague, it was Flash's MSI hopes that were first to perish. Soon, other teams would rise in our broken league. The perceived upgrades of their newfound players brought about the winter split. A split from which no worlds arose. A split leading to abandonment by the international scene. Arise now, ye tarnished! Ye players who yet fight, The call of long-lost fandom speaks to us all. Garms Levi, chieftain of the jungle. The ever-brilliant artifact. Froggy, the second jungler. The loathsome Solo Bolo. And Sir Taki, the all-knowing. But there was one other, whom grace would again bless. A broadcast of no renown. Cross the fog to that forgotten league. To stand before the Twitch chat and bring us some bangers!
Two long years we suffered, from one international tournament to the next. VCS fans got excited, got their hopes up, only to be left in disappointment and despair every single time. Worlds 2020 should have been the glorious return of a more traditional team-fighting team in two-time champions Flash, but they were denied and fell apart, never to see the light of international competition. 2021 MSI was promising the triumphant return of Levi and Kiaya to right the wrongs of Worlds 2019 and strike fear into all those major regions. But once again, our champions could not find their way to Iceland. Bad came to worse, and even our hopes and dreams for international play were crushed right at the beginning of summer, as VCS had to sit out the whole split. But today marks the day on which we finally crown our new representative. For the first time this decade, the VCS will send a team to fight for international glory. The dawn of a new era is upon us today, as Saigon, Buffalo and Team Secret enter the fray to earn the right to fight for the VCS at MSI 2022. Team Secret, the natural successor of Loki, one of the very few teams to take a game of Damwon Gaming, and Buffalo, a new iteration of the former championship team Fongwu. A team that caused nightmares for Yankers and European fans. The relaxed times without our combined kills per minute north of 1.1 at international competition are over at last. Today's winner will claim the right to remind everyone of the fierceness and ferociousness of our league. Be wary G2, be wary T1, we are finally back. Welcome to the semi-final of VCS Spring 2022. My name is Yurway, and to help us understand our contestants' bids for MSI, I've brought with me basically permanent guest Coach Tim, and for the first time on VCS English today, TSO. Hey.
Hi. Hi.
So, let's start with you, Tim. You have been on our broadcast quite often. It's actually almost an insult to call you guest anymore, so welcome back, of course. Before we go into further detail, which team will face GAM on Sunday?
Team Secret.
And TSO, what do you think? It's your first time ever, so the fans will judge you harshly for this answer, but shoot away.
Oh, no, it's fine. I think it's Saigon. I think it's Saigon Buffalo.
Well, so we already have a little bit of a divisive desk. We're going to go into predictions a little bit later and iron out why we think this team or that team wins. But for now, I wanted to start this desk with a little bit of a quiz because, yeah, it's your first time here at TSO and we have some stats to go through. And what better way than to do this in a sort of quiz. So, we have 3 questions. It's basically a best of 3, like the regular season. Whoever wins 2 rounds wins, I suppose. We have 4 answers. It's the first one is gonna be put the question on the broadcast as well. So in chat you can play along. Please don't open your stat websites though. You wanna do this honestly.
Close them down right there.
Okay, so the first question: which of these 4 commonly picked VCS champions saw no play in the first round of playoffs? Reminder: last week Team Secret 3-0'd Cerberus, and the answers are Nautilus A, Renekton B, Leona C, or D, Gnar. Which of these champions was not picked last week?
Should I go first or?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I think it's a top laner, and I would go with Renekton actually, but I'm not sure.
yeah, I think it is Renekton, but I'm not 100% sure. It could be one of the supports as well, but if it was not. It was not Leona.
Okay, so both of you going with Renekton, and both of you are wrong. So we might come down to a tie, and we love ties here. So unfortunately, it is actually Leona. Leona was the only of these 4 champions not picked. So
Okay.
we mostly followed the VCS standard of picking all these great XD champions, but Leona might have to wait for today. So let's go into question number 2. I'll put it onto the screen so you don't get confused in chat. We have, who out of the following players does not feature in the top 5 most kills in a single game stat for Spring Split? So we have stats listing the top 5 players with the most kills in a single game. And the answers are A, Artemis, B, Druckthar, the jungler from BTS, or Burst the Sky, C, Style, ADC for GAM, or D, Celebrity, the ADC of SPT.
At this season, right?
Yes, this split.
Most kills in a single game. I mean, it's probably. I mean, Draktar usually has some games where he pops off, so it's probably gonna be. You're trying to troll us, so it's Artemis.
Really? Do you think?
I just believe in how your way thinks here. I have to say that's not a stat I would have looked up, just because I feel like it's a weird stat, because like getting one good game, popping off once is a weird stat. But I think he's trying to troll us, and it's not Artemis.
Okay, that's a nice guess. I don't think it's Trap. I don't think it's Artemis. I don't think it's Structure as well. So I'm going with Celebrity or Style. I don't know. I go with Style.
And you got it correct. It's actually Style. He had some really big pop-off games with 12 kills, 11 kills, 10 kills, but he never crested the 14, 15 kills mark that you needed for top 5. Drakthar actually had a game with, I believe, 17 kills. The most kills in a single game actually went to Slader in his legendary Kaiser game, where he went 20, which is also the record right now for the VCS. So Slader actually beating his own record. There was a game where Artemis, maybe even 2 games where Artemis had a lot of kills, and Celebrity managed it once too. Only Style didn't quite make the top 5. Actually, Husmit, one of the players today, made top 5 as well. Okay, so we have 1 point for TSO. You have an opportunity to tie Tim in the next last question for the day. How many VCS finals appearances do all starting players today have combined? Okay, and the I'm not letting you guess this out of nothing, right? So we have A4, B5, D6, or D7.
6.
6? You're sure, right? You say
I'm absolutely certain. I've looked that up, of course, in preparation for today. Finals appearance is really those coaching stats that really matter. So of course I know that.
Okay, yeah, you said that so fast, so you have to be sure. And that's a bit harsh situation now, because I have to say 6 now as well to win, but I don't think that would be fair. So I give you the tie, and I have no clue. And I would have guessed 5. That would be my first guess. I don't know. So I think it's a tie in the end.
Tim, of course, is correct. Tim, do you also know? Can you list all the players in their appearances?
Oh, absolutely not. I just guessed. What do you mean? I took a wild guess and it went all right. I mean, no idea. I mean, I couldn't, honestly. But yeah.
Okay. Well, it's Zuhao twice as a jungler for SGB. He actually won the league already. And then we have all of SGB minus Shogun from last year's Spring Split final. So 4 of the 5 players were in the finals. Of course, they lost to GAM. They have an opportunity to get back to that Spring finals. But that's it for a quiz. So I guess we can go with the tie. I'm not sure how the chat did. You can all count your points. Maybe we get back to it next split. But let's actually get into the nitty-gritty of the matchup today. And we have actually been a little bit longer than I anticipated. So let's jump straight into the matchups instead of giving me some of the win conditions. I want to hear from you, Tim, how this very important jungle matchup today goes. Because, of course, we saw VTV MVP went over to BJ. He is a very impressive player, having another great split. And on the other side, we have Penguin, the one player in our podcast that was brought up by Hankei to maybe be a choker. So do you think there's potential for Saigon Buffalo to exploit this jungle match?
Yeah, I think there is, especially with the playstyle of Froggy. I think we're going to come back to that a bit later. Being very supportive, it gives them the option to be very aggressive towards the enemy jungler, which can be a good or a bad thing, because if it works out well, then Penguin is not going to play the game, and the game is probably going to be over within 15 minutes. But it can also backfire. We've seen that, maybe not this split as much, but I remember it last split from BJ as well, where he consistently would invade. Froggy couldn't keep up in mid lane, and then it just turned massively, or backfired massively into him, and he lost the entire game for no reason on his own. So I think it can be a very good or very bad thing for Saigon. Big question is, what is the answer that Team Secret have prepared? Because they should be prepared for it, and they should play it through mid lane.
And TSO, I want to ask you about maybe the mid lane, because mid lane is also very important. We actually gave, a lot of people in our community gave the nod to Artifact for first team, and a lot of people also considered him even for the MVP discussion. So it's certainly one of the big factors in Team Secret's resurgence is Artifact getting back to form. So how do you look at this mid lane matchup? We also have a beautiful stat card, of course, made by our wonderful producer, Boots. So let me throw it over to that nice little stat card. You can see it on stream now. So TSO, walk us through all these stats here.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I think it really comes down to what Tim just said. So it's depending a lot on the jungle matchup. I think if BJ and Froggy just get the chance to do whatever they want, then it's a really hard time for Artifact, and it doesn't matter if he's in the end will be the better mid laner or not. But yeah, on the sets, you can see that there's a big difference, right? So it really comes down at the stats of 15, and if you get lead there on the side of Team Secret, then of course it will be a hot time for Saigon Buffalo, and Artifact will have the chance to pop up actually. But yeah, on the other hand, I think this comes down to the jungle matchup, and it can be Saigon as well on the same hand.
Yeah, also going a bit deeper, if we look at the stats, actually, we don't have them, I think, for jungle. But for the jungle, these exact stats look reversed. So it's going to be like Team Secret's jungler Penguin, he's down usually at 15, and then BJ is up, which also explains a lot, because if you look at both champion pools, it's Froggy roaming consistently, being really helpful for his jungler, which then puts BJ ahead. And on the other hand, Artifact demands the attention from his jungler, from Penguin, who then falls behind himself. So it is going to come down to what wins, jungle or mid lane.
Yeah, that's true. And it depends on the picks as well. If Froggy goes for, I'd say, something more supportive than a hyper carry, for example, Galio, then it doesn't depend on the lead he gets on the mid lane, right? So if he can funnel the resources into BJ that otherwise would get Artifact on Team Secret for himself, then they can snowball on another position.
Well, so very different mid-jungle setups for both of these teams. We also have very different drafting priorities, and both actually want to put some attention to the support players. Because, of course, we have Taki we are going to touch on Taki a little bit later in the series in detail. But more generally, both of these support players may be a little bit more flexible than some of the other support players in our league. We have seen unbelievable amounts of Nautilus and Leona And Tim, I know you have spoken out very often on our broadcast and very passionately about enchanters, and I'm also an enchanter lover, so I'll let you take away our enchanter discussion and how enchanters can actually impact today's series, in your opinion.
Yeah, I think enchanters, of course, if we bring up the stats, are very much underpicked in the VCS. Underpicked in most regions, but it's even more egregious in the VCS. The only enchanter we've also seen recently with a lot of players, or the two enchanters we've really seen, is Karma and is Renata. And Renata, of course, being newly out, was a bit broken, is still a bit broken, and specifically Taki is a great Renata player, so or both supports today are. So I think we might see Renata picks today as well. But if we look at the other side, it is Nautilus, Leona, and Tam Kench just dominating in pick priority. And the big reason that I think enchanters are very strong is because they fit in the meta really well. We see in the jungle picks like Vego, for example, that basically has to get a reset. Try to get a reset against Karma shields. Try to get a reset against Soraka heals. You can't. It's really impossible. And Vego isn't that tanky. He can't stay in the front line long. So it is more of a counter style, of course. And that is, I think, where the big issue for most VCS teams lies. You're not the proactive part. You're not going to be the aggressive part, engaging team fights. With Nautilus, if you're late to a Drake, you walk in and press Q, and then you hope you win the team fight. And you can't do that when you have a Soraka. You can't do that with a Lulu. You always have to be first on objective. Your macro has to be really, really good, which I think plays in the hands of Team Secret today. Because I think throughout the desk today, or like in a pre-talk, we talked a lot about it. How do these teams win? And we all think Team Secret does have the better macro. So if they want to play more macro-focused side with easy-to-play champions like Enchanters, who I don't think are that easy, then I think they should be looking towards those Enchanters. Maybe not only in the support position, but also mid lane.
TSO, to give the same question, but a little bit more pointed back to you. If you look at those enchanters, Tim just walked us through all the enchanters. I want to hone in on something Zuhao likes to pick almost all the time, and also very early. That's Karma and, of course, Renata. So those two are very high priority for him over there. How do you think Saigon Buffalo deals with these two champions today in draft? Will they prioritize them themselves on blue side, potentially? Will they try to counter with Taki's deep champion pockets?
Yeah. I think they're not going for these picks themselves. I don't think Taki really wants to go for Karma or Renata, for example. I do see him on the not enchanters. I mean, the stats spoke for themselves, right? But I think it just fits their style better as well. But if we get to see an enchanter in Taki, I would wish for a Lulu, for example, because I think if Shogun goes for a late game hyper carry like Jinx or Philios, then Lulu or maybe Thresh would fit that lane really well, and they shouldn't go for something like Karma Renata just to contest the pick on Xiaowu.
That's a fair point. Before we actually go into pick and bans and talk about the nitty-gritty of all the picks and all the other positions as well, I want to actually go back to the prediction topic. We heard you two predict your winners for today, but I also want to see what you two predict in terms of series score. So maybe Tim, you go first. I can also bring up the predictions here. I personally went with a 3-1 for SGB. Tim, you said Secret before. How hard are they going to win today?
It's going to be a close series. I think it's going to be 3-2 Team Secret. I think in the end, their superior macro and team play will come out on top. I think that's a big discussion that is here is, can Saigon Buffalo just lane gap them? Because if they can, it's going to be quick 3-1, 3-0. On the other hand, if Saigon doesn't get lane gapped, their macro is definitely better. And I believe them to be good enough laners to hold their own and then to go back in and win with better macro, which is something that I didn't thought I would say in the VCS, that a team would win through macro, because usually everybody just beats themselves until the game is over. But in this case, Team Secret's macro really has been outstanding.
Yeah, I'm going for 3-1 because I agree with the most of what Tim just said, but I think that Team Secret will not be able to play the map 3 times today. So I think, yes, one game maybe, and that's why I gave them one game to pop off, and I don't know what will happen there, but yeah, on the other hand, I see the chance that Saigon just outclasses them on every position. That can happen every game, and if that happens for at least one position, let it be ADC or jungle, then the game is pretty much over.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's mostly jungle diff for me. But let's hear what our VCS mascot has to say about predictions. We know Rakan is pretty accurate about those predictions. So if you want to bet, maybe listen to him instead of the analysts. Let's have a look.
Welcome back, everybody, to another VCS English tradition. You've heard our analysts give their predictions, but of course, as you should all know, you can't trust them. You can only trust the man himself, Rakan. The oracle has spoken. Team Secret wins it tonight. Back to the deck.
Okay, so Rakan actually siding with Tim here, going for Team Secret. We basically have a 2-2 desk split if we count Rakan as a member of the desk, and who are we to deny him that famous spot, or her? We are still not sure about that, but whatever. So the last thing we have to do is actually look at the progression of our players. Yes, I know you all know how it's looking like, but let's still take a quick look at what's actually going on here. Because, yeah, it's the second round, it's the semi-final. I introduced it as qualifying for MSR, which might confuse you, but because GAM will go to SEA Games, it doesn't really matter what happens in the finals for international play, because GAM is not gonna go anyway. If they win or lose, it doesn't matter. So, whoever wins today is gonna be the representative for the VCS. And, there we go. There is the bracket. You can see Secret swept aside Cerberus in the first series. So, TSO, did you watch that series, and what were your impressions from Secret overcoming Cerberus that easily? It was actually a stomp, really.
Yeah, it was a stomp, and it impressed me. That's true. But still, I think there is just a big difference between Cerberus and Saigon in this case. And it's not going to change my mind if I rethink about that series.
I think that's definitely fair. Tim, you still go with Secret. Is this mostly due to their performance last week, or do you actually think they had a whole uptick in performance throughout the last month and a half?
I think they did have an uptick. I think the big thing about Secret before the past month is that I couldn't really see them beat teams above them, right? That was a big question about Secret. They if they didn't get swept in lanes, they would beat everybody handily just because of the macro. And I think the series with Cerberus definitely gave me confidence that it was a clean 3-0, that they didn't drop any games, that they didn't start to play that they played clean, which was really good seeing. But overall, I think Cerberus was just a much worse team, and I think there was a clear top three in Team Secret, Saigon, and GAM, and then there was a huge gap, probably one of the bigger ones in the entire 8-team bracket towards Cerberus, and they just couldn't get back to form where they were last split. So I think stomping Cerberus was a necessity to still keep them as a winner for me.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm super interested to see how these two teams perform. I do predict SGB to win, but who knows? So, as apparently there are some delays happening right now for the draft, we can actually already try to predict a little bit what's going to happen here in this first draft. Saigon Buffalo is the higher seed, so they are going to have side selection. TSO, let me ask you, from watching these two teams as an outsider, do you think, which side do you prefer for either of these teams? If you were Saigon Buffalo and Ren, which side would you choose for game one here?
If I'm Team Secret, I would probably go for blue side and try to catch a really important pink that is just left over from the bench. You know, for example, we talked about the jungle matchup. There are some contested picks. Lee Sin, for example. So maybe you want to catch something like this. Or in supporter, that could be possible as well. On the other side, I think if I'm Saigon, I would be happy to be red side, because I wouldn't be too worried about that one pick that I potentially lose in my perfect draft scenario. And I would be happy to get the counter pick to, I don't know, to make sure that, for example, top lane has a safe matchup, or to get just something that fits the thing I want to do. So, for example, a heavy carry that I'm missing.
It's not the case, though, as in Game 1, Saigon Buffalo decided to go to blue side, and we are already cracking on this draft. We're going for the first pick, Jinx. We're back to, I don't know, 12.2 or 12.3 or 12.4. Apparently, with the ADCs reverting to Jinx first pick. Zarya's not open, she's banned, but we have potentially Felios, MF, all these other ADCs. Or, of course, the Caitlyn. Caitlyn was a huge priority pick in the first series. So Tim, walk me through this answer from Secret.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn is a very aggressive answer, and I think it's one that basically says, okay, we're not losing bot lane. It is, especially in this early level, it still has a lot of advantage against the Jinx, can easily push, and together with the Volibear, if that is locked in, we had a bit of a VCS blunder, production blunder there, but yeah, I mean, Volibear is locked in, and that means you already have a massive early game, and I really like to see that, because I think Team Secret, if they have a strong early game and get into mid game unharmed, I think they are the better team.
So on the other side, we follow up with Ahri for Froggy, and of course the Nautilus, because we have to have the Nautilus. I'm fully expecting a Leona, because why not? So how do you think about Saigon's first rotation here?
Yeah, I think it's really good. I think Ahri is one of the best mid laners you could probably log in at the moment. That's fine, and yeah, we get Jinx Nautilus, so we're fine, Saigon fans. I think Nautilus, I don't have to lose much words to this, and Jinx as well. Every time Shogun is able to play Jinx and the game goes either long enough or he gets a lucky teamfight to pop off, then yeah, he'll take it. He'll take it on his shoulders.
That now means two things though. On the one hand, probably mid laners are gonna be banned against this Ahri, on the one hand for Saigon, on the other hand junglers are being taken out, and that will hurt BNJ. Considering going into the second draft phase, he will not have one of those really strong junglers, with Vego being the first one, Lee Sin probably the second one. Two of the best BNJ champions already out of the pool.
For sure. We also see the Renata comfort pick once again for the side of Zhu Hao. And we're banning two mid laners, of course, as you already pointed out. These are more influencing side lane mid laners, so interestingly, kind of opposing the stat card we showed earlier, where of course Froggy was the one to go to side lanes and Artifact the one to play for himself. Now it seems like Artifact goes back to a hyper carry, so a little bit of late game insurance maybe added to the team composition. What does Saigon Buffalo do from here, TSO?
Yeah, I mean, Victor is an interesting answer, because I think it fits well to the other early game oriented style they've locked in so far, and it gives them like their late game coverage, so it's fine. They of course have to pick something to work around these buns as well, so I think Victor is just as a good pick, so just log it in, it's fine. The answer from Saigon, I took too much time, so we already see the answer. It's a Trundle and probably an Aatrox. I think that's good as well. Trundle is pretty effective to just shut down the Volibear that one runs into you, and is pretty tanky, so you have to carries to first get rid of him, and Trundle will be a big help. And Aatrox is just a good top laner, I think, that you can log in safely at the moment, and yeah, to the top lane matchup, maybe Tim will add another point.
No. Hero, just accept that you're the worst top laner. Pick Karma, man. Pick Karma. The game is literally over if you pick Karma, my dude. Oh no, why are you picking a matchup where Hazmat can physically win? You could have... Yeah. Okay, so Hero can literally pick any tank and just accept that he's gonna get clapped in top lane and be good for his team. Front to back is easily win. Or you pick Karma, where you can't be ganked top lane because Trundle can't gank Karma. Hazmat literally can't play the game, and your entire team is basically unkillable for the rest of the game. But no, it's Jace. Of course you pick Jace. I'm not happy. This is Saigon win.
Wow, already taking the prediction here. Wow, that was quick. TSO, I am a little bit more cautious looking at Saigon Buffalo's comp as well. The Aatrox, Rezo, which is the former name of Hazmat, was a famous Aatrox player, either absolutely inting the game away or popping off, so it was never an in-between. I think this is a pretty risky composition from Saigon Buffalo. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. But I think it's the points we just mentioned, that they are able to pop off on a lane just randomly, or just to do through a good jungle play or skirmish they get on the jungle. I think it will be easy because, especially if you look at the top lane matchup, I feel like Tim doesn't like it from Team Secret, and I would agree. I think Jace isn't a good pick in this case. He got nerfed recently, and he will have a hard time against Aatrox. And yeah, the other point I made is that they maybe go for some catches on the Volibear, and that of course can work and can escalate and can make them able to play them up. But I don't see it happen because Saigon has so many ways to work around it.
Okay, so we have 2 Saigon predictions, I'm just going to say, because I listened to the 2 of you. We have to go into game, though, and we have 3 of the most magnificent casters on the cast today. We have, of course, Kerrix, Marby, and Crincy. Take it away, because the action has started already.
That it has your way. MSI is on the line. Buffalo and Secret are lined up on the rift, both raring to get into it. And as you can see, they've struck early as SGB have already found the first blood. They want to book their trip to Busan to be the ones to bring the VCS back to the world. And with an early first blood, as I said, oh boy, are they ready to go.
Instant vindication that Jace is gigabad and you shouldn't be picking him on R5 ever. Yeah, no, it was looking so good from Team Secret, but yeah, no, teams just won't go away from this Jace for some reason, even though he is actually not very good. Just accept it. Tanks are back. Wet noodles are in. Acknowledge it.
So
embrace it.
They just walked in.
They started.
Oh,
it was such a bait. Big bait.
So this is actually sick. I do, of course, want to bring in my 2 color casts. Didn't have a chance to introduce you with how fast things were. We have Marby, who just spoke. You heard her lovely voice. But we also have Crincy, because it's a tri-cast, baby, because VCS English brings you the best here for our playoffs. This is actually really kind of smart. Something we've observed is the junglers going in to get that Raptor ward and just sort of YOLOing it. SGB plays on the tendency. You love to see it.
Yeah, baited and outsmarted, right? Just bait hero into this position. And the kill also goes on to Shogun, which is like the one player I really shouldn't have given it over to, because he would maybe struggle a little bit in this Caitlyn where data lane he has to play against. And with Nautilus not really finding all in windows there, it's not really a lane where you really have any winning chance early on. But with the kill early on, he gets another long shot right off the bat, and that definitely helps him in really having good trades against the Caitlyn, who does outrange him a little bit. With the rocket launcher, it's not that effective, but first kill onto the Jinx, definitely something that he can work with.
Oh, you see the pivot from BJ immediately. You've gotten a Jinx with 1 kill. That's an extra longsword in lane. You're happy. You've gotten an early hook down. You've got good pressure. And if you let yourself get pushed in a little bit, this top to bot path from BJ could be really impactful against 2 really immobile carries. Low flash at least, but Shogun decides to screw all that and press rockets. Thanks, Shogun. You ruined everything.
But, of course, the other jungler is still a Volibear. He's level 3, and he's walking to a mid lane. But Froggy, on the right side of it, reads it well. He's not going to face down that level 3 bear.
And I want to want to look out for in general what really Froggy can do on this AoE pick, because he hasn't really played it a lot. I think also Team Secret was maybe gambling a little bit that he doesn't play it, because it was left open, and Vega also banned away, so the counter pick wouldn't be ready for the side of Secret, and they had to pick Victor into it.
Penguin is lurking around. Do they actually want to go under tower this early against Husmed?
I don't know if they have the wave, but Penguin's wasted so much time, he kind of has to. It's all or nothing now.
He wanders on in. The big bear wants to land the slap. Hero dealing out the damage. Is it going to be enough? Husmed with that last movement. Husmed turns it around, and he's here. He's got a double.
Getting the double off. Very dirty dive played out by the side of Team Secret. They were waiting too long. It was as Marby said, basically. I mean, he was wasting so much time. It was basically a sunk cost fallacy for their side. So it was like, when I'm waiting all the time here, I just try it anyway. And not a good idea against the Aatrox. He just heals off of you. If you go to such close melee range, his Q is excellent to really make it easy for them. And they don't even kill Husmed there, which I would have at least expected to like trade a 1-for-1 or at least a 1-for-2. Now Husmed is a double kill ahead.
And now he's got red buff. There's so much healing now back onto this Aatrox. He's happy. He's happy. They let him hit level 4. He had enough stats to survive the healing to go through. Now he's got even more of it. And yeah, Jace doesn't do anything. No, goodbye.
disaster to say the least. Now B&J up there to ensure the wave positioning. And now they're going to go under tower. Yeah, they are. And Hero, he'll be going down. Huzmed will survive the tower shots. No worries. 4 kills for SGB at 5 minutes. And maybe Tim was right and Karma's calling.
I think Hero needs to beat him. I mean, his name is Hero02. He should maybe be named to Hero03 after that early game, I guess. With how rough it's really looking. He is playing the Jace. He could have played the tank instead. It's maybe like the Malphite to really make it easy against the Aatrox. They would maybe fall back in lane a little bit, lose somewhat gracefully, and then play for the team. But on this Jace, where he has to play the lane very well, where he has to overextend the D's a little bit, it's not looking easy for him. And the bot lane is also very action-packed.
Yeah, Zhuhao, I assume that was just a hook landing, but he recovers. They didn't use any summon spells, no panic from the Team Secret bot lane. So that's all right. Let's have a... Oh, God, do we even want to replay this?
Okay, so it just starts off really slowly and really badly that the shield doesn't come in quite as well, and that little dash that he gets the double knock up, that's huge from the whole play. Because if he only knocks up 1, there's probably enough damage / not enough healing. Getting 2, you won it.
Yeah, doesn't help Hero with that empty mana bar as well. Not what you want to see at all if you're a Team Secret fan, but doesn't end up happening.
Definitely great start for the side of Saigon Buffalo, I would say. And I also like the approach with the draft, where they really focus both volatile side lanes, which would have been, in theory, their stronger lanes. And Foggy right now, I mean, he is not the favorite against Artifact, but so far he has just been chilling, right? I mean, he's playing as a Victor, not really that much early game agency coming out for the side of Team Secret. And so far, I mean, it's basically just them farming next to each other. And Artifact, if he's a stronger player, he cannot make anything out of it, at least right now. But of course, if he gets to scale, there's one way back in for the side of Team Secret here.
It's very true. 4-0, obviously 2k gold lead at 7 minutes. It looks dire. Maybe some people out there watching the VCS for the first time. But, oh no. This is something we're used to. And of course, SGB, they are favored. But this game is by no means over.
Yeah, and as Eddie gets away from that hook, we do have a very good option for Team Secret. The ult is just to push Froggy back so Artifact can get a nice reset. Their comp does play very well into what they like to do. They like their siege, and can we just stop? Hang
on. Ace in the hole. There we go. Pulls that one out of the back pocket. Well done.
I was really surprised by the damage output. It was Ignite and the ace in the hole, but Caitlyn is on just a Noon Quiver. I wouldn't expect it to kill him there, but Taki knew he was dead there. He was already playing with the emotes already, and mispositioned by the side of Saigon Buffalo for sure.
Yeah, and that's actually a big one, because that is, of course, something else that can bring them back in the game. We talked about the scaling of Artifact, but of course, Caitlyn as well, and Eddie. You know, we've got the president of the Eddie fan club in the chat, unfortunately not on broadcast today, but possible that he can pop up as well. Early in the split, Caitlyn was considered to be one of the only counters to Jinx.
Yeah, my point before being rudely interrupted by Eddie getting a kill was that, Stop fighting! Just a second,
you can talk.
please.
It's not a real fight. You can go.
Okay. It lets, they have a very strong siege composition, so getting points onto Eddie, getting gold onto Eddie means that just becomes stronger, and they can find the gold when it comes back their way. If they can try to hit Tower Place, they can hit these first dragons, which Team Secret likes to do. They really prioritize this bot lane control, despite Hero's fantastic performances. And they give up so many of these first heralds, but that's worth it. They want that bot lane control. They want these dragon priority. They are top of the league in these first dragons.
Fair enough. But with that, suddenly, Team Secret have staunched the bleeding. They've got themselves back into it. Another shot coming out from Eddie. That's Penguin's ult committed, though. So the fact that they don't get a kill there is a little bit disappointing. Obviously, you want to use that first Volley Bear ult for a really big impact gank.
Definitely so, but at least they get to summon the spells with the heal from Shogun being down and also the flash from Taki, so they can just revisit that play in a few minutes later and maybe just go for another Stormbringer play, which would be maybe able to break this bot lane a little bit more apart, as it didn't burn off with a good start, I would say. I mean, with, of course, Shogun getting the first kill, and then Eddie and Juhao firing back with the 2v2, where Taki was basically just waiting for a ward, I would say, which is very unnecessary, I guess, and it also leading into the first Infernal Wake, definitely something playing in Team Secret's favor. And now, of course, Saigon Buffalo, if they're bottom, they need to stabilize it a little bit. In the farming department, they are more than fine. And if it keeps going like this, I think they will definitely be more than stabilizing. After Caitlyn has that famous mid-game lull where she is kind of falling off. But if she just keeps being ahead, it will never matter. And so far, she's just about even to Shogun's Jinx.
Yeah, and as we look at the top lane, we can see, despite, it being Hero 3, he is still able to farm. That's the big thing. When we've seen Jace has bullied in the past, and this game was not so much bullying as perhaps a little bit of self-flagellation, but regardless, the outcome the same. We really want to see them being denied farm. We don't. Oh, we've done a little bit of a time warp. I don't know, this has been happening all split, but hey, it means we get a bit of a rerun. He is still able to keep up in farm. Marby, how does this actually play out as the game goes on? Is this Jace still relevant?
Jace can still do a lot of damage once items start to come through. Once he picks up 2, maybe 3 items, his Shock Blast will start to hurt again. Unfortunately, SGB do have a pretty decent front line to sort of sit there and absorb a lot of the blows. Especially with BJ deciding to go for the slightly tankier option of the Divine Sunder instead of, say, the Triforce. It gives it makes Hero feel a little bit less effective than he could be, but if he does land that Shock Blast onto Froggy and Shogun, he can still be relevant as long as the gold is funneled into him.
Fair enough. And of course, ooh, hello. That's not where you want to be, as he's found a bear in the bush. Taki able to zone out Zuhao. Can they actually collapse in onto BJ? No, they don't want to play with fire, but now it's Taki who is ignited, trying to find his way out. Needs to get a handshake, does Zuhao. Good hook, good knock up as well. Taki finding a way out of this one. There is a flash for Zuhao. There it is. He shakes his hand. The laser comes in. Well done there by Artifact. Out comes the gas, and they're smacking each other down as Team Secret are looking to get themselves back into this game. They pick up just the one, but it's a well-played play.
And Saigon just overreaching, right? With Taki being very stuck in the enemy jungle there. They were going for a play on the top side of the map, but everyone on the side of Team Secret was ready. And at this point of the game, the Volibear is still a very strong skirmisher. They need to respect. And also, Artifact, if he gets to play in these small corridors, he can also do a lot of work with his Death Ray. And Renata with the handshake definitely making it hard for Taki to get out. And the damage was just barely enough for the side to kill Taki. And Saigon Buffalo almost was about to overcommit even further with Froggy going in with a Spirit Rush. But there was just no damage to be dealt. Hostile Takeover was also catching him. And it was almost a disaster for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Just like this, it's just one kill for the side of Artifact into Victor, but as I say that, it's a kill into a Victor, who definitely does well with getting these kills, especially considering what his passive will do later on in this game. And Artifact getting rolling is like this one big fear that is still in the mind of Team Saigon Buffalo.
Eddie sniffs out the gank. BJ will not be able to pull anything on him, but will, of course, be able to drop that Rift Herald regardless.
Yeah, should be a pretty comfortable cash. And
ooh, Taki.
Juhao sort of showing off on this Renata, and they're going aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know if this is smart, though. They know that the Trundle's still around. Juhao's just going to get taken out. Bit too big for your britches there, Secret.
Definitely.
I guess they thought Penguin was coming? But they should have known Trundle didn't have time to leave.
I think they just disrespected BJ there, but he was very ready for the play and him just chomping off the head. And Shogun, also, of course, yet again getting the kill is something that doesn't really play in Team Secret's favor. Of him getting the second kill and getting excited with Terror Charge was something that they had to respect. They just kind of didn't. The plates are falling anyway for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And that, of course, further accelerates what the bot lane difference is currently. It isn't that big in general. And just now, of course, with the Jinx getting the Gale Force completed and getting sooner onto the next item, the Caitlyn will have these famous mid-game struggles that the Caitlyn pick usually has.
Ooh, they are going to poke their heads into the jungle. Once again, Team Secret displaying their penchant for dragons, but SGB are not going to let this one go down without a fight.
And I have a bad feeling that Eddie is going to go for the zero damage build, so going to even exacerbate those mid-game problems even more so if that turns into an RFC, sure, you can get those sneaky orders in, but they don't do any damage, so team fights are just going to be massively SGB favored. Team Secret do recognize this and back off completely.
Definitely.
Good job there.
Yeah,
I'm
not
proud of
really
Team
anything to do.
Secret.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of what we criticized with them earlier in the split up when they were like had this one game against Garm where the lanes weren't really working well. They just go for the 8-minute Rift Herald fight and instantly lost the whole game over that, and they made sure over the split is something we definitely need to credit them for, and we are saying it over and over again. Their macro is quite good. It's maybe the second best or even the best compared to Garm, and this is one of the reasons it's showing it. Of course, not maybe a good time to mention it as they are kind of getting clapped this early game, but Team Secret showing some resilience, definitely something we can applaud them for.
And
Yeah,
this-
Team Secret kind of just getting caught napping there. Just couldn't get around the wall, couldn't get in, so they lose a mid tower for basically nothing. A bit of a disaster.
So Buffalo could have hit the 1-2-3 into Dragon mid lane tower straight up the river into the Herald, but they've gone for that reset. And Team Secret, they haven't really recognized this timing. They weren't prepared for the
Husmed?
reset, so they gave it up.
Zhuhao caught out, has the bailout to buy himself a little bit of time. Husmed will go down as well, so it's a 1-for-1. But they do stop that big Aatrox. A shutdown goes over to Penguin. Not the ideal place, but good to get it regardless.
Regardless, you're getting that. You're getting a Sis Gold onto Artifact. You're getting his passive accelerated even further, and Team Secret can still just play very far back. Hold that thought.
Hero in a little bit of trouble as BJ is going to arrive as well. He still has access to his flash, but they're not going to put up the pillar until they absolutely have to. He's going to try and go for the outplay, but you can't really outplay Chomp, which is primed and ready as soon as they want to bring it in. It's all about, can he land a Shock Blast? No, he goes into that melee form. He's trying to kite it on back. At the very least, he is buying a whole hell of a lot of time. The spells miss out of Froggy, but finally, the teeth come down and Jace is sent back.
Jason back and Foggy really struggling to land any skill shots on the escaping hero there, so he was definitely wasting a lot of that time, but I mean, he was still, of course, just now falling down another time. BJ getting quite fed off. To be fair, to some extent, Penguin did as well as he got the kill earlier, but the Volibear doesn't really want to have the kills anymore. I think he kind of missed his window already to really make justice of this Volibear pick. Here we see again what happened in this Dragon River skirmish where they were catching out Zhuhao, but that trade, of course, was still overall fine for the side of Secret, with it being a shutdown, and of course, as Marby said, accelerating the victor even further. Artifact is very happy about that. Overall, though, this Trundle is getting very, very scary as well, and I wonder if he can just melt the Volibear later on in the game.
So, I want to just ask both of you a question, because Trundle is not a pick we see super. Oh no, that's a little bit embarrassing there from Taki, but now the ultimate comes out. The gravity field is down. I don't know if he can get out of this one. So a flash hook was not great, but the kill comes in regardless. But just to seize on this one, because that was a pretty textbook play. Marby, how does Trundle actually interact up against this Team Secret comp? Because I feel like it's very hard to get onto a Victor and a Caitlyn.
Not at all. You are a one-button champion. Basically, you press the pillar, and if these don't have flash,
hang on.
It's done so for them.
Yeah, it's Zhuhao once again giving them the handshake. The gas comes out, catches onto one. BJ bears down on Froggy, gives the other bear plenty of time to give him what's for. In the end, it will just be one kill for Team Secret, but good on them for finding a way to fight back.
Yeah, good on them to fight back. Also, Saigon Buffalo this time not over chasing onto the sunk cost fallacy and into just letting Taki drop there. Of course, with Hero buying some time bot lane, this is very huge for the side of Team Secret to get at least some free time for him to scale back into this game. Of course, Jay's not the best scaling pick, but with more mana coming out.
Needs to find a way out. This is a lot of resources invested for what is not actually a huge amount of gold. This is a 0-4 Jace, but 3 are here regardless. He needs to try and pick who he dies to. It's going to be Husmed.
At the wave stage, we're in such a good position from SGB that they can commit this. There's nothing to take. There's no tower under threat. There's absolutely nothing for Team Secret. Just another death to hero. And it's all just not... This macro, we picked it up, but it's crumbling up against Saigon Buffalo.
I just wonder how it's really mentally for side of Hero, because him just now going down 0-5, I think he's not really that much of a playoff expert. I think he has played it once or twice before, but him going down 0-5 definitely not the look he would have initially thought would be the start of the game for him. And this pickup, as Marby said, of course, not really a huge punishment coming out for side of Team Secret. They take this tier 1 turret, but this might have been going over anyway. And another kill into the back pockets on the side of Saigon Buffalo, definitely helping them out to really accelerate them further. And still a 3.5k gold lead for them. But on the side of Saigon Buffalo, I also want them to really crush it right now, because it's really a lead that can maybe later on bite them in the back if they actually give Artifact time to scale on the Victor, because that so far hasn't really happened, and he will just keep getting stronger.
Yeah, this is a deliberate sacrifice from the side of SGB to make sure they could push up and control this blue side jungle. They cleared out all the camps, they've got some wards down, and now they're in prime position to just pick up this dragon, keep that off the board, and get closer and closer towards that Soul win condition.
Of course, Soul is still a distance away. This will only be SGB's second Drake. Artifact is definitely still a huge factor in this game, as both of you have outlined. Eddie has unfortunately gone a little bit of the zero damage Caitlyn. Gale Force in the rapid fire cannon. I think the one thing is, I think Shogun gets away with it a little bit more because he has such a strong top side, while Eddie has to do some heavy lifting, and I don't know if he's got the weight belt on.
Definitely not. Definitely doesn't seem to be the case right now. Like, you see this two item on Husman. It is matched because of 20 CS, gotten some tower to himself, has hero, but it's these items are much more impactful, especially with the Muramana not transformed yet. So just this top lane difference feels so much more. You see a completed Force of Nature compared to just the Moonfire Treads for Penguin, and this Baron, I think this is just trying to bait a fight.
Probably
Risky
is.
though.
Penguin is around. He can just easily Stormbringer over to just contest the Baron. It could be 50-50.
So
you don't
smart.
want 50-50 Baron when you're ahead. So they just likely wanted to bait the fight, and Team Secret was calling their bluff and saying, you can't do this, and you can't also just easily force a fight here. And the gas is very effective in just denying.
Yeah, Taki has found a way in, but the handshake will deny it. Charm not landing. A lot of CC being used onto Zhu Hao. Now Husmed, he has to get out of there as an ace in the hole sends him on his way. Now it's Team Secret with the health bars. Maybe they can have a chomp at the Baron. Don't think it's a good play, but they might do it anyway.
They might do it for the panic reaction outside of Saigon Buffalo. Maybe with the Jace letting some poke, it would definitely be some sort of effective play they could go for. But they likely just can take a mid lane T1 to it here, which is a much safer option for them. And that, of course, also is something that gives them a lot of map control and keeps them within touching distance in this game, because the gold lead isn't really accelerating for the side of Saigon Buffalo, despite them having such a great early game, as we have seen earlier.
Still only around that 3k mark, and that's been a testament to pretty much the mid lane and bot lane. They've played out a lot of these skirmishes very well. Zhu Hao has been caught a couple of times, but when he's allowed to do Renata things, he does them quite effectively, and it might be enough to stall out until Hero can actually get into a very strong position. We saw those Shock Blasts were doing decent damage, but once that Muramana transforms, once he gets another item under his belt, then it actually starts to be a threat for Shogun.
A threat, perhaps. We'll have to see as this one continues to go on. The ADCs have been fairly quiet this game, despite both of them picking up a couple of kills. It has not been the focus there. Oh, Hero. There's a beast in those bushes.
There is. Husband should win it if he gets like the touching distance and gets like him very close and can really force a 1v1.
BJ here as well. Good flash there by Hero, but resources expended.
Well, resources for a flash definitely a worth call, and it's a flash onto the Jace. Like, you can just revisit him again on the side, and if he pushes up so far, and here we see Froggy pushing up so far on this one.
Oh, lovely handshake. Holds him up for just a moment, but Ari still incredibly mobile. Chemtank comes in. Penguin wants him. The bear wants a snack of some Fox, uses the flash as well. Froggy dodges away from the gas. The hostile takeover will not land, but Hero's hammer will.
That's 4 to the top side, and now Husman gets his alone time to catch up that level disadvantage and crack on to a turret of his own. That's it's the wave position once again. When SGB went for it, it took a long time, and it was a deliberate sacrifice of a tower with how much time it took for Team Secret to respond. This time around, they're just in position to grab that instantly. It's a bit slow here, so they can convert the tower trade up, which is good for Team Secret, and more gold onto Hero. He can be relevant soon.
He definitely can. I mean, he's at this mid-game stage of Jace right now. I mean, he was calling it up earlier where he wasn't really scaling well, which is, of course, something that's kind of iffy with Jace, as he actually scales quite decently with Muramana completed Eclipse being there, and Zerildas, which will soon also be done for him. He has still a very decent 3-item power spike, which can definitely make him come out ahead against the Aatrox. Earlier we saw him, he was 1 level up on Husband, but if Husband gets a melee range fight, of course the Jace doesn't really stand a chance there. His rotation is basically just one thing, and Aatrox can just keep healing off of him with hitting empowered Qs onto him. But in this current stage, with of course also Husband going for the Spirit Visage at the 3rd item, he has quite a lot of MR invested in his inventory, and that doesn't really help anything against the Jace. This is an angle where maybe Hero can win a side lane.
Both ADCs have completed IEs as well. 3 items and identical builds, always fun. ADC itemization, it's great, isn't it? As an ace in the hole will go in, it only tickles Shogun though, and with the 3rd dragon, if SGB gets it of course, on the map, I think Team Secret are done letting these go for free.
It seems to be the case, but prime position belongs to SGB. It's going to be Poke to set it up. Froggy!
Oh! Now Hero gets shut down, they throw out the gas, but it's not going to do quite enough as Zhu Hao also falls, goes into the bailout. Artifact needs to find a way to get out of this fight. Penguin does as well. Eddie burning the flash to kite back, but 2 kills picked up swiftly for SGB, and they are looking north. They are looking at the worm.
And I was shocked that it was only 2 kills for the side of Saigon Buffalo with that clean engage coming up for the side of Taki, and also Foggy Spirit watching in, landing the charm, and they immediately blow up Hero, who was just there to really land some poke on the Jace. And just now with these 2 picks, even with Penguin being alive, he doesn't have the Stormbringer, he could potentially go in with a Blast Plant, but they are really in no position to really fight anything right now, so Saigon Buffalo could easily zone them away from it. This will be the Baron for the side of the Buffaloes, but Team Secret, at least they trade the Drake back, which is of course at least a little bit of a consolation prize.
Can't back that.
Yeah.
You can't back that.
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah.
He reacts in time, and now a teleport being spent. They want to cut them off. If they can cut them off, I think they can win the game, or at least get very, very close to it. As in the end, they find nothing. Ooh, Eddie, he's getting a little bit spicy, but Husband will get over the wall. And oh no, they've caught onto Penguin. Tries to get away. Rocket lands, and the chomp follows up. And VJ knows how it's going as he gives them a little bit of a dance.
This should be the tower. Perhaps there is decent wave clear on the side of Team Secret, but with that Baron, with that pick.
Oh, Froggy going deep, but he's Ari. He's very, very safe, even when he misses that charm. Team Secret, though, they are able to hold on, staunch the bleeding, and clear the cannons.
Here we see the replay of the fight we earlier mentioned. Foggy just keeps doing this. I mean, we just started on the live play here in the replay again. He just uses the Spirit Rush as an offensive engage to basically combine with the charm. And Taki, he isn't even the primary engage, so he has a little more time to think and really set up properly on the Nautilus. And Nautilus, of course, not the hardest champ to play, but I mean, just well played by him, using his death charge to perfection there and making it easy for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And Team Secret a little bit overfighting right now because they can still maybe turtle in the base a little bit longer and don't really need to immediately fight against the Baron up powered Saigon Buffalo roster, and this might just be the demise. The T1, T2 in the mid lane definitely will drop.
Eddie, he's in some trouble. There's a Nautilus ult under him, and he will go down. The tower falls, as you said, and as it does look like the wheels have come off the Team Secret wagon completely. They are skidding along the road while SGB drifts on them. Taki goes on in, actually hooked to the pillar there. That's pretty funny. As another tower falls, an inhib will follow. Froggy moving forward. Absolute Chad stuff out of the Froginator. The gas goes in, but it doesn't matter because the Jace has already gone down. They trade back, but it's only onto the Nautilus. And SGB are charging forward. They want to get the first notch on this playoffs. They want to set themselves up for a date with Garm. But of course, a long way to go. But Victor has fallen. Penguin desperately trying to hold them off, but you just can't do it. Zhu Hao will fall, and the Buffalo bite first.
Great game coming up on the side of Saigon Buffalo in this one. We already started with a little bit of a disaster for the side of Team Secret, but the Buffalo just beat all over them. I mean, the mid game was kind of slow, which was worrying me a little bit, and also Artifact getting some agency in the game. But Hero definitely needs to revisit that game and really needs to maybe untilt a little bit for the next part of the series, because it is a best of 5. It is MSI on the line, and if you keep having games like this, it definitely won't be easy for you.
Yeah, I don't think it's a complete write-off. There were certainly highlights, and after such a disastrous early game, there were moments that you could say they weren't completely out of it, but yeah, slow to rotations, and just very unfortunate anti-synergy coming in a lot of the time, because there were big Renata ults that would just shut down instantly because the big Aatrox that could have killed his own team was stunned in a gravity field. It really hurt their Their team fights just fell apart. Nothing came together. And I think you can throw back and just try a completely new draft and just write that one off.
For sure. But let's hope that we don't have here 1-6 again in the next game. See if he can level up a little bit. I'm sure Tim is going to have words for him. I can already see how mad he is in our cams. But with that, we are going to take a little bit of a break to get our desk ready, to get ourselves ready to bring you game 2. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. This was the start of our semi-final. A dominant victory for Saigon Buffalo with some woes in the mid-game, I'd say. Welcome back, TSO and Coach Tim. TSO, you just watched your first ever live VCS game, I guess. Impressions?
Yeah, live from the desk. It's a nice view from here. I like it. But yeah, the game was okay. I think it's a good game to start in a series like this. So it was not the way I was hoping that Saigon would play and win the game, but they won. So I'm happy for the moment, I'd say.
And Tim, you had a lot to flame behind the scenes. Let's start with what Secret actually did well in the mid game, because I know we're going to hone in on some of their mistakes in their early game dives that went questionably. But let's actually talk about their mid game and how they actually managed to make it to 25, 28 minutes. Actually, so what did you like from Team Secret?
I think the mid-game fighting, specifically Artifact and the bot lane, were really popping off in those. I think, considering how the top side looked and what position they were in, they had there was no reason they should have had any good team fights in the mid-game into Aatrox being fed. I mean, Aatrox is basically at that point essentially unkillable for them. They've right engaged with an Altus, of course. And so them being able to skirmish face to face at what 3,500 gold difference and keeping it at that, I think was a really big win for them. Then they overcommitted a bit in some place. We remember the Froggy Ari escape on top lane where they overcommitted very hard. But overall, I think they showed why they're really good, or why we consider them to be really good at grouping up, making sure to play as a team, and then winning out on these skirmishes and team fights.
I'm muted. I'm very stupid. I'm sorry for that. So we are basically approaching this game from the opposite direction. We just pointed out some of the good parts about Secret. So I want to hear from you some of the bad parts about Saigon Buffalo and why you, even though Saigon Buffalo, you predicted Saigon Buffalo and they won the first game, why you weren't super happy with their performance. So where can Saigon Buffalo improve to make this even more dominant in the next few games?
Yeah, I think top lane, for example, was a good start, right? Everything went right there, but it wasn't there. It was a mistake maybe of Team Secret, because whoever gave the call to dive that didn't got in mind that Jace got no mana, for example, and that it was maybe a bit too early and too risky, and that's an Aatrox, and if it goes wrong, then he would be 2-0. So things that wasn't the effort of Saigon Buffalo, though. And yeah, where they have to improve, I think they have to be aware of the bot lane matchups, because I think that Caitlyn worked out well. Again, Jinx was ahead, I guess. She had more kills, and she has more gold, and she skates better into the game. But yeah, I think Eddie and Xiao, they played the lane well, and it was okay. And I think they had these 1 or 2 situations in the first 50 minutes in the jungle where they got a pick, and even Victor got a kill there. And I think Saigon has to be really aware of this, because these are things that can go wrong in another game and can help Secret to actually win a game.
And Tim, we had another beautiful graphic prepared, and I actually want to jump into that, because Tisa already mentioned the bot lane, so it's the perfect transition over to Taki, one of our most exciting players, one of the players that gets so much praise from all the sides. I want to just shout out Hanke once again, who came on our podcast and basically said, yeah, Taki's one of those players like B that's able to direct a game. And his first game, unfortunately, he went to Nautilus, which is no surprise, but a little bit... yeah, it's not what we want to see, and he showed a few nerfs. So talk to me about Taki and why you are also very excited to see this player. What's so special about him?
I mean, I talked too much about Enchantress. He actually is playing Enchantress because he's playing most of the champions. We have seen Enchantress from him, the engaged supports, the normal ones we see often, and we've seen some crazy picks as well. If we look at the graphic, then you might see that there is a Silas in there, there's a Cyan in there, there's a Shen in there, you see some Bard picks. Yes, Bard might be more of that support, but how often do we actually see him, right? And all of these supports are in there together with those meta supports. And I think finding a support that can direct the game as a shot caller, at the same time play the meta champions and still have a lot of pocket picks is a great thing to have for a team.
Yeah, and for me, I know I'm the host today, but I mean, I'm always gushing about the Ren draft and SGB's ability to just adapt and draft and counterpick everything. I definitely agree with what TSO said in the first desk, that Saigon Buffalo really likes red side, so it's even better for them to win on blue side, where you see Taki's champion pool. There's a Camille in there. It's right in the middle of Blitzcrank and Galio, if you're looking for it. Yes, that is a Camille support, and he smurfed that game. They played Camille support to counterpick top lane, so that's another weapon in their arsenal that comes in and has actually won them so many games just through drafting. So another huge asset for Saigon Buffalo. So let's actually go into the drafting for the rest of the series, and also what we can see maybe from this first game, TSO. The first draft wasn't like super surprising or anything super out of the ordinary. I had my questions about the top side for Saigon Buffalo, but they won the game. How would you approach game 2 from either of these two teams' positions?
Yeah, I think if you're a Saigon, then you can just relax, right? That's what you just said. They are now on red side. They should feel comfortable, especially after that game 1, so I think it's fine. And yeah, if you're Team Secret, well, I don't think you have to change too much, to be honest. It looked decent, but yeah, I think we all disagree with the Jace pick. I think we can say that. I don't want to trash Hero too much because it was unlucky as well. But either way, even if this Jace is not 0-5, I don't like Jace in this composition. So maybe do something there, and yeah, maybe sneak another pick that can catch Saigon unprepared.
Tim, was there some obvious weakness in either of these two comps you want to see patched up for game 2, or do you just want to see Secret change everything completely for the second game to try a new approach?
No, I was pretty happy overall, again, as TSO said, with the team comp. I think it's mostly the Jace on Team Secret side. Replace that with... I think Hero is kind of the good champions for him because he has been a better top laner, were Camille, that we talked about earlier, but also the Gwen. Definitely one of the strong points he showed during the split. So put him on one of these two, or give him an Enchanter or tank, man. Except that he's losing to Hazmet if he's not getting Camille or Gwen, and then he let him have impact on the map, because what he's really good at is pushing out sideways and moving to the team, being very smart about when he has to be with the team. So give him something that can actually impact those team fights a bit more. And if your Karma goes 0-4, who cares? It's a Karma. It's gonna do its job. How do you care? If the Ornn goes 0-4, it's an Ornn. It's gonna do his job. So give him something like that. And on the other side, Hazmet Aatrox looked good in the first game, but if he doesn't get Guba fed for no reason, I think this pick gets absolutely smashed in game 1. He looked pretty useless even while being really fed, and Aatrox is one of those champions where you have to be extremely fed to be useful in teamfights already. You keep playing against a kiteback comp. I think if you want to hone in on something that on Saigon's team comp I didn't like, it was Hazmet, and to a degree Froggy. I think Ahri is a good champion. I think it's a great takeaway from Artifact to take away that playmaker for him, but Froggy on the Ahri was a bit wonky, so maybe think about, especially on red side, ban it away. Don't let Artifact first pick it, and just accept that you have to ban it.
So, yeah, I certainly agree with most of your points there. We might see a completely different draft in this game. It's game 2. Game 2 can be weird. We can see a salty run back. We can see a completely different approach. It all depends on how teams actually, or what they read from game 1. So, Yizo, do you think this series is doomed after watching game 1? It just like...
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. This game was way too close to call it doomed. I think it didn't feel that close though. So even if it was for the most time like 2 or 3k gold lead for Saigon, I think it felt like there was something, but there wasn't. So I think if Team Secret is able to adapt in terms of draft, and if they reduce the mistakes they make in the first, let's say, 50 minutes. So, for example, there were 1 or 2 situations where they just shouldn't have committed, right? And if they stop this, then they're able to win a game, and the series isn't over. No way.
Let's talk about the intangibles before we jump into game 2. About players and the player situation. We in my quiz, we pointed out 4 players of the Saigon Buffalo roster actually went to finals. And if you remember that finals, they were 1 game up. In game 2 against GAM, they were 10 or 11k gold up at 18 minutes, managed to throw away the game and lost 1-3. So there might still be a few playoffs issues with a lot of these newer players. Not so much Hasmet, but the others on the team, Taki, BeanJ, and Froggy, of course. And it's the first playoffs ever for Shogun. So we saw some twitchy performances from 1 or 2 players. Who do you think can step up on the Secret side, Tim, to really carry the team, to basically take over the game and direct all the rookies on their side, like Eddie? Like, Hero is still a pretty new player, especially in the players format. Who can step up and just lead them to a victory, to maybe start the comeback?
I mean, it has to be Artifact, and specifically not only because I think Artifact is the most experienced or best player on the roster, but also because Froggy, he had that twitchy performance in the last game. His Ari really was anything but clean, so give him something aggressive, give him something to punish Froggy for existing, and then I think you have a good draft and a good game on your hands.
So let's see what we're going to load into game 2 with. We are into draft, and the first banned phase is already coming up very quickly. Secret once again focusing on Froggy. Once again, they didn't do that in the last game, so actually focusing on Froggy this time, taking away all of his comfort champions, especially the Galio and Vex stand out to me, because he has been amazing on those. Ari is open.
First big Ari.
Yep.
Yeah, first big Ari. Like, the Jinx last game really wasn't an issue. You had the Caitlyn. First pick Ari, get that for Artifact, take that away from Froggy. I think that would be a very good first move.
Yeah, and they banned 3 mid laners as well, so it would be, yeah, just makes sense to lock into Ari here, save it. And I think Froggy's, oh, okay, it's a TF. How do you like that?
I hate TF. I think TF into Ari, we've seen it in EU playoffs, the salty run back of Fnatic, where they basically, I think, lost, 5 games in a row on TF or something crazy like that. So I really don't like it. Also, great counter pick from Tankenge. I think this draft already starting off much better for Team Secret than the last one did.
Yeah. So I'm a bit surprised about the TF as well, but yeah, especially with the Tankenge coming in for Team Secret, I think it's really hard to pull off a gank for him and to snowball the side lanes maybe. Nautilus for Taki, I like that. And Team Secret stole the Jinx.
They yeeted up, but a bit more early game presence maybe from the Aphelios. I mean, we usually see it at one item dominating the Jinx in that matchup with the Gale Force, of course. That is still unnerved, right? It was nerfed on 12.7, so it is still unnerved for these players. It still has a lower cooldown that is now being removed for that item, and we should be moving into second ban rotation.
Yeah, so we have mid lane and bot lanes locked up, so both teams are going to have to ban either junglers or top laners. As Team Secret, I would probably focus on junglers, though there is always the scary potential of Saigon Buffalo counterpicking, cooking up some counterpick in the top lane. We have seen Hasmet Vayne multiple times already, so that's still something that you always have to think about. You already have a composition with not the greatest engage, running Tom Kench. But Saigon Buffalo actually now the ones banning away 2 of the junglers BeanJ also likes to run. So it's all jungle focus, and I think Secret had to drop the jungle bans here to actually still have some left. So I fully expect R4 jungle pick here.
Viego. I mean, Viego's still open, right?
Yeah, Viego's still open.
I'm really surprised. What? Viego's the best, I feel like the best jungle with TF because it brings a lot of damage that TF just doesn't have from the jungle position. I'm surprised they're banning the Jace over Viego. Huh?
Yeah, I don't get this as well. Xin is open as well, so maybe... Never mind, he's hovering Nocturne. But yeah, I don't get the Jace spawn as well, so I'm not sure what the idea is behind this.
Okay, so we have a Nocturne, which is great for team fights. And with the Ari together, you have a buddy to go in and kill somebody. And try playing TF into Nocturne ulti, it's not fun.
Yeah.
And there's a pick that I wanted to talk about, and that's Gwen. Because if I'm thinking, where does TF go? On what side lane? On the one hand, you have a Tankenge that just nom-noms his AD carry and walks it out. And on the other hand, you have now an immune Gwen that is also really hard to lock down on the side lane. So I think it is a very good draft overall, specifically into TF.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like I dislike TF, right? I love this champion. But I think first picking it here was not a good decision. Everything Team Secret got right now are tools to just make TF a bit useless, right? The Grand, the Nocturne, and they can always, so Team Secret can always just counter gank. If TF wants to make a move on the map, they can come up with the Nocturne and yeah.
So there
Just
might
to do
be
it.
some issue with the draft, because that was a very early throw. Usually VTV waits a bit before throwing back to play, so we might actually have some issues with the draft. I might go back to that. That gives us... No, that's the confirmed draft. So we actually have the drafts ready to go. We have Hasmed on the Jax. We got the R5 counter pick, so Giza, I'm going to start with you. Is that enough for Saigon Buffalo to go up 2-0, or do you think Secret strikes back with this TF counter draft?
So I don't like the draft from Saigon here, but I think it's in 2-0. Yeah, I like the Jax, at least.
I have to disagree. I think last game it was really clear that I liked the Saigon draft more. This time I think Secret, they have so much counterplay, such a good team comp for those skirmishes and teamfights as well. I absolutely adore their draft. I think that's one of the best ones I've seen in the VCS in recent times. Both in end team comp and how it was actually established in draft, especially from blue side. And so I think they will win game 2.
And with that, I'm going to throw over to our casters. Get your Gwen is immune and Jax enters evasion memes ready, because I'm sure we're gonna hear so much about that this game. It's the two top laners with the most memes, but bringing you all the memes in the game are Kerrix, Quincy, and Marby once again.
Active. Hasmed enters evasion for 2 seconds. A defensive stance that causes all junglers to run to the top lane and ensure his lead in lane. I'm joking, of course, but I do love when we have a Jax coming out. It's always so much fun. This is a champion that I love to see. It's something that Hasmed loves to use. A fun little stat. Hasmed, before he debuted, when he was Ryzo, we knew him as a bit of a Jax one trick. He came into the league and was terrible, but he's gotten a lot better since. So it's okay. But with that, on to Summoner's Rift we ride. My analysts, well, my color casters, I should say, we've had the analysts. What do you two think of this one? Quincy, you've got your Jax.
Yeah, I got my Jax, and I like the pick because I hate the pick, is what I basically want to say, because I think it's very strong here. It's a very good pick into the Gwen. It's very comfort for Husband, as you just now pointed out multiple times, with him going to peak Ignite, very strong in the lane phase. But I actually agree with the guests that I brought onto the desk this time, that I like the Jax and nothing else really for the Saigon Buffalo's draft, because the Jax is a good counter pick, but TF, and you basically gave over the Ari for that. You also banned Ryze instead of maybe banning the Ari, so Artifact got free reign of the mid lane right now because Vex was banned, Vega was taken away, and the bot lane is also not really favoring them. So I think this time Team Secret kind of went away with a better draft. Gotta tell you, this Nocturne needs to do something in the early game to really justify its pick, and last time on the Volibear, Penguin didn't do so on the other pick he had.
See, I like the Jax is spicy, but the thing that really points out to me as the fumble from Team Secret is Viego, because Viego, as mentioned, is really strong into the alongside a pick composition, because then he resets and he turns the whole composition into a team fight composition, and that I think could be enough to really carry it home, provided they can actually get something done against this comp that is top to bottom kind of designed to destroy Twisted Fate's usefulness. Like you've got the Time Kench, you've got the Nocturne, and even if Nocturne doesn't get ahead, as long as he's able to press R at the right time, Twisted Fate becomes kind of a dead pick.
A dead pick, even though it is being played by very capable players. We'll have to see if that is the way it goes, because I have my eye on this Twisted Fate. I definitely think Froggy can get around the map, make things happen, but I agree with Quincy. I want to see Penguin getting out on the map early. I don't want this waiting for level 6 nonsense. And with BJ moving up to the top lane, we might be seeing an early 2v2 as Hasmed is going low, but Hero's going lower. Penguin now can't really enter the fight. He's just caught a little bit too slow. Early first blood for SGB.
Good read by Binjay's. All I can say about that. Him just really finding Hero there. Of course, Hero in the Gwen without the flash is very easy to punch. He had this one skip and slash dash he can use, but that's not enough to really get away from the counter-strike there. The counter-strike actually missed and was still enough to really get the kill there because he was pushed up way far in the lane. Binjay also not needing to flash there, and the kill pressure is just there. And Penguin, we just now addressed it, right? He needs to do something in the early game. That certainly wasn't it. He was basically just following up on the gank and could just only watch his top laner lose his life once again.
He was trying, but he didn't really have a Q cooldown up to really speed his way up there and actually be there in a timely manner to impact the fight. As you see, he's just so far behind, and with that extra movement speed from the Viego E, the fight, it just ends before Penguin can even get involved, and he just has to waddle on away. There's very little this Nocturne can do, because there's a reason Nocturne farms to 6 a lot of the time. It's very hard to get anything done without that paranoia.
It certainly can be, but still, I still think, even though that first little exchange has not gone super well, I need to see this Nocturne doing something in the light of day. But if any team is going to nail a Nocturne, it is Team Secret. They are the masters of the dark. But oh no, this is just the angle of mental break Hero. There's a back coming in now, the gas coming out, but it's just happening again. He's just a little bit too far away, but that's a good dash there by Hero. Buying some time will force them back. Do they actually want to continue this play or just get a good lane positioning? It looks like the latter.
Yeah, they can't really do anything if the Spectral Morph from Viego isn't connecting. And aside from Nocturne wanting to farm this level 6, as he just keeps getting interrupted here, the thing is, Viego usually does that too, but Spectral Morph says, what can they do? But hold.
Oh dear! Team Secret have lost their ADC. Of course, it was traded back immediately as Shogun falls as well. But I'd love to know what happened there. Hopefully we get a replay.
Both skills going over to the support, so it's not a huge loss for either side. Taki's walking away with his Hex Flash feeling a little bit better. And you can see, oh no, he's decided to go against the Swifty boots, but that seemed like a very nice opportunity for Taki to wander his way into the top side and say, let's keep ganking Hero. Let's bring more friends to the top lane.
The flash auto attack to get the snare off and then just dredge line onto him, and Shogun flashes into him, and he still takes so much damage because he tanks the zap and also tanks the abyssal dive, so he just drops so much HP, and at least Jua can get the revenge kill. Otherwise, I think it would maybe be disastrous for the side of Team Secret, but like this, it's just 1-for-1, both supports getting the kill, as you said, Marby, and not really a big deal for either of those teams.
Yeah, they kind of come out, they come out dead even. Maybe Tom Kent, you could argue, uses the gold a little bit better, but we don't need to quibble about that. In the end, it's just a reset. The ADCs have returned to the lane. Eddie opting into the cull. Ooh, yeah, Ari having a geeze around that top side. Nope. It looks like they've called off whatever it is.
False alarm.
I think the blue buff transfer.
It was deep in the lane, but
no, it's not a blue transfer. I'm trolling.
Yes, so there has been there is a big negative affecting Team Secret, and that is because there has been attempts at these counter ganks that haven't really provided anything. Penguin is just so far behind on tempo. He hasn't even, it's not even a sacrifice tempo for experience. He's just behind.
Okay, in the end.
I think they just want to make sure that the bot lane isn't coming for a potential Drake contest, and that way BJ can just sneak away the Dragon, and with them getting the Hextech Drake already for them, definitely doing them some wonders. Some cooldown reduction, some attack speed. Viego and Aphelios definitely like that, and who doesn't, basically? I mean, it's Jax can do a lot of it, and also like Twisted Fate with a reduced cooldown on the Destiny can also make more impact in cycling plays with it.
Yeah, overall, just a good Drake. But in the end, there was no fight over it. That first Twisted Fate ult, it was good by Froggy, don't get me wrong. I think you're completely right. It was just a secure vision, do a little bit of zoning, but it's not a gank. And obviously, if a Twisted Fate doesn't get a kill or really impact wave state with the first ult, it's not ideal. So this is a potential moment, now that Team Secret have their paranoia, where they can fire back.
Yeah, also, that was the only opportunity Froggy's really going to get to be able to ultimate without a paranoia counter.
Husmed moving forward, wants to try and take down Hero, but look who's nearly in lane, or range, I should say. Wow. English, it's my first language. Oh boy, doesn't actually pull the trigger on the paranoia, probably a good thing because BJ was close by. Hero, he has to read this situation, and he does it well.
And it's looking bad for the side of Team Secret because Hasbel can just slow push or freeze the wave if he wants to, and he also has a sustain advantage against the Gwen because he's already on the Vamp Scepter. And UFC, of course, got Secret going for the Herald again. This one is gone though, so Saigon Buffalo not fighting over it. But he won't. He doesn't really make use of this one window where Gwen is stronger than the Jax in the side, which is the first few levels, and he's up a few CS, but that's basically it. And against the Jax getting a kill early, that's not enough.
It's not, but the rest of the team might be in a good enough position to make up for it. They have got that Herald. They still have the Nocturne ult locked and loaded. So Team Secret, considering how disastrous Game 1 went in the early game, I think they're a little bit happier this time.
Yeah, they certainly still have options. However, okay, here's some ads. However, we look towards that mid lane graphic that came up, and we see Artifact kind of falling behind. But Penguin.
Here we go. Penguin, he's in range, and Huntsman will go down. Solo kill for the Nocturne.
Yeah, well played, I guess, for the side of Penguin. I wonder though if you can translate the team, but you see the mid lane, bot lane player, I'd say. The dive maybe coming in with BJ being here.
Yeah, they are moving down. Juhao, of course, very tanky with access to that grey health, but can he actually save Eddie? He can't. A soul available for BJ if they want to continue this play, but with the minions gone, I think they're happy with just the one.
I'm sorry.
Can Artifact get there in time? Lovely Abyssal dive! Tom Kench making the play happen. Twisted Fate arrives, but 2 kills have already gone over. And you know Artifact wants to make it 3. He's moving forward, flashes in, the Foxfire burns. Another Abyssal dive comes out. Froggy has the gold card locked and loaded, and it will keep him safe. But a lovely fight back from Team Secret.
Huge turnaround from Juhao, getting that double knock-up just for Artifact to get over the wall and pop so much damage down. I didn't even think they were going to get that last kill, but had just enough in the tank at the end. And starts off, Eddie at this point, he's kind of doomed because there's no gobble available for Juhao, blows the cleanse and does his best. But from here, you see the call from Artifact, and it's so nice. Can just completely turn it around, and by the time Froggy comes down, it's done. They're already dead, and just enough mana in the tank to pop that Foxfire and get that third kill on Tataki. And now Artifact is he's 3-0. He's feeling real comfy right now.
Definitely doesn't. And I want to criticize Froggy for it because he was kind of getting late with the Destiny. But I think if this double lockup doesn't land on that of Juho, which was very well played by him, I think this play is fine for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And they got the 1 kill from the dive and then could maybe follow up onto more and maybe even catch Artifact out. But with this double knockup, there was nothing to do for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And this definitely propels Artifact further to the mid game where he wants to shine.
And this is something that we talked about on Desk, because we said, well, at least I said, that I could see 2 ways the series goes. SGB just gaps them, or we have a very close series where Macro comes into play. But the one place where Team Secret could potentially find a gap is Artifact. He has been, in my opinion, the best mid laner this split. I think he's had an absolutely fantastic split. And now, with 2 kills under his belt, he's got confidence. I'm ready for this Ari to be a complete menace.
Yeah, the strength should be in the side of Team Secret right now, as Hasmid sits on a little bit of what the advantage, a little bit of the gold for SGB right now, so they should feel fairly comfortable giving this up, maybe poke something in for a steal, but they don't really have a tool for that. But no, Team Secret just expecting something to come out. Just interesting.
Herald is summoned up, Artifact getting a nice trade onto Froggy, but he can't actually get close enough to get the gold there, so that all goes over to Penguin.
Yeah, all goes over to Penguin. Just the last kill he picked up with the Paranoia in the top lane, but he also didn't get an assist gold, so Penguin really needs to do some work on his Nocturne pick. I mean, we addressed it multiple times because he is liking these early game orientated junglers that really spike at level 6 and then just can keep pressing forward. And so far, I mean, he gets the plating gold, he gets the first kill gold and killing Hasmet earlier, and with the side lane really being impacted with this, the kill gold allocation is far from ideal on the side of Team Secret, as we just see the rocket missing. Because also in the bot lane, like 2 of these kills are on Juho, and Eddie so far has been starved of kills, and this is definitely not something they really want to have. I mean, the gold is looking very, very close, but as this small lead for Team Secret is playing out, it's actually kind of an even game.
Yeah, so I feel Herald kind of scuffed the the plans from Team Secret there. It felt like they wanted to go for this dragon, but they saw they didn't have any time left on the Herald, so it was that sort of panic drop in the mid lane, try and get something out of it. And then doing so, they ceded all their pressure and gave up that dragon. It feels really unfortunate for them, and yeah, it's just not a lead. It's 700 gold, but that's more than counted by the dragons.
It is, but we've just seen the cull pop, and we've got a paranoia. Where's he going? It's into the jungle, but a good blast cone gets Taki out to safety, so a big ultimate goes to Nout.
Now Froggy's on the roam.
Yeah, he's on the move. They want to go to the top side. Gwen, of course, can try and go for the outplay, but I don't think there's a huge amount you can do. Really good stuff with the hallowed miss, but not good enough as the hero gets dashed. One more dash away, but Husmed hunts him down. Now Artifact is here. That's so bold, but it's going to work out as he finds the kill onto the Jax and manages to rush his way out of there as well. Artifact is the hunter killer this game.
He is, and he definitely needs to maybe go like into 1v9 territory this game, as he just now got this kill back up. Hero definitely is struggling with it so far, as he is yet again dying to a gank. This time, of course, he couldn't do much, as he's in a 1v3 without a flash. Only his turret could save him, and not even the turret was able to do so in this play. And Penguin here, yet again, going for the play.
Oh, yeah, they've got another catch. Taki is feared up. Can they bear down on him? Because Penguin's already fallen, and Shogun's going full Chad mode as he's picked up the double. A disaster strikes in the bottom side jungle. The moon rises, and Aphelios with a triple.
And Team Secret initiated it. It was 3 kills onto the Aphelios because they just keep fighting into his chakrams, and yeah, Shogun just has to say thank you and pick up all these kills, and Penguin not really showing up this game.
Shogun's seen the leaks. He's hype as hell for that new skin, baby. He was pulling a little bit of Viper there as, they pull out a huge win. They're going to pick up a turret as well with this gap, and now Aphelios is a full-on carry on his own right this game.
And how on earth has this gone so wrong?
And so it starts off, and they just sort of split decision. They're not sure if they want to go onto Taki. Zuhao turning around and trying to kill the Nautilus, leaves the knockdown out to dry, and Jinx is not a part of it. Throws the ultimate in, but then cannot contribute. And there's just more damage on the Aphelios. And now that's a 3 kill Aphelios, rather.
3 killer failures onto the 0-3 Jinx. Definitely not looking good for the side of Team Secret Spotlight so far. And yeah, that play might have just doomed the game a little bit for them, because otherwise it was kind of working fine for them. Right? Penguin was still in the game. Artifact is very, very well fed, even currently. And TF not really a damage carry that can contribute much, aside from maybe a gold card, which can also be denied by multiple sources, as we addressed earlier, with the time Kenji Devour being there, with the Hallowed Mist from Gwen, with Spell Shield and Paranoia by the side of Penguin. And Team Secret with this not really giving themselves many chances, as Artifact is the one player to look out for on their side. We called him the best mid laner earlier. I would agree with that. And of course, playing as Froggy. Hold on.
Yeah, they've gone in once again. A lot of damage coming out immediately, but Juhao gobbles him up to just buy Penguin a bit of space. And they do manage to kite this one back. Well done there, but Froggy has a gold card. But he will give up the chase for now.
Going in just too far ahead of the rest of his team. Doesn't have anyone to pair up alongside him. Artifact kind of out of position, joining right at the end there. And Su has to work extra hard to try and bail out the play. It does force a response to Destiny, so they don't have to worry about that, I suppose. But it's kind of a big waste for Team Secret, and that the ultimate cooldown is pretty short, so should be up.
Oh no! Another catch. Eddie's gone down immediately, but they want to try and turn it around with a lovely needlework, and in comes Penguin from the side. They want to get this one done. Artifact moving forward, lands a charm onto BJ, gets another set of rushes. The Everfrost comes out, and the moon sets once more as Artifact gets them back into it.
Artifact gets them back into this game. Spirit Rush resets coming up all over them. And Shogun tried his best to really bail out the situation with his Gravitum, really getting those snares off, and he was doing so and buying a little bit of time for a few seconds, but it just wasn't enough. The Ari's just way too mobile, and Artifact being fed on this pick, on the maybe best mid lane champion to play with right now, is looking to at least have at least a little bit of chance reserved for the side of Team Secret, as the rest of the part is kind of falling apart, but Artifact is definitely still here to play and wants to go to MSI.
And this is just in time to get that Dragon Spawn, and it starts with this pick. Just so much damage coming down onto Eddie, but the clapback is enough that by the time Artifact shows up, he just spots BJ deletes them off the map. The other three can deal with Taki. They can have their
We have another
consolation.
fight breaking out, though, as Penguin's been caught. Husmed joins the fray, and they pick up 2 kills and a dragon.
2 kills in a dragon. That's the worst point of the time where you really want to have these bad fights on side of Team Secret. And they just now had a really good one this time, yet again, giving away the dragon, which is of course sold for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Herald also coming their way, and Team Secret crumbling a little bit. Also, it was Artifact giving away the shutdown.
They're
This
calling
TP.
it a teleport. They're just going to try and hold it out as Hero arrives, throws out the needles. Oh no, I don't know if you can do this one. Does get bailed out by Zhu Hao. He still wants to keep this fight going. They lose the tower, but manage to clear the wave.
So we're gonna have to see how those picks occurred. I feel Artifact and Penguin feeling a little bit big in their britches after that win in the mid lane and just trying to keep that pressure down in the jungle. Did not respect the reset timers, and just getting caught out was likely what happened. But now we've come into a situation where it's not a big lead for Buffalo in terms of gold, but that soul point gives them all the pressure they want. They can they get priority. They can play through dragons and say, yeah, we can trade you 1 dragon for Baron. We can play through this sort of method. We have very strong map control and can get around quickly, so we can play things very interestingly. And it's actually Husmed onto Hero, and it's them trying to bail out their top laner.
Yeah, Hero can't fight 1v1 anymore. Skill shots coming out, Everforce coming out, and Taki with the Glacial Augment doing a lot with his slows on the field there, and they can just get pick after pick. Husmed gets a double right there, and it won't get easier, of course, to fight into his Jax. And Infernal Soul probably also one point that would maybe salvage a little bit that TF is indeed a very low damage mid laner, and that would definitely make it easier for him to really have an impact in these later stages team fights if there will be one. And the secret now is to fight for every Drake potentially, and it's just one lucky smite away from maybe winning the game.
They're trying to get a catch here, though. They have turned the lights out. I don't think he can actually join the play. Not with 5 members of Saigon Buffalo there. And Husmed, he feels it, gets held up for a moment, but in comes an Ophelio Assault. Doesn't quite finish. Oh, never mind! From downtown Colorado, a shot from Shogun.
Green light is go, baby. Green gun gets the pick, as we see Floating Eddie. And green gun also signifies kill this Baron. They still has like 2 shots on it, and it should swap. Thank you. Yeah, easy Baron pickup, and it should be pretty secure. Team Secret are kind of out of tools to try and contest this.
Can't get in, yeah. I mean, Paranoia was down. Artifact maybe could try something, but he also has down this mobility tool. So even though it's a mobile area, you can't really go for anything. Maybe get a pick of the charm after the Baron itself, but you also don't want to be close to them when they just got the Baron, and you just have to accept it, have to give it up. Eddie being down means most of the damage is done, and Saigon Buffalo now firmly in control. The Baron will just barely translate into the setup for the Infernal Soul for them. So Team Secret, it's a very rough time to really fight into it. And as I said earlier, I mean, they have to fight every Drake, and Saigon Buffalo getting another one would definitely spell Team Secret's demise.
It certainly would. Husmed is lurking about, and he's called in his good mate BJ. Heroes pressed the pill, but I don't think he's going to get back to base in time, as into the bush they go. Husmed, he's spinning the helicopter around. They've called it in and snipped her down. Lovely stuff there. Now we go straight into the replay of that massive fight.
Yeah, we've just seen they explode everything trying to do anything, but they can't actually find their access into the fight. But the burst out from Husmed, followed up by the ultimate from Shogun, is exactly enough to kill the ADC. And without that Jinx, and without the tools that had just been wasted by Secret, it's a free pickup of the Baron, as we saw. And now they can use it to crack all these outer towers, which gives so much gold. And that should really balloon to the lead into a point where, when it comes to this next Dragon fight, it should be lights out for Team Secret.
Definitely should be. Right now, the division setup is not really there yet. They just now pushed up the waves and got the tier 2 turrets. Of course, they want to shop their gold with as much gold as possible in their pockets. I mean, they have a minute. Yeah, they have quite some time left. But this maybe is like one small angle where Team Secret can set up their vision, and then Saigon Buffalo fighting it over them. And of course, the fights would definitely be in their favor. But maybe some bad face check could turn it on for side of Team Secret. But the chance is very, very slim. Team Secret, however, knows this and just now are setting up to have a potential last stand at this game.
they can find a good pick on the side of Team Secret and reset Jinx, maybe Eddie can actually run through this team fight. 0-5 right now, but...
Never mind, Taki's come through. He's got the big knockups as well, and in goes Unofficial's ult to get it going. Eddie firing in those rockets. Can he actually get the damage done? So far, they are able to kite back. In the middle of the team is Hero going gold. Does manage to surf his way over the wall. Team Secret, they survive the first foray, but survival is not enough. My lovely colours, survival is never enough.
Yeah, it's
10
just not,
seconds.
not really them getting a pick, but winning the war for
Teleport.
attrition instead of Buffalo. The TP is in.
It's Hero. Can use that W to stay safe. Does so. But Dragon has now started.
Start up, the Baron recall's allowed for a reset. Team Secret kind of fighting on empty, no mana on Eddie, so can't really utilize
No
his
ults.
rockets, no summoner spells.
Penguin can
Are they going to go for
No
it?
attempts.
They think they have to. They throw everything and they steal it away. Eddie with the Zapper Dapper will steal away a dragon, and Team Secret buy themselves 5 more minutes.
And how is
Zero
there a
five,
bubble
but he
block in
saves
this?
it. They see no ult. They think it's fine. But no, bad smite from BJ. Did BJ even have smite? I don't know if he did, looking at that cooldown timer. Oh, it saves the game from by Eddie.
Well,
Continues.
I think that was the only thing possible that could potentially stop this dragon. It was just a zap landing, and you could just body block it, right? I mean, you could maybe even, like, if you see the zap, you just panic flash into it and then just deny it. Nothing really was there, basically, for Team Secret to take. But Eddie, yeah, he wants to be the hero of this game, and just now he might be. And you buy some 5 more minutes, as you said, Cavex. And this was definitely a free soul for Saigon Buffalo. They just didn't want to take it, I guess.
Gold lead is still 5,000, so it's not the end of the world. Buffalo will have their next chance, but it gives Eddie the time to actually build towards that Infinity Edge and start actually dealing damage. Welcome to Suha, but that's just a time catch.
Yeah, no follow-up on that one. Though they do have 5 on the side of the map. Let's track that smite. He has it up. He presses it a little. It was at 980 when he smited.
Yes.
He was 30 damage off.
That's unfortunate, but still just body block it for the 1 in 1,000 times chance that
I
it could
agree.
happen. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
You should have body blocked it, but also it was 30 damage to keep Team Secret alive, Quincy. 30 damage.
Hell yeah. Eddie, man, you are it. Milky, yeah, you're probably happy right now.
Oh.
Anyway, the gold lead shrinks a little bit because thanks to the objective bounties in the top side, that turret trade does actually gold favor Team Secret. With all that going on to Artifact, he's getting very close, and 3 items, got a blighted jewel in pocket as well. This is a very strong Ari and can definitely nuke someone off the map if he finds the angle. But unfortunately, that's kind of all they're working with. You compare this to the top side where you have the 2 items to the 3 of Hasmed. Starting to fall apart a little bit for Secret, but if they can just get the gold onto Eddie, and oh, I don't like this. Why are you going LDR right now?
No. Also, the only member that Artifact can one-shot is Shogun probably, but not because the other members definitely have some tools or some tankiness up their sleeves to really deny a full rotation than just killing them in one rotation. And Shogun just needs to be protected, and it should be easy game for Saigon Buffalo. With Baron now starting up, it will just be probably their setup to really force another fight against Team Secret, or just let them watch to you taking the Baron, and that Baron, of course, would then yet again translate into another potential Infernal Soul fight or Infernal Soul steal, as it was last time with Eddie. And Secret, of course, still on the back foot, but Artifact just needs to land the miracle pick.
Yeah, he does. Needs to dig up some of that secret power we know he has access to when his team needs him most. This game certainly qualifies, as he has been having a cracker, the rest of the team struggling. But this Ari could be what makes the difference. An Artifact is a veteran player. He has cool hands and nerves of steel. But with SGB starting the Baron, he's about to be put to the test. The lights are out. In they go. Hero lands a fair bit of damage, but nothing lethal. A good rocket to follow it up. That'll dissuade SGB. And Team Secret, right now, your team stall.
Yeah, it stalls it out. There's nothing they can convert it to. Not able to push for that mid lane. in a track. It's because they don't want to risk backing off completely for a play and then Buffalo just turn around and jump straight back on. But they have seen the resets forced out, and someone is going to have to go back and answer that bot wave eventually. Looks like it will be Eddie. And that's going to the play is going to fizzle, and we probably won't see a Baron dance again. We're probably going to see a lot of the vision start to get shifted down towards the spot side for the Infernal Soul yet again. Though it is just SGB taking their time to clear out this topside vision, find some extra gold.
The thing though is, Saigon Buffalo doesn't need to care about the Dragon. Team Secret definitely does, and Saigon Buffalo can just think, when they just go for Dragon, we just go for Baron, we can easily trade it off. The other way around doesn't quite work at the Infernal, so it will be much more potent for them. So Saigon Buffalo can just keep playing with the Baron. However, I would advise them to play with the Dragon as that objective is just that much easier to take for them. And we just now saw that Team Secret still, by being down so far, can just poke them out of the Baron. And even with committing the TP from Husband, it wasn't easy to play, but here's the next
There you go! Artifact tries to get the party started, but can't quite find the kill. Needles whip across the team at not dealing lethal damage yet. They try and turn around onto Husband. They need to find a little bit more damage. And there it is. One more rocket will be the one to take down the Jacks. Moving forward is Eddie. He's got the rockets raining on down. Look at all of this damage. They have found the fight. There's an excitement. It moves forward. It takes down Shogun. It doesn't matter because BJ will fall. It's only Froggy left alive. And Team Secret have turned the game on its head.
Fire comes alive, Artifact sets it up, and Eddie knocks it down. They've completely blown it up. It's only the Twisted Fate left, and there shouldn't be a goddamn thing he can do into this combo of Jinx and Kench. He gets the time.
He gets the kill, but it doesn't matter. This is going to be it. It's the biggest comeback we've seen in quite a long time. Eddie trying to get this one out, manages to stutter step his way into it, and it's Artifact's charm into Eddie's wiles that gets them to game 3, 1-1. Team Secret will not say die.
What a way to do it. I mean, we just said it was basically just the one chance of Artifact landing a miracle pick with a charm, and he just does. Artifact refuses to lose this game. Eddie also being 0-5 on the Jinx and stealing that almost impossible to lose Infernal Soul, stealing the Infernal Drake for their side, making it so there's still a chance left in this game, and then Jinx getting excited with the one pick, and then just rolling over despite being 0-5, was those two especially just being very tilt-proof and refusing to lose the game, and like this. Series is tied with Saigon Buffalo definitely donating a game here.
Just absolutely huge. Huge that the two carries that sort of survived that whole ordeal are Jinx and Gwen, who are insane. They melted through 4 towers, inhibitor, and Nexus just in a respawn for Taki to come back. And it's just inches. Basically, they just stole that game when they had no right.
And with that, we have to catch our breath. We have to get ourselves back in order. And I issue a very difficult question to our analysts. What just happened? You've got about 5 minutes to figure it out as we go to a break. You there in the chat, I'm sure you already know what happened, of course. Your Twitch chat. You know everything before it happens. But we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I would talk open.
My casters can't shut up, even in the pauses. We are back, though, with the analyst desk. Welcome back, Tim and TSO, for our post-game of Game 2. And looking ahead to Game 3, this was looking pretty bad for the series already. I was fearing to be staring at another 3-0 after the 3-0 on last week's series, Team Secret against Cerberus, but Team Secret came back after initially losing the early game. Tim, how did they do it? Well, how did Team Secret manage to overcome this gigantic lead from Saigon Buffalo? I mean, the steal on the Dragon was a huge moment, but what else went their way?
I think there are two big points. I mean, the obvious one is the last team fight, right? I mean, it was a good catch. It was a huge play from Artifact to get that first kill, to get the reset and run over the entire fight. But I think also something that has to be remembered is I think the draft that led them there. Because honestly, if I look at both of these team comps on an even playing field in those late game team fights, I'm going to choose Team Secret's comp every single time. And basically, after 2 items in every single game situation, I think the big thing was Shogun getting really fed on a triple kill early game to turn it around, because Aphelios really popped off. But I think if you meet on even playing field with 3 items on both AD carries, I think there's a question in my mind who wins that team fight. And I think in the last team fight it showed, because against 5k gold difference with a good catch, they were easily able to take that team fight.
Yeah, we want to go into the team fight a little bit later. Before that, I want to bring TSO back in. The early game went very similarly to Game 1, I'd say, especially around the top side. Why is Team Secret struggling so much into Hasmed now with a counter-picker force in this game? But he blind-picked in Game 1 and the result was the same. So how can Secret deal with this top lane gap, or maybe even jungle and top lane 2v2 gap?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it was fine draft-wise, right? And saving the Gren was a good idea for Team Secret, I guess. It's a shared pick as well, and it's something else than Jace, so we have to like it. I think that's okay. But yeah, then the Jax came in, and again, Hasmut and Binjay really were able to play the top lane really well and to get the Jax ahead, and that was a problem. But I don't think it was too much of an issue, right? Okay, Gwen is, I don't know, 0-3 in the late game, but it's still a Gwen, and she scales well, so I think it's fine.
Well, so maybe we are going to see 03 Hero every single time, or Hero 03, I guess, is our official name for him now. But if Secret can still win the games, so be it. So let's actually go into this last team fight. We only saw it once, of course, so we are actually going to take our time analyzing this one. Let me go over to this fight. Maybe you want to take it away at the start, talk me through the positioning of the players, and then we'll roll the fight afterward.
Yeah, I mean, how we're looking here, I think it is pretty obvious in this standing picture that Froggy is massively out of position. I can understand why he is there. He's looking for a catch. He's looking for his gold card and then maybe catching our Zuho. The problem that I have specifically with this positioning is if you look at the minimap where Shogun is. Shogun is nowhere close to this play. So your AD carry is literally sitting in Zimbabwe shilling and not doing anything and not being able to do anything. So I think if Froggy is standing very aggressively, posturing with Shogun behind him, I think this is a fine play to make. I think the fact that his AD carry is so far away really makes this a big indent and a great punish here from Artifact if we start to play off. I'm just getting onto him, getting that charm with a flash as well, making sure and getting a good opening damage, and then with a Nocturne ulti. Nocturne isn't really jumping in, but he doesn't have to. Go deep. His ultimate mostly is just to confuse your enemy, make sure they don't see anything. Great chase down from Eddie. It is getting close a bit in the later stages of that team fight, because there's a great turn here from Binjay and Shogun, who tried to turn it around. And if Binjay is able to pick that up, I think he cancels it once on the Ahri. If he picks up the Ahri, he might have a chance, but this way, just gonna be a clean wipe, and then they move on and finish the game actually from this point.
Yeah, and there were a few details I picked up, especially now in the second walkthrough, that I want to ask you two about. Most of them are like slight mechanical, but also itemization choices. So, for example, Shogun in this game went for the, I mean, you can say the more damage, the higher damage build, going directly into LDR and IE, foregoing entirely any kind of lifesteal. And if we look at that, fight, the Nocturne sacrificed himself just flashing on top of Shogun and brought him down to half HP. I think if he has the traditional Aphelios build with second item Bloodthirster there, he goes back to full HP and suddenly the chase is much harder. Do you agree with me there, TSO?
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's hard to make a point against Shogun here because he was popping off, so I can relate to just the decision of building damage here. And yeah, keep the game running. I think if you start off with Aphelios, I think he got a triple kill in that situation, not just a double. Then I think it's reasonable to go for that, right? And to keep on making picks, snowball the game. And if it's a bit different, if they get actually the Infernal Soul there, if Froggy is there in this moment, then it looks different. So yes, you're right. I agree. Nocturne is able to flash on him, finish him, and get the reset ready for Jinx because there is no defensive option for Aphelios in that moment. But I probably will have done the same.
That's fair. I mean, it's always more difficult to judge in hindsight, right? But just in that situation, it looks like the lifesteal could have really done a lot of good for Saigon Buffalo. Maybe pushed back the fight even after losing it. Another thing I picked up there that's very important for Saigon Buffalo, their CC coordination was once again really good. It's one of the things they stomped Team Secret with in the regular season, just layering CC over with a lot of combos and just using all their CC spells in a perfect way to basically set up the team fights. But in this case, as you pointed out, Tim, the ADC was not there at the start of the fight, right? So even though they were able to stall the fight for a few seconds with great CC layering, Team Secret actually also had a great play catching out the enemy team, and I saw a lot of vision being set up by Secret there. So, Tim, do you think Secret has the general advantage when it comes to vision game as well? Because they were clearly able to spot out all the targets and see that Shogun wasn't even there.
Yeah, I think the game that Secret excels at and that we credit them so much for is that what we call the macro game of theirs is how to group up. They're really smart at knowing when to group up, when to pull the top laner to the team as well, and then how to set up around those objectives. And I think that is what they're head and shoulders above most of the other competition, except for maybe GAM, where they are really good at being first at an objective and being able to play around those catches. And that's something that we have to fault Saigon Buffalo here as well, because it's their sole point. If they are first on the objective, there's no way for anybody to ever walk into them. We've seen it on the last Drake. They had to flip it on a Jinx W to even get a chance at getting a Drake. It worked out, and of course there was a misplay, but I think the fact that Saigon didn't set up around that Drake, wasn't first there, really shows how much better or how much smarter Team Secret also is at setting up around those objectives.
And now heading into Game 3 draft, we actually have a very curious situation where all of us basically looked at these two teams and said, well, this should be Saigon Buffalo should be better on red side with all their counter picks and all their flex potential, and Team Secret should be better on blue side. But now both of these teams have actually won games on the different sides, so actually both on blue side. The Secret being better on blue side, I guess. But it didn't look like they would win the game. So now Saigon Buffalo can choose its side. TSO, will they go back to blue side like in game 1? Do you think they should stick to red side? Because the counter pick clearly worked in the top lane, right?
Yeah, that's true. So the counter pick, I still think the counter pick really works well for them and can do a lot of work. So yes, but on the other hand, maybe they should get priority on either Ari or Jinx because both performed really well for either team.
And we do see the draft now on screen. They actually went into draft way earlier than they usually do. So let's jump on into the draft number 3. Game 3 is always a very dicey one. This could decide the series or give one team a huge advantage. We are 1-1, and Buffalo elected to go to red side again. So they clearly think red side is going to benefit them here after losing game 2. So we see the exact same bans from Secret. We had Veigar, Galio, and Vex was the last one for them. And Buffalo banning away Camille, Zaya. Wow, that's weird. And apparently it's weird enough to stop the draft.
Yeah, I think the TF ban is a bit curious because I think what the TF ban tells me is that that Team Secret is nearly 95% certain that Ahri is going to be the third ban, because Vex specifically is a good champion for Froggy, but is specifically a very good champion to Ahri. It is considered one of the main counterpicks for Ahri. So if you expect in the last game, okay, we're banning the Vex and we're expecting the Ahri first pick, they leave it open at least one game, they have a game lead, they're surely going to give us that first pick for ourselves, then I think it makes sense to ban the Vex, but the TF can have a lot of impact. In this game, they specifically drafted very well into it, but that's very situational. So I think them banning TF is basically saying, okay, you guys are going to ban the Ahri. There's no way you're going to play into this champion again. And I like the confidence from Secret, because it is a good decision, I think, in the long run. Vex, specifically as a blind pick champion, way worse than TF, I think.
I want to talk a little bit about the Xayah ban, because in my opinion, Eddie is the best Xayah in the league, even eclipsing people like Artemis, and yeah, he really showed a lot of proficiency even before Xayah was this high priority champion. So will the Xayah ban stay here, even though he has played 2 games of Jinx, and Jinx was crucial in the last team fight? Do you like the Xayah ban? Do you think Team Secret is weaker without it, or do you think the Jinx ban might be a little bit smarter from the side of Saigon Buffalo?
Well, yeah, I like the Xayah ban. Yeah, I think it's right to just remove it. And additionally, I don't think that Saigon could make Xayah really work for themselves. So it's just good to remove it. But yeah, there again is the Jinx. And I was just talking about that blue side could be strong now in this series, because either Jinx or Ahri could be locked. Ahri is banned, so it's the Jinx first pick, and maybe they should have adapted here. Yeah.
Yep, and going into the second rotation, we see their failures again, and going back to the Xayah, even Team Secret could first pick the Xayah, because it is a counterpick to the Jinx specifically, so I agree as well with you, so it has to stay. On the other hand, BJ is now on the Volibear, so he has a chance to be really impactful, and he has been one of the only junglers that I felt like really had impact on that champion. On the other side, Ryze is now being locked in for Artifact, banned last game, so instead of the Ahri, they're now getting the Ryze, which is also a really strong Artifact champion.
Yeah, and Ryze is again scaling really well, right? So they have a teamfight monster if the game goes long enough, and I think that just fits Artifact even better than Ahri will. But yeah, let's see. So I'm excited to see this. I think it's a bit risky as well from Team Secret to go for this, because they feel confident now after that win. But if we think about how this win actually came together, then I don't know if it's right to shrink your playmaking potential on the Ryze and the Nautilus roam for the moment. Of course, there's the jungle on top to pick, but let's see.
TSO doesn't know, Tim. TSO doesn't know. It's your favorite champion back. Taki, back on his Alistar. We have a blind Nautilus countered, quotation marks, very big quotation marks, countered by the Alistar. So, Tim, what do you think about that?
I mean, I like the Alistar pick into Nautilus. I hate the Nautilus pick for Team Secret. I despise it. I mean, I was thinking of maybe, like, against probably every other support in the league, I would have said just blind pick Tahm Kench to win. Taki may be the only one smart enough to actually pick an enchanter into Tahm Kench and punish him that way. Maybe Renata, maybe Lulu, something like that. But, I mean, blind picking Nautilus is just the cardinal sin of inting in bot lane. And now, I would have liked Team Secret maybe going for a jungler. Those are now being banned with Lee Sin and Nocturne, and just so much disrespect also towards Penguin, leaving the Viego open.
Yeah, leaving Viego open, leaving Xin open as well. I want to mention that again. I think it's still a good champion for him. Could be a possible pick here, but we get a Vex in the mid lane, and finally we get to see Froggy's Vex. I liked it so far.
Froggy completely popped off on the Vex last time these two teams met, actually, had amazing engages, so it was banned the last game on blue side from Team Secret. Now they left it open, they even left it open through phase 2, so they're clearly confident enough to take it to Froggy's Vex, but he is one of our best Vex players, so this is quite scary, I'd say.
Yep, and Viego's now being covered. He has decent pickups. I mean, Volibear, Alistar, those are good pickups for him to have. but honestly, considering how Penguin performed, give him something easy. They hovered the Trundle for a second. It was like, sure, I was telling his jungler, mate, you've been running us. Just pick something easy like Trundle. But he is going back to the Viego. So it is the Viego lock in. And it can be a strong champion, specifically with Ryze. You can have a lot of agency on the map, but considering how Penguin has been performing on the day, FF.
It's Vayne.
It's Vayne top lane. Welcome to Hazmed. But when?
Let's go. Yeah, it's a little curious into the Gwen. This is a very typical spot for Hazmed Vayne, I'd say, because third game, it's not the serious point yet, but if you win this game, how does Secret even come back, right? You have to deal with so much, so it's a big gambit from the side of Hazmed, and he's basically slamming down Tent and saying, yeah, well, I'm good enough to just smash you on anything, so this Vayne now, it's gonna be spicy. Yizzo, do you like it?
Oh yeah, I love it. So I don't like Vayne top players in general. I need to clarify this, but I like it in this situation. I think it's the right kind of spice that Saigon needs right now.
I disagree. I believe in Secret here. I think specifically what worries me is that if Penguin finds one good game in this series and Artifact also has a performance like last game, they just walk top and they will smash Hazmed and BaneJ there. They will absolutely kick their teeth out. And that's something that really worries me because Froggy also in the early game, if he doesn't have his passive, he's not really a champion. So I can see them just getting smashed in top lane 3-3.
Okay, so another split prediction. We have maybe half a minute of time. I want to hear who of these two, let's say, mid laners is going to perform better in this game. Two big champions for these two players, Froggy Vex against Artifact Ryze. Who's going to be better, TSO?
Oh yeah, that's hard. I'm hyped for the Vex actually, but the Ryze is scary.
Artifact all the way, man.
Well, with that, it's time for Game 3, and Carrix and Marby have been waiting anxiously for their opportunity to cast together again, and here we go, Game 3. Let's go.
Don't tell anybody, Twitch chat. I know there's a lot of you out there, but we've done a dark ritual. Quincy has been sacrificed to an old god, an outer lord, to bring us a banger of a Game 3. It is just going to be myself and Marby for this one. Perhaps we'll recover him from the depths later. But for now, Marby, we have a Vayne top.
Yeah, and it's not a pick. It's not a counter pick I expected for this matchup. I can see the merit. You're sort of playing it more or less how you'd sort of run a Jace into Gwen. You're sort of just sitting there trying to poke down as best you can. If they get close, you have that button to knock them back. So I see it.
I also, her effective range is also pretty good against Hallowed Mist. Like, Vayne's pretty short range. Like, you can actually play up in Gwen's phase.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not one I expect, but I can see the merits. But yeah, I can also see it going horribly wrong because, well, that is kind of the dual nature of the AD carry in the top lane. Especially if they step too close to Hero, who is lurking.
Yeah, only level 1 though, so that trade is not going to work out for you. The quick shoot, roll, shoot. Bringing in the big tactics there from Hazmed. He gets another good little combo. Hero already having a pretty miserable time, and I know I speak for every top laner in the world when I wish nothing but pain onto Hazmed right now.
Yeah, it's nobody likes Vayne top players, not even Vayne top players. That's why they play it, so they can feel something. And anyway, BaneJ is going to try and attempt to do what Penguin did in Game 1, but this time it's a much better setup. Level 2 hit, but that shouldn't be enough. Penguin reads it though. Could be a disaster.
It could be, but it could also just be a pin against the wall. No, Hero angles it well. That skip and snip by Hero to move through the tower completely denies the condemn and saves his life. Very well played, Hero.
Yeah, they're also just not confident to run into that counter gank. They saw the miss go down, they booked it immediately, and that's fine. They're just gonna say, all right, nothing really ventured, nothing really gained, nothing lost. I can go to pick up this grab and go clear my top side. I feel very comfortable about the situation.
Yeah, in the end, both junglers kind of just do the right thing, right? Husmed perhaps getting a little bit too big for his britches there, as he does eat a little bit of a snippy, but he's not in too much trouble. Taki finds his way onto Zhu Hao, will punt him, but not quite the direction I think he wanted to. In the end, it's just a little bit of a biffo in the bot lane.
Yeah, probably could have angled it better if he'd actually allowed himself to use that auto attack stun, but it's not really anything to matter about. Eddie was able to find a cheetah recall and pick up that cull for himself, so he's feeling quite comfy and should be able to slowly farm that up in the face of Shogun. And that's going to be a small lead just sort of gained over as junglers continue to farm, continue to look for something to happen. Hero's low on mana, but he's managed to get an okay push out. Unfortunately, that's a very freezable push out, so Penguin's going to probably have to make their way up there by the time Hero does. To just sort of break that freeze,
Teleport
get that
to
whiff.
bot lane. Whoa, hello, look at Froggy. He just TP'd bot.
Alright, this is sus.
This is this is a 4-minute bot TP. He's not level 6. I mean, so I want to talk about this play because I actually think this is really smart. He goes down there. This is the situation. I want to explain because people are going to say question mark and you're wrong. That was genius. What has just happened? They don't know where Viego is. There is a window for Viego to be bot and gank. BJ was not in a position to be able to counter, but the wave in mid wasn't there. Mid wave wasn't in the lane yet, it had been cleared. So what Froggy does is he TPs bot, and if Viego is there, he counters, and they're okay. He then walks mid, he misses nothing. Look, he's back in time. That was essentially him just TPing to mid tower. The fact that he has to walk up river doesn't matter. It's a really, really good play by Froggy. That was really good.
Yeah, he's playing to cover his bot lane. Artifact not quite having the shove yet, not having that tier available to really start cranking out just the spells on rotation. Now it's time for Zhu Hao to cover his mid laner. Yes, maybe they're going to make a play to Froggy. No, it doesn't seem so. Froggy just backs off. Zhu Hao's like, alright, no, I'm just going to wander back down to bot lane. And there's going to be a dragon taken in the meantime because of the pressure built by this bot lane of SGB, just crashing the wave, and Eddie's sitting there trying to just park it, freeze it a little bit, build up as big a wave as he can so he can crash later on and try and mine a tower play.
Yeah, exactly. And now SGB, they have that bot lane control. They pick up a dragon, as you said. I really love how this is played out. But now Husband, he's in a lot of trouble, uses the condemn, but he now gets exhausted. Penguin on the way. I don't think he has access to the W right now. And the needles miss, so the flash is good enough. Husband will get away.
As flashing goes down, so that there is a potential for return and only having that tumble for mobility. But it does also just relieve some pressure. Lets Hero get some more farm and lets him get a reset in comfortably without at risk of the freeze. So it's an okay move from Penguin. It's not what they hoped for, but it's still a decent outcome. It's not too much of a bad thing.
And this early game, it's like fencing, you know? They're dancing back and forth. They're one lunge, but he knocks it to the side. He flashes again, but he just manages to move his hips. They're moving back and forth. It's an intricate sword play. And yes, it's not the brutal battle axe unga bunga of the VCS that we're normally used to. But still, these teams are so active, and BJ wants to continue the clash, but nope. The hips move, and the bear goes back.
Yeah, not really much in the way of setup. Froggy not in a good position not with a good setup of his passive to really try and set up for Artifact. And just this bot lane that's having fights.
Zhu Hao having to flash away. Doesn't want to deal with the chakrams.
And this is quite the turn, because Taki is an Alistair who is not known for being good in lane.
He's
quite
not known
bad
for being
fact.
in lane.
So yeah, but they are repeatedly finding these.
Hello. We have another attempt in the mid lane as Froggy's under attack, gets a fear, gets a shield, but the Heartbreak comes in. And Penguin will finally pick us up a first blood.
Yeah, they started off and they commit. They have the easy setup of the Flash Rise route. It's always there. It's always available. That's why this champion can be absolute dog in solo queue and still find his pick. And yeah, they set it up. They converted it into a kill for BJ, who is on a very comfortable path to his Divine Sunderer at 8 minutes. It's a little bit. He's just waiting a little bit, but now pressure from BJ. Blocking off this bot lane. Gonna try and keep this advantage going.
Rocket used. They turn the tower off, and there we go. Now a Realm Warp is on the way. So the Rise just dissuading any further dive, but a kill secured nonetheless.
Rocket had hit that actually might have been something, but just Eddie just no, he didn't want anything to do with it.
It hit Chogan, but of course he was not the one in any danger.
Yeah, but Penguin's just gonna attempt to
Froggy.
capitalize, but Froggy is
Froggy, this is a masterclass. Froggy this is why we hype him up. He has such good game sense. He always knows where he needs to be.
And it's kind of
get a Herald.
It's playing out of a flub from Artifact. The Realm Warp really, honestly, didn't need to. I don't think they were going to be able to continue that dive regardless. But he teleports down, and that gives the opening for Froggy to say, I can contest this top side completely on this Rift Herald, and you can no longer take it. It's fine. What?
Thanks for the ad. Yeah, arcade skins, get them. No replays, only arcade skins.
This is Okay, so this is the first blood. It just was so long ago that we really needed to look at the River Dance to just to culminate in a flash route to kill. Okay.
Interesting, nonetheless. But regardless, I mean, this is why we praise Froggy. This is a guy, Husmed. I'll come back to this point after Husmed gets away, which he does, uses the Ghost. Froggy is a player that has been through trials and tribulations. He comes into the VCS, he's very bad. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. His first split was dreadful, but then
he's the worst player in the league.
He was straight up. He was awful. Second split though, he puts on a masterclass. But then his third, he goes back to his inting ways. He has this style that is so feast or famine. He is so eager to help his team, but if his team can't accept his help, can't be lifted up, it falls completely apart. But this split and this iteration of the Buffalo are so ready to help each other out. It really is Friends Forever Gaming to bring an old VCS name back as they play off each other to perfection, and Froggy is truly the leader of the Best Friends Club.
And it feels like Froggy just needs that one down split to actually learn a skill. So he spent that first split learning how to actually do map rotations, and that winter split, he was bad, but he's come back and he's learned how to lane. Look at this, he's actually doing okay. He's catching his CS. He's not just missing them anymore. So, next split, he's going to be dog shit again, but then he's going to be Faker. Come spring 23.
Look, all I'm saying is, Faker, Showmaker, how about some Frogger? Frogaker. I don't know. We'll have to work on that one. But regardless, it is SGB that have worked on their bottom lane wave state and moved themselves over to a dragon. They want to move up to their second one here at about 12 minutes. There is a ward in the pit, but Viego with no way to access it. This will be another objective for SGB. And this is such a cool, calm, and collected game from both teams. Marby, maybe our sacrifice of Crincy put us into another league as Husmed now having to get away, but look how many people are coming. The teleport lands far too late. Froggy unable to trade it back.
Yeah, there's very little you can do there because there's just good CC setup, really strong dive potential coming out there, and the teleport has to channel, and Husmed does not have any health. He is a Vayne. So Tarkin's going to be here and stop a redive onto Froggy.
Oh, and there it is. The Shadow Surge lands, but Penguin just about gets away. The Mistral Bolt off by a few degrees, but BJ's made his way into the bot lane. There's an Ophelio Assault, only lands onto one. Zhuhao is going low, but not low enough, as BJ can't quite find it. But regardless, the pushing them off the tower is the important part.
Yeah, that's enough. There is a white gun in pocket, so if he's able to keep those chakrams up or keep them close, they can easily knock this down. Okay, they're gonna knock it down regardless.
he gets it anyway.
They're gonna actually work alongside BJ instead of just giving it all over to Shogun. Give him all that solo gold. They want to get BJ into a position where he's actually somewhat effective and can utilize the just raw early strength of
He lacks
that
critical
soldier.
information. He doesn't know, Marby. He doesn't know, Pepe laugh, as there's a Gwen in the bush and a Rise in the circle.
You realize that was the replay?
I know. I'm just saying that's what happened.
You kind of just cast.
There was no breakdown for you to do, so I just took over and said some things that Twitch chat will like, because maybe then Twitch chat will say I'm a good caster and my ego will be boosted.
Okay, fair enough. We've been fooled before.
It's true. We
Making
have.
sure.
It's worth checking. It is absolutely worth checking.
Artifact is going to pick up this blue buff, and we're stuck in a sort of little bit of a limbo. It's 14 minutes. There's nothing really to play for. Plates are gone, so there's no need to really put too much pressure onto lanes. There's no objective on the map. So we're just going to see a little bit of a back and forth, a bit of ping pong, trying to get as much gold in pockets as possible to try and build up an advantage that can come into this next Rift Herald. And so far, well, there's not really a lot. Everyone's sort of at one item a piece across the board, excluding supports, obviously. Just that top lane being the difference maker with a full shield bow compared to just a Leeching Leer, I believe that is called.
That is a Leeching Leer. And speaking of getting leered at, it's the top lane, but they see the reinforcements. Nope, we'll just have the tower, thanks. Nothing more. Don't worry, Gwen. We were never going for you.
And Froggy's going for it, though.
Oh, but Froggy absolutely is. He finds his way in. He was tanking the tower that whole time, unfortunately, so they are able to trade it back. Now Shogun and Artifact having a little bit of a brawl. Artifact wants it because he's got health coming, but Shogun lives on a sliver of HP. He does not burn down. So incredibly close. BJ having to use his ultimate to get away. The bear and the cow will survive, but oh my word, League of Legends is a game of millimeters.
Barely surviving. Good dash there to avoid the condemn, but oh my god, Artifact tried to go for the hero play and get the 1v2. Could not quite finish off Shogun, but now he's got to try and get the Taskman.
Yeah, and I think they will with a lovely hook coming out of Zhuhao as well. That is now the Vayne falling again. This counter pick not quite working. Penguin will start up the second Rift Herald, and Team Secret want to remind us all that they're not out of this one yet.
Yeah, but Froggy, trying to take matters into his own hands, feels the burst, feels good, has Shogun alongside, but he falls those chompers, and that gives Artifact the opportunity to pop it off, and this is just so damn close. Just as an auto, if that stopwatch doesn't go through, it's a win for Shogun with the wiggly arms coming on out. Okay.
Okay. I mean, Penguin just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
I guess they thought they had enough time to burn it down, but again, not respecting the resets this early on in the game. Penguin gets collapsed on by the entirety of SGB, and just, they take him out. Team Secret caught napping once again, and they can convert this Rift Herald into very strong pressure into the mid lane, try and break that open and control that area. Okay,
so Penguin had backed off. Yeah, I mean, there were 3 people there. He backs off, fair enough. But how does he get caught?
He's poking his head around looking for a steal, and they're just aware of him. They know he's there, they're waiting for him, and he just walks into a bush.
Yeah, well, you know how these Viegos can be. He is 2-1, but now a hook going in from Zhuhao. Can they turn this one into anything? There is a rune prison onto the cow as well, but of course he has that ultimate to keep him safe, but not safe enough against the damage from Gwen, and they move on forward. They want to try and get onto Shogun. There's a hook landing onto Froggy, but he gets a lovely double fear onto the carries, lands a Shadow Surge, into the backline he goes, and this Vex is activated. Hazmed coming in. Froggy again whips another Mistral Bolt across the team, survives as well. And there's the Condemn. They hunt down the criminal of Jinx. They're picking up everything, Marby, and Saigon Buffalo find a fight out of nowhere.
BJ's not done. BJ's not done.
BJ's never done, baby. As he's going on to this Nautilus, he'll pick up the kill. He's going to go down. But do you think BJ cares? Of course he doesn't, Marby. He just wants blood.
They're gonna clean up the tower. They're gonna clean up the dragons and clean up the fight. Everything falls into the pockets of Buffalo this time around, and they are walking away very happy with it. Double marksman coming up clutch. You can do your best, but they just keep on kicking. Shogun got that lifesteal with that red gun as well. So in the end, it's just huge health bars still kicking for Saigon, and I'm gonna be a tattletale here. Eddie, you gotta fight, man. You gotta join in. You get that reset, and you're like, oh, gotta kill the Herald. There's a fight. Go up. Like they potentially could have picked up another kill if they landed in some bolts, but he just kept hitting minions, kept hitting Rift Heralds, just did not help his team.
We come back in and Froggy immediately gets another play started. And it's funny.
Oh, no.
I was talking. Hang on, let's come back to it as Hero trying to get something done. Rocket comes in as well to add a little bit of damage. Hero very far ahead of his team, does not have the W. Gwen is not immune. And now SGB with these 2 kills. Yeah, as you said, the reset, but he's not going to dive into Artifact. Not with that little health. But what I wanted to say was, in the prep for this series, I talked to my good friend Yulwei. He's very smart. Knows what he's talking about. He sent me a few of his notes. One of the notes that Yulwei gave me, Froggy Vex is Pog. No explanation, and none was needed. Because look at this game.
Yeah, and I honestly thought that the fact it kind of just snuck through those first 2 games completely. Well, okay, in game 2 it was banned, but in game 1 it was untouched. It was them banning it, if I remember correctly, and it just sort of confused me because it felt like Ari's not a problem because Vex is just such a good answer, and here it's just SGB finding a good position. Hero, I was just, mate, what are you doing? You're in no man's land. I'm surprised they didn't turn on you and try to kill you sooner, but they got it. They picked you off. It's all fantastic. And Husman's just hanging out on the sideline going, hey, my team's winning. I don't need to do anything. I am an effective second top.
Thumbs up. You love to see it. But this game still has some legs, and after last game, can't count Team Secret out. At least not in my opinion.
Yes. The problem that faces Team Secret in this game compared to the last game is Artifact is a lot more flash reliant on finding the picks that can set up Team Secret to really pop off and create those situations where they can actually start winning. He can, however, the other option is to just try and play a macro game, trying to control the side waves and be willing to sort of not give up. You're at the stage of the game where giving up objectives is just not a viable option, but try and harass and delay as long as possible for a side lane rise to just sneak away all the turrets possible, build up a huge advantage on that one person, and then just play all for that rise. Rise is going to be kind of okay. This is a solid game to pick up that Frozen Heart after all into double marksman plus volley bet. So it's gonna be
he is kind of going for the damage. He is going for the damage build though. He has not gone the Fimbulwinter. So I mean, I completely agree with you. I think this is a Frozen Heart game every day of the week. But whether Artifact agrees is really the question. But this is so interesting because this game, it's so tilted towards SGB, right? They've got a 4K gold lead. They've got 3 dragons. They've got a good comp. But at the same time, that's still a Gwen that is scaling. She's still doing well. She has a Riftmaker. The Viego is still there, still able to pop off. And then you still have the Rise that you pointed out, and of course, a Jinx.
Yeah, the Jinx Viego, it does sort of mean that they only need 1 kill to go their way. If they find that hook onto someone like Froggy or Shogun and to remove them from the fight instantly, it pops off super hard for Penguin and Eddie, and they can completely steamroll a team fight if given that opportunity. It's just a matter of can they get that opportunity. Suao's hooks have been kind of
remind you of an Infernal Soul taken away by an Eddie Zap.
If it happens again,
Froggy flies in. Look how deep he goes, but he has to immediately exit after chunking out Eddie. Now with a hook, they could try and turn this around, but Taki says absolutely not. They blow up the Nautilus, and SGB will come away with the fight.
these marksmen, they just melt this turret. It's got no hope for this world, and that's going to be so much pressure, so much push in this mid lane that Team Secret kind of have to lean back and they can set up a brush. They have all the vision.
Oh, it's a bit of a death bush as they go in. Catch out hero, but Gwen is immune to the initial burst of damage, but can't keep it going. Hazmed moving on forward, gets hit by the Jinx Rocket, but the shield bow will keep him happy and healthy. Now it's 3v5. Infernal Soul available for SGB. Team Secret, you need to find another miracle, and I really don't think the Lord is with you today.
Oh,
Look at this. SGB, they're trying to bait. They're sending Hazmed to get the dragon, the rest to set up death at Baron.
Yeah, they've completely outsmarted Team Secret.
Checkmate.
They have no clue.
Checkmate.
That's gone. Penguin dead as well.
They put them into the Zugzwang.
So
They put them into the Zugzwang, which is a word I've never said out loud, and I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, where they couldn't make a decision that actually helped. It's when you, I think it's a chess word. It's where you say, no matter what you do, and you have to do something, whatever you do is going to be worse for you. It doesn't matter. Maybe one of them is less bad, but they're still bad. That's what it means.
Catch-22 type sort of situation.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. That works. That's understandable. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. They could have, like, if Team Secret had decided to sacrifice, they might have been able to find Hazmed lurking on low health and pick him up and a dragon. That gives you something, that gives you a stat bonus to work with. But now you've lost everything on the map, and it's just a disaster. I guess Baron didn't get taken. And yeah, this is the second part of the play. We saw that they had no vision in that forest area. So it meant Taki's able to just say, oh, hang on, I can just bush Alistair. I can be a bush cow and do my silly things, which catches out hero,
Bush cow.
has to everything.
Bush cow. Bush cow. And now
Sounds like an Australian
SGB.
daytime TV show.
It does. It sounds like an episode Around the Twist.
Oh,
really does.
Now it's terrifying.
Yeah. I was not getting a good vibe from it. But SGB have taken themselves a Baron. Team Secret aren't going to do anything about it, and nor should they. Maybe send Penguin in for a miracle steal, but even that's not going to happen. Whatever. Just take a tower, get whatever gold you can.
Yeah, with what you've got on your tank, if you hadn't have sent Penguin, if you committed to it, you might have been able to grab 2 towers. But I definitely understand just playing it a little bit safe and not sort of giving the opportunity to be collapsed on. You still have outer turrets in the side lanes to collect bounties on, so you can still find opportunities to grab the gold back. But the problem is, you're gonna have to fight eventually. And Buffalo are just gonna sort of press that matter into your Nexus, your inhibitor at this point. And yeah. Have fun wave clearing with your short range rise.
Yeah, to keep up those chess turns, they're doing the Barcelona backflip as they just walk it down mid lane and get themselves a tower. Taki chunked out low, but is an Alistair, can go into that invulnerable ultimate just for a little bit. Now Froggy in some trouble. They whip the needles across the team. And Team Secret are firing back. They get the first kill, but can they actually get anything more? Viego will fall. Show getting incredibly low, but look at that lightning striking down, and now Artifact moves forward, but he's just faced with a big bear. Luckily, he does get some speed. He's got a triple kill, Marby. They will not continue this one any further on.
Actually managed to pull out the fight as Team Secret. BJ, be a little bit careful there, friend. Gonna just drop the lightning. Completely safe, completely aware as to how it might have been in the bush. And it's gonna just walk away 2 for 3. That's a huge fight for Team Secret as they get to just keep farming up these waves, keep the gold coming in. It's still only about a 5k gold lead. That's a lot of momentum killed on this Baron, though. Let's see how they started out. Viego is sort of nowhere to be seen. It's what? Okay. So how did they start it out? They kind of walk up in a straight line and let Hero get a lot of damage down. And once they get that reset in, Penguin is able to set up a 3-man fear, and that kind of just puts the whole thing in disarray. Hero dying is sus, but it's fine. Artifact gets a triple kill. He saves the whole thing. It's fine.
I mean, Marby, we still have a bit of a game on our hands. It's still an Infernal Soul in the hands of SGB, of course. They are still heavily favoured. But it is not over. It is still a game. Team Secret have shown signs of life. They have a 3-item Jinx. Aphelios has decided to build a collector. They have a chance.
They have a chance, and Froggy's ultimate has just kind of been wasted, so they can be a little bit more aggressive because they don't have to worry about that with it landing on Artifact, not really the target that Froggy wants to go on to.
Something you mentioned earlier was this Frozen Heart. You said it was a big brain buy, and what's in his inventory, Marby?
Yeah, I also want to commend Suha. Just foregoes his support item. Let's go into two marksmen, Aranduans. It's not as great because Harsman went and bought the Rage Knife and denied the whole crit thing that's going on. But you know, you're still denying the auto attack damage. It's good. Penguin is doing the same. And this sort of setup from SGB, it's very easy to itemize against, but it can do a lot of damage, and a lot of that is still true.
It certainly is still true, but Shogun, very spooky. Aphelios as the game continues on. But for now, we just wait for Elder. The newest of the biggest of dragons, I should say. And of course, I've been thinking about dragons a lot recently. So, Elder will be a welcome one.
So we're at this dragon, SGB. They listened to Tim in the break and they got to the position first. There's not great vision in there from Team Secret, so they can't really go for this. It's going to be...
They have to.
Artifact can't decide where it wants to be.
There's a hook going in. 3,000 health on the dragon. That's one thing to track. Zhuhao immediately has been blown up. So has Hero. This is a disaster. Penguin, can you get a miracle steal? He can heartbreak over the wall, but the dragon's already dead. They turn around. They kill him. And that's SGB knowing exactly how to approach the fight. They get the kills. They get the dragon. And surely they get the game.
It's Team Secret just being indecisive in the moment, and it just means that they can't take the fight properly. SGB rolls it, and SGB now has everything in their pockets. And what is Team Secret going to do? Probably sweep Fanny Adams, because it's just a poor little Jinx in her eyes who can't step up at all without getting deleted in the nuke. That is Infernal Elder.
But oh, they will try, no questions. SGB, they're not going to risk it all. I don't blame them. You don't need to play this risky. You can just get the inhib, reset, Baron's up in 30 seconds, get that one again, and go back.
Yeah, we see here, it's Team Secret just trying to poke in aggressively, but they can't actually get the damage into the fight at all. Artifact throws 1 Q into Harsmed, and it does nothing to his health bar, thanks to that Wit's End, and it just means that the front line collapses completely, and SGB are more than comfortable taking the dragon with pretty much no contest from there on out.
So, Marby, with Saigon Buffalo in a dominant position, Soul, Elder, Baron very soon, a Vayne, an Aphelios, a Vex, what could Team Secret possibly do? And of course, your answer can't be a targeted missile strike on the Saigon Buffalo Gaming House.
DDoS attack on the Saigon Buffalo Gaming House. Honestly,
I think you might be right.
the real answer is just try and stall as long as you can, figure out what you maybe want to do for game 4. This is kind of an unwinnable situation. The Elder Dragon, got there eventually, is going to fall off soon, so probably you give up this inhibitor and maybe you fight around the Nexus turrets, because this should be the final push for SGB.
They're going to walk it in.
Got the way.
See Arsenal last night? They were just walking it in. As a little bit of damage. That's the problem with Arsenal. They just walk it in. As oh my. But another wave cleared. The towers once again in the sights of SGB. As they move on in, they want to give themselves a second notch on the belt. They want to get even closer to tasting Busan and locking their place in MSI. 2 kills already going over to the Aphelios. Shogun is looking great. Husband will get one of his own. They'll clean up all 5. And now Saigon Buffalo are 1 game away from MSI and from international glory.
Even though it's not quite the lane dominance we were expecting, it is total map control. These objectives are falling one after the other, and leads are growing for Buffalo. And they're just able to run it home extremely nicely. It's a miracle that Game 2 went the way of Team Secret as it was. And this time they knuckled down. They went, no, not again. Not again.
Not again, for sure. And oh my word, what a series we have been given the honor of bringing to you. I hope everyone out there is enjoying the show. Who do you think is going to win Game 4, Twitch chat? Will it be Saigon Buffalo booking their tickets to Korea, or are we going the distance? Are we scraping the silver? We'll find out what our analysts have to say in just about 5 minutes. Don't move a muscle.
別な宿命にあらがい立ち向かう己の正義を掲げて決して終わりのない戦いの行方は僕のこの手にかかってるからたとえ限界だって恐怖心だって超えてゆけるって言い聞かせて次の一歩を強く踏むだけレイに先未来を交差する思惑正義の火を今輝かせて Darkness is already small Moving together in this endless war Truth is justice like my heart is sword It burns out from the earth's what I feelどんな犠牲だっていとわず突き進む守るべき人のために痛みにもがいても足を止めないのは愛しい笑顔がいつもこの背中を預かるたとえ限界だって恐怖心だって超えてゆけるって言い聞かせて次の一歩を強く踏むだけ華麗に先未来を交差する思惑正義の火を今輝かせてBravely fight up your fate, don't hesitate. Prove your justice. 進めたとえ限界だって恐怖心だって超えてゆけるって言い聞かせて次の一歩を強く踏むだけ華麗に先未来を交差する思惑正義の火を今輝かせて
Welcome back, everyone. We are into Game 4 territory. Saigon Buffalo one game away from claiming their, or getting their ticket to MSI. Team Secret needs to go back to the drawing board to come up with a strategy to beat Saigon Buffalo. Because even though it's 2-1, if we're perfectly honest, Saigon Buffalo could have already been done with this series. It could have been a 3-0 by now. Secret behind every single game so far. TSO, was this the best game of the day so far? What do you think? I really liked Saigon Buffalo's execution here in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, from a viewer perspective as well, right? Because the game was pretty good, I think. The series is getting really excited. So, yeah, the games, I don't know, they are all close at a certain point, and the fights are great. So I love it so far. Yeah.
And Tim, let's jump straight into the main differences here in player performances, let's say. We have on one side Shogun with his first ever playoffs performance, and then on the other side Eddie, who was he on Team Secret in 2021 spring? I have to check that again. But definitely one of the newer players as well, and these ADCs make a huge difference in team fights. So who's taking the lead in the ADC position?
I mean, Shogun is absolutely smashing. I think there's not even a discussion who is the better AD carry at the moment. I think it's Shogun. Shogun is really stomping the AD carry position, especially in team fights. Maybe not in lane. Like in lane, it's Shogun and Taki shilling most of the time. They're not really going for too much. In the later games, a bit with like jungle coming bot lane and diving a few times, but overall nothing crazy. And then in team fights, Shogun just finds so much more damage than Eddie. Every single time I look at these two AD carries in the team fights and I focus down how much damage are they actually putting out, Shogun is just putting shame on Eddie's name.
Harsh words, but we're used to those from Coach Tim. DSO, 3 games of Jinx. Is it time to drop the Jinx? Do you think we go back to the Jinx in Game 4, or does Team Secret really try to put more effort into their draft and try to set up Eddie Zaya, for example, or maybe something like him in MF, or even deeper in the pockets, there might be an Ashe somewhere. So do you think it's time to change, or is it just Jinx all the way?
No, it's time for change for Team Secret, of course, yeah. I mean, Jinx is a contested pick, right? We knew this, and we knew that Team Secret will think about stealing the Jinx to just not let Shogun play it. But on the other hand, before the series started, we said that Shogun, he just needs a champion like Jinx or Aphelios if he don't get the Jinx, which just scales well, which he can be effective with in the later team fights. And yeah, when he gets like 2 or 3 kills in the early game where the game is over anyway, because he can just pop off. And I think he showed this on the Aphelios. Well, in game 2, yeah, there was a sloppy situation, but I think in general we can say if you get one of these 2 champions, then he's fine. He's even more scary if he gets the Jinx, but I think that Team Secret tunnels way too much on taking the Jinx away from him, so they maybe should go back to like something like the Caitlyn we saw in game 1, which worked well for Eddie, I think.
And I actually want to touch on the support discussion as well, because once again we had an early Nautilus pick and we already flamed it in the drafting phase. Let's actually take a look at the draft. And somehow we ended up with no enchanters in these compositions. Tim, you had this whole segment at the start, and I was hoping for so much more enchanter play, especially today with the Zhu Hao facing off against Taki, 2 of the most diverse support players when it comes to champion pool. But we end up with Nautilus and Alistar. So Zhu Hao showed us a game of Renata. Is it time for him to just go to some completely different enchanter or back to Renata, or is that not the issue, the main issue, I guess?
It is not the main issue, but it could be a bit of a fix, because I think Eddie is afraid to auto-take enemies, which sounds really weird for an AD carry, right? Your job is literally right-clicking enemies, but it can be very scary, especially the memes exist, right, for a few years now that playing AD carry just means you're punching back for everybody. That is kind of the case, and I think having that Lulu maybe to back you up just gives you more confidence to step up and to take those trades. So I think that could be maybe a quick fix. Also something that was talked about earlier is Shogun, Jinx, and Aphelios. Those have been the dominant picks for him. And the big question is, can he really perform out of these 2? So I think what could be an option for them is to actually say, okay, Froggy, he's going to have a supportive champion anyways in mid lane. Let's just accept some of these champions. Maybe Galio, force him on that, then get something like an aggressive artifact on Lucian in the mid lane, completely stomp the lane, because we've seen that from him earlier in the split, and just ban out those hyper carries and force Shogun to play something he's not comfortable with.
And here, so I want to talk about 2 of the best performers on Saigon Buffalo side. We already talked them up in the pregame, and it was very obvious to everyone that watched Winter and then Spring Split, even back to last Spring Split, that this is the main combo on this team. It's mid-jungle, it's Beanjay and Froggy. Beanjay ended up with, I don't even remember, 8-1 or something. His scoreline was very impressive and unbelievable, especially for a champ like Volibear that uses to die basically every single team fight later. So, and Froggy also, Froggy's Vex is POC, I tweeted it, Carrix mentioned it. So, how can Secret overcome this huge disadvantage in the mid-jungle positions, or the combination of mid and jungle, I should say?
I mean, it's hard, right? It's the answer to this question is basically how they could win the series. So it's hard to tell. But I think, yeah, playing around with Artifact's champion pool and get him a champion that fits what they want to do and fits the lane as well in favor of Team Secret is a good beginning. And then they need Penguin on something where where situations doesn't go wrong for Team Secret, to say it as friendly as I can. I think that Viego wasn't the best choice for Team Secret at the jungle position. I see why they locked it in, but I didn't like it, to be honest. And yeah, for the Ryze, you know, I like Ryze, but I said when the game started, Ryze and Jinx, they just take too much time, and I'm not sure if this is the right way Team Secret should approach the game when their problem is that they are not able to play the map. Then they shouldn't just sit back and relax, right? So maybe take something where you can actually make plays with Artifact and around Artifact, and then they could be fine.
And I actually want to bring up our graphic again of the mid lane matchup, because it's much more interesting to actually look at this from the perspective of having seen 3 games play out. Because some of those stats are very different today, right, Tim? Like, the CSD seems to be even between the two. The gold diff is probably in Froggy's favor. So even though Artifact is putting in a lot of work for his team, it seems like Froggy's just matching him individually and then also bringing his team ahead with those more roam-heavy mid laners. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, he is. Game 2, Game 3, to a degree. I mean, Vex, I think, started out 0-2-0. He really didn't have a good start to the game whatsoever. I mean, this sounds really harsh, but just to make clear to the viewer how doomed I feel like the jungle matchup in particular is, this might be an angle. We've seen that before with mid laners. Put Artifact in the jungle and put Penguin on Karma duty in mid lane, man. Because you can't play Karma jungle. But I think that should give you like an idea of how doomed I think that jungle matchup in the 1v1 particularly is. I think Froggy has done a great job to keep the mid lane very, very close. But jungle is just, I don't know. It's just, you have to win 4v5, man. You have to win without Penguin.
It's a rough situation. It's why I predicted 3-1 SGB, because I thought, yeah, the jungle matchup would just be a little bit too much to overcome. And it's good to see BNJ be able to perform again, I think, because he was such a letdown in the winter split. But we are already going into draft for potentially the last game. Apologies for that one. The last game of today, but maybe Team Secret can come back. Saigon Buffalo for the 3rd game in a row on the red side, Secret on the blue side, and they changed one of their bans to Aphelios.
Aphelios taking away, and that's a good thing, because now you basically tell Saigon Buffalo you can ban the Ahri or you can ban the Jinx, and this means Jinx first pick without Shogun's answer of the Aphelios. Also, the normal counter pick of Xayah is not up, so the big question becomes now, Shogun for the first time is really forced in the series to maybe go out of that very, very comfort zone of his own and pick something else, and it is gonna be Lucian insta-lock. And I'm expecting that to go anywhere. I mean, I can see it not really on Froggy, but I think both Hazmat and Shogun, I can 100% see this pick going.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a bit confused that Team Secret is going for the Jinx first pick again. I mean, we just talked about it. I don't like this decision, and it's not like you would really force Shogun on something uncomfortable right now, because he just banned Aphelios. This is not going to happen. I remember a regular season game, Saigon against Team Secret, where he went for the Tristana, and he went like, I think it was 13-1 or something, so he can play other champions. I think just that these scaling machines like Jinx Aphelios are fitting them the best, but it's not necessary. So yeah, with Illusion, they have a big flex option. He can go bot lane, he can go in a solo lane. But I would be really hyped if they look in Blitzcrank right now.
It's something he has played before. It's possible he can play all the champions.
I mean, Blitzcrank into Nautilus was really not it, man. But I mean, if they had actually picked on the Artifact pick, right? They were also hovering the Blitzcrank. If they had locked that in, that basically would have been the call. Okay, guys, we cannot win this game, because like what I've heard as well from most coaches and most players is the reason you lock in Blitzcrank at this level of players, you think you cannot physically win the game. So you just pick a champion that if he hits a hook in the late game, the game is immediately over and you win. So you flip the coin on your support hitting that one hook. And that's basically all you do. So, I mean, the Nautilus is more consistent, but it's still freaking Nautilus.
I have a question about this Leona lock-in here. Does Leona already spell solo lane Lucian for you? Because Lucian is so much better with the likes of Nami or a different enchanter because of his new passive. So does this already tell you, okay, this Lucian is very likely going to be a top or a mid lane Lucian? Or do you still think there's some potential for Shogun Lucian here?
I think the potential is still there. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I think it can still be other things. So I don't think it spoiled anything.
We've seen it. I think in a regular season a lot. I mean, if you like, Lucian was mostly paired with either one of these enchanters, specifically the Nami, or Leona was usually that engaged support he was paired with because she brings a bit of extra burst, and it's already locked in. Hazmat on Akali.
Could also be Froggy. Froggy Akali was very pot as well.
It can be Froggy as well. But if it's Hazmat, I'm gonna do the Rebel Fox. I'm gonna call the Shuriken flips hitting, and then he will miss every single Shuriken flip in the game. So that will be amazing. On the other hand, Artifact has had enough, I think. Yep, he has had enough.
Yeah, so I'm really hyped that we are going to see Akali. I like this, and yeah, it's still not really telling Team Secret what the last pick is going to be. So there is the back option of flexing around a bit more. With LeBlanc in the mid lane, that's a new approach we see here from Team Secret for mid lane, and I do like this. So we talked about mid jungle duo, right? And LeBlanc Nocturne, I like to see this.
Yeah, LeBlanc is great. Why have they locked in Renekton?
I don't know.
It might be doomed.
It secures the Froggy Akali at least. So
yeah, but Nocturne is, from what we saw today from Penguin, the pick I liked most. So I think it's good to go for Nocturne again. And yeah, LeBlanc is a new approach where you can really make plays on the map and where Artifact can pop off as well. So I like this combination here, and it's Ornn.
I love Hazmat's pick. Hazmat is that carry player. He's the carry player for me. He plays the Vayne, he plays the Akali, but Hazmat also one of those top laners that is able and ready to just say, okay guys, what we need here is an Ornn. We need an easy engage tool, something that neutralizes top lane, makes sure that you don't have to invest anything into me. And he's picking the Ornn, so honestly, I love it.
It's quite an unusual composition, though. If I look at this, Ornn and Lucian are very seldomly paired together as like a team fight setup, and then you rely on Lucian in the late game. I mean, I personally think Lucian can be really strong in team fights, but it's a very conditional champion. So there's a lot of engage I can see on Saigon Buffalo, a little bit of a lack of range. TSO, that not concerning for you?
No. I'm not sure if you see it on my face, but yeah, I don't really like this. I think Saigon is lacking some option when the game goes too long, you know? They're totally fine in the mid game. They have a lot of CC, they have a lot of damage, and they have the potential to absolutely stomp Team Secret with this comp. But I'm not sure if they feel too safe that Eddie actually can't click enemies. So let's see, if the game goes too long, it might cause trouble.
I disagree. I think for all I believe in Secret, considering how the last games went, I'm not trusting Eddie with any late game here. I think Shogun on the Lucian will be just as useful, and the problem is the frontline difference between those two teams, even in the late game, will be so hard to overcome. So I think it is going to be a 3-1 Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, I think so too, don't get me wrong, but yeah.
Okay, we actually got a little bit of a flip almost in predictions. These are actually correcting the anticipated prediction, I guess, to a Saigon Buffalo prediction. But Tim is finally in our boat as well. Everyone is converted to the Saigon Buffalo train. Let's see if Kerrigs, Marby, and Crincy agree. Let's go on to the Rift.
And we have got Crincy back from the depths of the underworld, where we banished him for one game. You were powering the banger machine. I hope you did charge the batteries up enough to get us a game 5. But I'm glad to have you back. What do you think of these teams right now?
I mean, I haven't seen game 3, so I cannot really tell, but I think Saigon Buffalo's definitely looking good right now. I mean, just now with this draft yet again, I mean, they basically got the white counter picks in the sidelines, which is something they really strive for, I think. And I think Artifact has a lot of weight on his shoulders this game because he has to smash this lane. And he, together with Penguin, who had some rough early games, I would say. But I mean, the early games were fine, but the translation to the mid game wasn't so much. And them, just now, basically have to do a big task. Eddie, of course, did in game 2. That was before I left for a little bit. And maybe they need a miracle like this again.
I will say, Husmed, 14 games on Ornn, 28% win rate. It's not great.
Oof.
Maybe it's just a little cursed.
Maybe, but and to be honest, I can kind of see that trend continuing because as was pointed out by your way, yeah, there's kind of a range problem on the side of SGB. Like they have a very nice comp going forward, and they can absolutely steamroll fights for sure. But if they kind of stall out a little bit, I can definitely see the problems start to arise from a long range Eddie and Artifact being able to duck in and delete someone like Shogun.
Yeah, look, obviously people are going to make jokes about Renekton picks, right? It's pretty much a league staple. And, you know, maybe they're not completely wrong either. But I do think
this joke about Renekton bigger than Renekton himself.
Exactly. Exactly. At some point, you're just kicking kids. But it does give the ability to Hero to actually make the shot calls from top lane. He's been on the back foot all series. Being able to just kind of reset his mental and just have prio in the top side is such a massive shift.
Definitely is. And we have seen this level 1 just now where Hero was literally zoning the Ornn away from the wave and Husband wasn't having any fun in that. That, of course, just now also translates into the CS that we see. It's 14 CS to 1, but right now the wave is probably crashing towards the side of Husband on the Ornn, so he will pick up a few of them, will get the first few levels he really needs to, and with that, I think the matchup will step a little bit.
Oh, Eddie! A lot of trouble. He has to flash away. Needs to be careful. One more auto attack would have been enough, but Shogun can't quite find it. But a big lead early on now for Team Secret. Now, Penguin, there's no support coming except from the mid lane. As the bomb goes in, first blood is secured. Penguin going very low, needs to get another passive proc, can't find it. Zhuhao goes in with a hook, but now it is Froggy entering the fray as well. Eddie lurking on the sides of this fight. A bit of damage coming out of Froggy. Does hit the shuriken, but goes in onto Zhuhao. Can't quite actually get anything done. Artifact. Oh my god, Artifact! You are absolutely cracked as he lands another chain, but can't quite follow up on it. Froggy flashing away. In the end, it's a 2 for 2. Brawls in the bottom side.
How did he not get anything? He's 0-0-0, but Artifact, yeah, he's putting in the work. Actually, the bot lane as an entirety didn't get involved except to give a kill over from Zuha. Just kind of a shocking turn of events that they managed to sneak away with nothing coming down on the side of the bot lane for Team Secret. But at least the mid jungle, they get some gold in their pockets. They feel kind of comfortable. Maybe they can expand this lead and transfer it into the side lanes on their own accord on a later occasion.
I mean, I gotta say they don't deserve it, right? I mean, Eddie wasn't really part of this fight. Nautilus was like landing one hook and that was basically it. And it was basically Artifact doing all the work and he rightfully so claimed his 2 kills. And that's a scary prospect, I would say. Here we see the play again with Penguin being there. Artifact also just now warming up from the river. BJ in the 1v1 against Nocturne, he is somewhat fine if he can deny the spell sheet coming in with the Sky Splitter lens, but here we see Artifact being in with the priority. The bot lane just now fought the 2v2 and it was favorable for the side of Saigon Buffalo, so they are up ahead in this play, and double buff still on Shogun, but of course it's very hard to play this skirmish out widely if the cooldowns have already been blown beforehand. Foggy goes in very much deep, but he is Akali, so he's probably have to really fight it out. And he actually did a lot of work there, just not zoning those two and actually ending up killing Zhuhao, so I won't fault Foggy for anything here. But Artifact on his own played very well. The bot lane of his team, not so much.
I think Artifact played that to perfection. I think it might be early to say it, but we might be in for another big performance out of him. Artifact has been fantastic this series. The Rise game, perhaps a little bit average, but the rest of this series has been absolutely lovely from this man in the mid lane, Team Secret.
Penguin appears to be potentially spotted out. lots of things going on down. They are aware that the Nocturne is in the area, so should be playing fairly safe. And just to see where BJ starts to path, he should know at least that the Gromp has been taken off the map. So maybe he wants to make a move towards the mid lane. Maybe wants to just try and do a wraparound. He's just gonna wonder. He's just not quite sure what he's doing.
Having a geeze. Top lane. Yeah, just having a look at the top lane. Obviously, there is a bit of a CS gap. When does the CS gap here actually begin to get concerning for Husband? Because he's going to lose in CS, right?
I would say that it is concerning right now, and it will get less concerning the longer it goes, obviously, because we all know on-scale is better than Renekton. Like, it's no secret, I would say. Hero, of course, being 30 CS right now is very, very scary. Also, ultimate is blown by him. And I think that is kind of the point. Yeah, the collapse coming in. And Husband, if he survives this dive, I think he would be somewhat fine. But he's also getting proxied away from the wave, and this is a rough look for them. I mean,
so the thing to watch here is Penguin is stealing a red buff. Does he hit 6 off it? If he hits 6 off it, Husband is screwed. If he doesn't, I think he's okay. They've gone pretty early. Here comes the Ornn shot. Oh no, the Brittles are here. Hero with a good flash, but Taki has now roamed in. Penguin did not hit 6, and that's a disaster. Now an E lands. Hero's got no chance. He's turned into a handbag, and they give the fashion to Froggy.
What the hell is Team Secret diving today? They cannot do it. There was nothing. Like, Artifact goes in to tank it, realizing there's a lower health on the Crocodile, but he doesn't actually do any damage. He doesn't, like, get any real damage down onto it. He's just saying, like, I'm going to take it, you'll be fine. But no, there's a lot of burst damage on an Ornn. It's why he's so valuable. And, yeah, with that assist...
Artifact... Froggy going low. He's still in a Kali though, so Artifact needs to be careful. But Juhao is here. The hook lands. The kill will be given to Penguin.
Kill given to Penguin, and Froggy definitely overstepping there. He didn't really even need to be there in the first place. And speaking of that early dive, I wanted two things differently. They're being played by Team Secret. First of all, Penguin hitting 6 and actually communicating it. The other would be playing around the Dominos, the ultimate from the Renekton, to really have it ready for the dive. It was played before, and to poke Husband out a little bit. But if you like synchronize your damage a little bit better, then Husband doesn't really have any time to react. Like this, he did have it, and it ended up with Hero falling down once again. This time strong side on the Renekton, and that pick falling down definitely spelling disaster for them. But with the Herald, maybe they can crack open the top lane soon enough.
Eddie going to be getting really big here. He is a little bit down in CS. He has been moving around the map while Shogun hasn't. I need to see how many plates have actually been taken on the bottom side. But first brick given over to Team Secret. A lot of the gold going on to Eddie as well. 3 tower plates for Shogun, so it's not all doom and gloom for the Buffalo, but a Jinx in a strong position, no question. And now they have to fend off this dive. He's got the Dominus, he's got that Cull the Meek, and he's dodging away from the culling. Hero, he's surviving for a time. No help is on the way though. He needs to find another big heal. It's not quite big enough, I don't think. And he does finally go down. BJ will just about get away.
It was just a culling firing away into the minion wave, so there wasn't really any dodging done by Hero, but he basically bought as much time as he could. At the end of the day, he was just falling down anyway, as the dive was played a little bit early by the side of BJ, and Shogun, of course, claimed the kill, and Dominos expiring was basically what seals the default side of Hero there, and this evolution is also getting scary. When he had his free time, he didn't need to waste some time swapping, as Eddie did, for the Herald push in the top side of the map, and Shogun, with the 2-2 kill earlier as well, is definitely set up to success so far. Gotta say that him being outranged by the Jinx might become a problem later on.
Yeah, I'm saying that that problematic CS lead, it's gone. There's no longer a problem. You're comfortable. You're probably got a bit of an experience advantage thanks to the death time on the side of Hero, and you're pretty comfortably cruising along. 20 CS is a dead counterpick. Like if you're meant to crush a lane and you only get a 20 CS lead, you haven't done your job, and that means that Hero kind of is just gonna settle into Renekton type duties of being a beef ball, maybe finding a big kill here or there, but Harsman is just gonna slowly scale up, slowly get bigger and better. And if he keeps bullying onto Hero like this, yeah, it feels like Hero kind of hasn't lost the side wave, but he kind of has lost all tower pressure.
So I have a question for you, Crincy.
He's dead.
They've just killed the crocodile. We'll get a replay, no doubt. But maybe something we can think about while we wait for the replay and while we watch it. Obviously, we're looking at Team Secret as an early game comp, right? They've got a LeBlanc, they've got a Nocturne, they've got a Renekton. I'm never going to get a point in. As in they go, but that's a lot of damage onto Penguin coming out from the culling. Artifact dives in, of course, is the LeBlanc, has the pad to go back to. Doesn't quite actually go back. Eddie now having to use the flash. This was way too far forward. Lovely catch. Get on there. Can they actually get out of this one? Oh, into the back line goes the LeBlanc, picks up 2 kills immediately. They trade it back onto the Jinx, and now BJ going low. And Taki's the only one left. Artifact, you are such a god. You are a shiny golden god. Penguin will bring down the last bit of damage, and Team Secret walk away with 4.
What? Okay. You can just do that apparently if you're called Artifact on LeBlanc. Because that should have been dead to ride to SGB victory. But no, Artifact slips past everyone, pops the backline, and then from there, Penguin's actually just able to sort of sustain through it pretty effectively. And gotta say, huge props to the mid jungle. They got that lead that early in that early skirmish, and it's kind of carried them into a victory there.
Whew. So, if I can get back to the question, maybe it's not as relevant with Artifact playing as well as this. Even in the late game. Oh, well, I mean, there's not a lot to talk about here. He just gets hunted down. How does, as the game goes on, and we think Team Secret falls off, they've got the Renekton and stuff, how do they actually deal with Jinx range? And you can answer that question after Marby breaks down the replay.
Yeah, so it's just a face check. Not much to go on here. This is an over-aggressive move from Penguin. He feels like he can do it, but with the rocket just whiffing from Eddie, it's kind of out of the way. But why Eddie pushes so far forward, and that makes SGB feel comfortable to try and chase in, but they group up Froggy and Shogun, and that flash W insta-nuke.
Hang on a minute, as we are immediately back in, as a ram has been called in, and a Nautilus has been cracked.
Yeah, don't stop coming, but SGB have to run. Artifacts here.
I don't get the
yeah,
talk, I
watch
guess.
out. Quincy, please get in here.
Back to your question, character. The way, of course, to do with the Jinx is like threatening to kill her in any way or form you can. Because of course, the Forge God has insane range set up for the side of the Ornn. The Stormbringer from Vulnerable could come out, and also, of course, the Solar Flare coming out by the side of Taki. And with Eddie not going Gale Force this time, he's up the Krakens there to max his damage output. He's actually very much in trouble if he actually gets pinned down, as we see right here. He's not the target they are really looking for, as they just want to get some time to really fight his front to back and just kill Zhu Hao. But in the meantime, Eddie just cannot hit anyone as he's not in the position to do so. And like this, just get up this kill. And if the fights play out like this, Shogun can definitely win those fights, even if he is outranged. And we have seen just earlier how Artifact, of course, is still a very huge problem for him. But other than him, it's still kind of playable for the side of Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, the big thing that hurts Eddie right now is there's no way to keep him safe from all the ability to lower that range distance, and that's kind of a bit of a failing of the draft.
You got there.
Because you could have picked something useful, but you went with a Renekton and a Nautilus. So, well, Nautilus can kind of work, but he definitely works better as a go in engage type champion. So it's just kind of poor Eddie has to really rely on his positioning, and that has not been his strength this series.
And Hero adapted in a very weird way. He went for the Hullbreaker Renekton, so he will be very squishy if he actually has to skirmish, and this is one of the things where Renekton usually would shine on. And he actually will be a permanent sideline threat, I guess, and will be maybe trying to force multiple members of Saigon Buffalo to his side while the Team Secret is doing something on the other. If that works out on a champion like Renekton, I kind of doubt it, because he's actually kind of built for these skirmishing teamfight styles, and the Hullbreaker doesn't really give you that.
So, something to point out. This split, if Team Secret has been ahead at 15 minutes, they have won 100% of the time. They have not lost a game where they're ahead of 15. That means Silver Scrapes queue it up already your way. They're going to keep it going.
Oh, dear. But, well, I mean, we also had that run where Team Secret had never lost a single game to anyone below them, and then, out of nowhere, they just lose a game to Sky. So, streaks can be broken. Streaks can end, and Buffalo are definitely looking to make that end, as even they are behind, but it doesn't really feel like it outside of that big artifact in the mid lane.
Definitely so. I mean, sidelines not really working out for them. The AD carries behind, that's like the most important part in those team fights, that the AD carry is not really putting in the work in the damage department, as of course Shogun has a much easier time than Eddie would have in those team fights. And I mean, on the 30 CS behind, even a little bit more than that, but his items are so much cheaper, that's why in general tanks are scaling better than those bruisery kind of champions, if they are at least somewhat comparable in their gold income. And earlier they weren't, when it was like 60 to 30 CS, but right now the gap is just in relative numbers so much closer, and of course experience also plays a huge part in it. On by now is level 11, he will very soon hit level 12, hit level 13, then will also craft his own items, and that will also elevate the combo of Saigon Buffalo a bit further. They just now drop the middle in T1 turret, which of course hurts them in the map control. With Drakes also not really stacking up that quickly for side of Secret, it's not looking easy for them. And here we see the Hull Break Collection, built for the 1v1, doesn't even win the 1v1 anymore.
It's against an Ornn. You're going up against the tank and he's just clapping you all day. And you're kind of just left going, well, this is useless. And if Froggy gets the shutdown, it's huge.
Yeah, Froggy moving forward, runs through him with the perfect execution artifact, desperately tries to outfox him, but can't. A shutdown does go over. The paranoia times out before Penguin can press the dash. Oh no, Team Secret.
This is the one thing that was not allowed to happen. Artifact giving away the shutdown to Froggy, and Froggy also, he got it completely alone, out of his own force he did it. He didn't really need BNJ or any other engaged tool out of it, and that's like the one win con Team Secret still had. Of course, they just now get this Hextech Dragon and can work towards the Hextech Soul. It would be a very strong soul if they happen to get it, but if not even Artifact is working for them, the Nocturne also will fall off to some extent. It will be very, very hard to do it. I think Artifact might just need a miracle catch again, as he did 2 games before.
And that's not what you want to be relying on. What on earth happened?
Yeah, just that dash right there, that plays the whole thing around. Most of the damage in these 2 assassins are within their E, and that single shuriken flip not only landed onto Artifact, it broke the chain, so could not actually land his own damage down. And that's just a huge win from Froggy.
That's just lovely Akali play by Froggy. The fact that SGB might have the 2 best Akali players in the league on their team, it's impressive stuff. No question.
I don't know. That's for Ryuk.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay,
Actually,
let's put-
but I can't put up serious names.
Oh, Artifact's in more trouble. They found the problem and they're here to root it out.
Yeah, that's him dying again. Not really making sure they can translate the lead. I mean, the lead is 2k gold right now. It was 3k gold like 10 minutes ago. So we definitely, even if it wouldn't have shrunken, that Team Secret is really struggling to propel further in this game with their comp that will fall off later in the game. And Artifact just not dying again. Kind of unfortunate, as he could maybe escape on the mobility that the block really provides. But Taki was really ready to the play.
They want to try and get on to Froggy. He has a blast cone. He has a perfect execution. Penguin needs to play this one safe. And I just don't think they can catch him anymore. Yeah, I'll give him that Teemo as well. Froggy is just absolutely pumping it with the funny weed number as his KDA.
Yeah, I have to say, really poor work from Team Secret to keep track of the enemy team, because there was a big setup in that topside jungle for a while before that second pick onto Artifact. And they just weren't aware of it at all. They didn't really try and push an advantage elsewhere. They did get a tower in the bot lane, I suppose, but again, onto a Renekton, kind of just useless at that point. And they weren't willing to aggress in the mid lane. They weren't willing to try and collapse onto it. They had no idea where the enemy team were, and it's just been a very good vision shutout from SGB when they want to set something up.
And I mean, Hero has managed to farm quite a lot. He now has his Gore Drinker. It's a 2-item croc. Now, of course,
he's also sitting on a shutdown by now.
Yeah, he's been hitting minions for a while. Crinsey, you'll never get your Yorick, but you are getting Yorick gameplay.
Actually, a Yorick would have been better here than the Renekton. I mean, if you just sideline how
Yeah.
Broker gaming any
I
day,
agree.
then just pick Yorick, actually. I mean, also, like, he would did it in the first game as well. Like, pick it into the Aatrox, the Jace won't really do much. If you just keep getting ganged, then just pick them that scales better, right?
Oh no, I activated him. I said the secret code phrase.
The way Hero's been playing, you might as well just put him on Lethality Scion.
Ooh.
Actually,
Oh
yes.
no.
That's
Can't
just a better
activate.
goal in competitive play. So yeah, actually
Can't
checks out.
activate Hero 10. Oh my word. God, McCullough
I'll see
casters
if
out
we
of
can-
nowhere just pulled
I'll
out
see
the
if we can-
knives. Oh,
see if we can
Hero
hit Big
could
Hero
be in
6.
trouble. God, guys, jeez. Stop the bullying. Hero dodges away from that play. Shogun not able to lock him down.
I like how the graphic just evolves up. Carrix is a really cool guy, by the way. Thank you, Spoot. Thank you, Wilway, in the production room. Either way of that, Saigon Buffalo definitely stabilized this game. They are now also starting to pick up these ornaments up, as there's the first honor item upgrade coming, of course, for on himself on Hasmed. So you can imagine that gold that's only 2k be now down to only 1k, as that's about the much the gold value that is really provided by those item upgrades. And yeah, it's getting more comfortable the longer the game goes.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. My word.
We're also looking at some very
Okay.
nice upgrades for the one to work with. Gale Force is absolutely cracked, one of the best options. So is Divine Sunder in terms of raw upgrade stats, if I remember the tier list, remember correctly. And that just means, yeah, that you want. That's not just these like stuff for, like, it doesn't feel. It's not just like a flat. Okay, roughly 1,000 gold of stats. In the case of like the Gale Force upgrade, that can almost push like 1,200 and like pick up just
Pop
these
quiz,
little
Marty.
extra bits of stats.
Pop quiz, what's it called?
Vortex,
Wrong.
No, it's
Typhoon.
Typhoon, God, same thing, synonyms.
Not really, but anyway, BJ does get
one is
chained up.
water.
Yep. Does get chained up, but he's just chunked out, manages to survive. If Team Secret can pick up this Drake, they activate a very strong win condition as Artifact once again going to the back line. Now there's a Nocturne ult. They need to find someone to actually go onto. It's going to be Froggy. They want to get the fear on him and lock him down into the front line. This Renekton is doing a lot, really tanking up some damage, gets away as well. Froggy unable to activate himself in this fight. He lives, but living is not enough. Artifact now bearing down on him, picks up a double kill, and Team Secret with teamfight execution out of the gills.
Definitely.
So close from
we-
Artifact.
Yeah, so close, almost stopping the recall right there, and that's Hextech's sole point now for Team Secret. The gold lead just now opening up a little bit more. It's now back to 3k, and then maybe going for Baron play, as they actually started off. BJ, of course, still has flash up, and you really shouldn't flip it without having any other advantage taken, but with bot mid lane and top lane being down, this actually might just be them looking for a fight again, as, of course, like Buffalo has to react to some thought, but they just call the bluff, and Team Secret runs away from the Baron.
With that, it's sole point for Team Secret, of course, and it's just been it's just been very good work. They've been able to sort of punch through this tanky front line fairly effectively. The Kraken Slayer, the Phantom Dancer just punches out so much damage that if Jinx is untouched, this front line might as well not be a tank.
And I mean, look, we'll go into this replay first. Quincy, this one's all yours, but then we've got so much to break down.
The BJ just getting chunked out by Artifact. As he's the Divine Thunder volleyball this time, by the way, which is of course a little bit different, as it is more of a backline threat, but also easier to threaten as he is much more squishy. And this is just overall Saigon Buffalo getting pincered by the paranoia coming out, and them being kind of confused where to really go to, and going for very awkward recall spot, and them just, of course, the collapse coming in, even with Hero. I mean, we flamed the Hullbreaker enough, I would say, but in this team fight, he definitely did a lot of work with using the Dominus, going in, and then just pressing stopwatch as he is healing up again, and just creating such a huge zone where just Saigon Buffalo cannot really pass through and cannot return the fire. And with that, Team Secret could win this team fight 2-0, get the Drake, and also, yet again, just have a nice edge back in the mid game, which you definitely need as the game progresses.
Now, of course, Stopwatch is a one and done. He's not going to be building Zhonya's, though maybe that's the big brain strat to make Renekton more useful. I don't think so.
More damage for the ultimate.
Yeah, true. As Hero is a little bit caught out, but Slice and Dice is away. Paranoia comes out, and there's a catch. They go immediately onto Froggy once again, who has a stopwatch of his own to buy a lot of time, flips his way out of there. The bear dives in. They get that first kill onto Renekton, but BJ will fall on the other side, gets excited, does Jinx, and rains the rockets in onto Leona. Or next up on the menu, Husband will be sent to the Shadow Realm. Triple kill picked up for Eddie. He's moving forward. You know he wants these last two. Here's the quadra extra, and it's only Froggy left on the menu, and you know he wants a stack. There it is. Eddie locks in a pentakill.
Every time we start to criticize him, Eddie steps up and finds these huge fights on this Jinx. Picked up for game 2, picked up the Penta here. That's a Baron, it's another tower to boot. Maybe it's not the Baron, maybe they ease off on that, but they pick up the fight. They pick up so much control in this game. 6k gold lead for Team Secret.
Yeah, and Eddie definitely be going back to the routes of the second game of the series. Here we see again what happened in this skirmish in particular as the clip rolls out. With, of course, Saigon Buffalo just picking the wrong fight this time. Taki just trying to go into Hero, not even hitting the Zenith Blade. Then they catch him, or try to catch him with the Solar Flare, but Hero can just walk out with his Slice and Dice ability. And here the Fort Cut comes up by the side of Saigon Buffalo. They pilot to Hero, but Hero is of course falling down to it, but at the end of the day it doesn't really matter much as BJ is also falling. The front line kind of missing for the side of Saigon Buffalo, and then Eddie can just pile in. He gets excited quite literally and gets very, very rich of this fight. No objective really following up, but a lot of gold into his pockets.
I mean, first of all, I'm amazed they managed to get that second charge off on that Ornn ultimate, because of that knock-up timing from the Nautilus was damn near perfect. But it's sort of showing a weakness of where Buffalo's comp works. They're very short range, and they have very little in the way of getting out of a fight. They need to be picking the fights. They need to be going in. But when they miss completely on the Zenith Blade engage onto the Renekton, they have no choice. They are just removed and have to try and book it. And with that, it's a complete rout for Team Secret, and that sets up the Baron.
And they go in once again. Hero into the back line, manages to survive, but no, Froggy hunts him down, and immediately they get onto the Nocturne as well. Shuhao's in the middle of the enemy team, and after a Penta, it's a turnaround immediately as Team Secret find a way to lose.
What I say? Buffalo work when they go forward.
It's just how the teammates are working with the portrait actually hits onto the primary target, and you don't just focus the Renekton with it, who isn't really the primary focus of your team comp anyway. And like this, Saigon Buffalo's just back. Also, objective shutdowns already on the menu, so they don't only get the Baron, but they also get bounty money for it. It also translates into the next Hextech range, which of course denies the soul from the side of Team Secret, and it's like birthday and Christmas combined for Saigon Buffalo.
God, man.
Back to even. It's 2k, and that's sure to be even up with this dragon coming through. Actually, I think bounties are just falling off, so it won't bring the gold back, but it definitely keeps Buffalo comfortable in this game. On slowly approaching max level. That's a lot coming in. It's a lot of extra stats. And yeah,
look at this team fight.
We just see full-on engage, 1v5 from the side of Hero. Trying to stall, I believe, but they realize very quickly that, oh no, he can't survive long enough, and so they end up trying to pull off the Baron. But Buffalo, they've got the blood in their eyes now, and they move forward and take the fight.
And with that, the gold basically equalized. 500 gold between those teams. The Ornn upgrades alone will make up then more than that. And with the Baron being there, also a lot of map control for Saigon Buffalo, they can likely just collapse onto the next, at least tier 1 and tier 2 turrets. And Team Secret now needs to make a great defense. LeBlanc, of course, is still very fat, the side of Artifact. Eddie also very well in the game, but it's not easy to teamfight with this LeBlanc pick the later it goes. And I think the Akali can just do more, as we just not saw. When Froggy gets the backline access, BJ can follow up, and Team Secret just evaporated, and this cannot happen again.
Oh, Hero has to flash over the wall immediately. Doesn't want to get hunted down by SGB. Shogun rips out the culling, just using it to clear the wave. This will be the mid lane cracked open, nice and easy. The one saving grace for Team Secret is they have been holding Saigon, the flood of Saigon, back for so long that I don't think this Baron will push into the base or anything dire like that.
It doesn't seem likely unless someone oversteps and SGB are able to find a massive team fight win like last time, but it just seems like they're going to fizzle out, hold off, try and wave clear best of their ability. But if someone squishy walks too far up, Artifact has been chunking, that is to be said. Even the frontliner of BJ kind of just falls apart under the poke from Artifact.
Whew. So, we have a very strange game on our hands because the gold has come back to dead even. In terms of gold of stats, I mean, SGB's ahead. There's just no way to argue that. But somehow I still feel like teams... When Artifact can do that... Ooh, has to flash away from the rocket, but of course there's still the Nocturne that can go in. They find onto Froggy, but he is so slippery. They buy a lot of time here with that stopwatch, though. But look at the culling going in onto those carries. Artifact getting chunked out so low. They do pick up the kill onto Froggy, but Artifact is in trouble. Can he get out of this one? I don't think he can. They trade back well. Taki very low. In the middle of the team is Hazmed. Eddie lives. Eddie triples.
Eddie triples and Foggy actually choked that fight pretty hard. He was stopwatching way too early. Could maybe get one auto take, one more combo off it. Really, the five would play a different way. Like that, Foggy had to awkwardly escape the fight and still died at the end of the day to one long flying rocket on the side of Eddie, which got him excited and managed then to kind of the fight pretty well. Another triple kill in the back pockets of Eddie, and with that gold, of course, now yet again back to even, and the Baron push just ends, which is the most important part of it. Here we see again how it really happened. They agreed for the T2 to it. BJ also, at the start of the fight, basically just gets one shot, and he, of course, survives, but he just uses for the last element of the fight. Here we see what Foggy does. He stopwatch. I think he just wanted to maybe hit Penguin first, or just watch a little bit later. Culling hits a lot of members, and just chunks Artifact out. But Eddie getting inside of that one kill onto Froggy is really what turned this fight around. Eddie getting a lot of movement speed and attack speed, and Hazmed cannot reach him anymore. They try to turn onto him. Shogun also tried to choke onto him with just going for the red pursuit offensively and just kill him before he dies, but he just doesn't get the kill before he dies in the skirmish itself, and like that, Eddie just cleans up the fight.
One more item left, just had the SI left to complete, but yeah, we're seeing the range sort of fall apart when Froggy is kind of unable to really access this backline. Shogun did his best, had a perfect two-man knock-up to set him up from Hazmed, landed a full culling onto Artifact, it felt like, but the inability to really get in and finish off that damage without putting himself at massive risk just meant that the team fight sort of fell apart right at the end. Now, seems to be a bit of a setup going on, trying to do the preliminary pre-dragon fight, so no one actually gets a proper good setup with wards and stuff, but maybe SGB are just trying to lurk for someone pushing a side wave. That seems to be the play.
They've definitely got some funny business on the go. With a wave pushing down, Team Secret could just get themselves a tower kind of for free, and the recalls are just coming in. Team Secret have called their bluff. They now move forward onto Hazmed, who are getting jumped out. They die. 5 seconds on the dragon. Another tower falls. The bluff has been called, and they've shoved all in.
And Team Secret just gets a free inhibitor. Like, they can also just be turned maybe for the Hextech Soul, and now it's a very disadvantageous fight for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Maybe just have to drop the Hextech Soul.
Artifact threw a cheeky chain and popped the bubble.
Alright, where's BJ? Can he get in there? No. They're not even going to attempt. They're
trying to get positioning on Baron.
Oh, this
will only spawn 10 seconds, so they can't just wash down the
Baron. 2 TPs ready. 2 TPs and a Paranoia.
This is impossible. You can't fight anymore. You can't ever catch Eddie with these slows that are coming out from the Hextech Soul. Fights are over. This is a win for this outside of a horrific throw. Team Secret, they should have this in the bag. They just need to walk in.
They're just going to do it.
They ping it.
All right. They know. Yeah, they know for sure. Hazmed manages to get out, but that's TP burned. Team Secret held their TPs. They held their nerve. They still have access to this. They can still poke around, do little plays, and still reset with the TP. Team Secret, keep it calm.
And Saigon Buffalo is just fought on the first hand. The super minis are pushing into the Nexus turrets right now, and now this is maybe the fourth hand being shown.
They dodge away, and there's all of the ultimates coming in, and they all miss, but Froggy finds onto Artifact, takes him down low. The first kill has gone over onto the Jinx. The culling rips in, but it's only going to proc the GA of this Renekton. Froggy hiding there, but double kill now picked up already. He can move on forward once again, and we know what this Jinx can do, don't we, fellas? As another zap goes in, that's a quadra kill picked up already. I don't think the Penta is on the menu this time, but you know what? It's game 5, and I love this restaurant in the VCS. We get damn full as we go the distance. Team Secret want to get to Busan.
Well, you're always wrong. It's a 3-2 series. It's not a clean shutout. Artifact putting that final stamp of approval onto Shogun's face. and it's a nice, well fought game from Team Secret. Eddie stepping up massively with multiple multi kills in that fight, including that penta. It's a statement from Team Secret coming into Game 5.
It absolutely is, and especially Eddie and Artifact almost like 2v8ing this game, right? I mean, we have seen Hero yet again with, of course, this time a good early game on the Renekton, but then later on kind of falling off, going 0-5 onto the pick, and also some questionable engagements for the side of Zhuhao and also Penguin, and those two men, they really just refuse to lose. They want to go to MSI, and now with Game 5 being there, Saigon Buffalo just now arguably throwing a game. Can they really falter mentally wise? Because, I mean, both games they lost were actually games that should have been in the bag.
Well, what is there to say except da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. I really hope we're throwing out because I'm not keeping this up. Do-do-do.
No, 2 hours, as is tradition.
Get us out of here.
運命にあらかい立ち向かう己の正義を掲げて決して終わりのない戦いの行方は僕のこの手にかかってるからたとえ限界だって恐怖心だって超えてゆけるって言い聞かせて次の一歩を強く踏むだけレイに先に誰を交差する思惑正義の火は今輝く
Hello everyone to Game 5, semi-final time. The next game decides our VCS representative to MSI and also who's gonna be challenging GAM in 2 days' time. It's a 5-game series finally after the 3-0 stomp for Team Secret last week. And how did this happen? Tim, how did Team Secret suddenly just win the game from start to finish, basically? I mean, there were some throws here and there, but they were the dominant team for the first time today, and what a time to do that.
I mean, it comes down to two things, I think. One, I think draft enabled them well. I think still that Saigon Buffalo's draft can work and can be good. It just has been on the Orin. It isn't his favorite champion. He's more of a carry player, and there was definitely missing damage. They were missing damage, especially with Illusion being attacked over and over again by Artifact and him popping off. And the other one is Eddie actually found his hands, which was really nice to see because, I mean, I've said it very harshly in between the last games. Shogun really had his number and was the better player throughout all 3 games. I think for the first time, I'm confident saying Eddie played better this game, and I think it really showed from start to finish. And I looked it up specifically. I mean, Shogun just turned 18 in March, so he's basically still a kid. And on the other hand, Eddie is barely a year older. So both of these Eddie carries still really young players, still really high potential, high skill cap on both of them. So I think we can expect more for Game 5 from both of them.
And Tizo, there are so many questions we have to answer right now in the next few minutes. But first of all, I still want to pay respect to one of the outstanding performances in the last game. Artifact, he has been amazing the whole day, he has been amazing the whole split, but what a performance on one of his favorite champions on that LeBlanc, winning lane, getting all the kills, turning the skirmishes, and getting those sneaky last hits to actually give Eddie some of the resets. I remember one fight in the top side where his last hit actually gave Eddie the ability to reposition and use his passive to then pop off in the rest of the fight. So what's your verdict on Artifact after this very impressive game?
Yeah, I mean, finally they found a way to enable him, right? That's what we were talking about after the first 3 games, basically. So it's not like they did a wrong choice on the mid lane pick all the time, but they didn't find a way to really play around it, and now they did. LeBlanc, I mean, of course, there was again a situation very early in the game where it escalated quickly for him. He started 2-0, and that's a really comfortable situation to be in. But yeah, I think if Team Secret can keep this and can keep playing around him, they're on a really good way to win the next game as well.
And in this draft, we talked about the range problems potentially. I don't actually quite remember where you came down to. So I brought up this fear for SGB that they might run into range troubles. What was your stance before the game, and what is your stance now after watching this game?
Yeah, let me think a second. I think I said Saigon shouldn't be too sure that Eddie actually can't click enemies. And, well, we saw a pentakill, we saw a quarter kill. I think this question is answered. Yeah. Don't let him play Jinx again. I just said it. And on the other hand, of course, we have to mention that Lucian maybe wasn't the optimal pick into it, right? Lucian has a range problem, doesn't scale as well, and I think there are other options for Shogun there where you can pop off with. Or if you go for the Lucian and you go for, let's say, very aggressive early to mid bot side, okay, all right. But then you need another thing to back this up in the late game. So either Akali or Ornn have to be something different. If I would make the choice, I would say, and agree with Tim, that Ornn should have been a carry pick again for Asmit.
So Tim, now we are moving to game 5. SGB is the highest seed. They also lost the last game, so they definitely have side selection here. They've won a game on red, they've won a game on blue. They have also almost won another game on red when they threw game 2. So overall, maybe a little bit stronger on the red side, but then they also lost 2 games there. So which side would you choose now as Saigon Buffalo? Do you just go blue to first pick the Jinx away from Eddie, or what do you actually do here?
I think you actually go blue. I think you go blue. You ban the Xayah, you ban the Camille, you ban the Ahri. You take those 3 champions. You first pick the Jinx. And then I think a lot of the things that have really been winning games for Secret are gone. You are going to probably run into Playmaker mid lane again, because if I had to tell something to Team Circuit, please give your mid laner Playmaker. We had an Ahri. He had a great engage in mid lane. He caught out Froggy to open up the last team fight to win the game. This game, he absolutely popped off on his LeBlanc and ran everybody over. So I think get Artifact something he can Playmake on. And I think, on the other hand, Saigon Buffalo could also think about staying on red side. I can understand if they want to take that decision. And this time, give Froggy a counter pick. Make sure that Froggy can keep down Artifact, because other people have played well. Eddie had a great game. Without Artifact popping off in the mid game, he will not get to that point. He on his own is not able and strong enough as a player and in the team comp right now to really enable himself. He needs his mid laner to do it, and Artifact has been doing great on those champions.
And weirdly enough, it feels like we have regressed a little bit in terms of champion priority. We definitely did see a little bit of the shift towards counter-picking support as well, and I would have really expected this to happen today with these two teams with amazing support players, especially when it comes to Enchanter play on the side of Zuhao, but then Taki overall just being able to rip out every champion in the game as a support. Really underutilized so far. Is now maybe the time to do this, to put in the crazy Camille, Silas support, maybe a set support, whatever. Do you think they could change their style, or is today just a Nautilus Leona kind of day?
I mean, it's 2-2, right? We're about to see the 5th game in the series, and the winner goes to MSI, so it's now or never, I guess.
I would argue against that a bit. I would say, if you had a game where you go crazy like that, the only reason I could see it was like an R5 pick maybe for Taki as a complete counter pick to turn around the entire game, because it's now do or die, now or never, but playing comfort in these game 5s, I mean, it's not only hard to be here, you don't have a second chance, but also it's mentally taxing. These guys have just played 4 really long, really close games, massive team fights, permanent aggression. They really are just exhausted. So I think playing simple champions that make it easy for your team to play are gonna be the way. And I think Nautilus Leona, for all the ways that I hate them, they are very easy. They are press your buttons, run at enemy, kill enemy. And I think that is what you want to play in game 5, no matter what your usual team comps are, no matter what you're good at. I think playing simple will be really important in this game 5.
Yeah, I absolutely see your point, and I think Nautilus and Leona were absolutely fine for Taki, and it wouldn't be the wrong choice or something to go for this again. I just want to see Alistair again, but that's, I don't know, I just didn't like it. But if you catch Team Secret off guard with such a pocket pick, I don't know, they just can't handle, then you'll win for the exactly same reason, because Team Secret is stressed as well. And yeah, it just needs one play, one situation they are not comfortable with to play against, and then Saigon got them.
I mean, this is the prime situation where legends are born, right? We've seen most of these players in high-pressure situations. We haven't actually seen a lot of these players on the international stage. Zuhao, of course, made it to MSI, actually won games against G2 as a jungler for PvB, even though he was the substitute jungler at the time. They subbed him in. I remember distinctly the Rek'Sai game he played against Yankers, and they won. So he's maybe the only one with a lot of experience there. It's time now, but Artifact, of course, with a long-standing, he, of course, made his way to Worlds before as well. Didn't quite make the group stage, but had some good performances there. So it's now time for the big players to step up, and also the time for the younger players, for Shogun and Eddie, to really show everyone what they're capable of. So this is Game 5 territory, and we are finally going into draft. Let's see. Yeah, all our questions are going to be answered in the next 5 minutes. I'm so excited to see what the teams want to go for, as they're just baiting me with the screen. So before we actually jump into draft, who, if you have to predict very quickly, both of you, Tim, you start, the carry, the MVP of the last game to decide the series, who is it going to be?
Artifact. He's going to win Team Secret the game.
All right, I'll say eyes on Shogun.
Okay, Artifact and Shogun, and now we are into draft, and we have... Oh, what is that? I am very sorry about that one.
We have SGB going in blue. They did choose the blue side, and they did actually go for the bans that I told them. If they know first pick Jinx, it obviously means that I'm the smartest guy on the broadcast, whatever. Yes, easy.
There it is.
Easy prediction. I think overall that was a pretty clear prediction for everybody, especially with the Aphelios ban also coming in. I really like that. Take that away from Shogun. It has been his pop-off champion this series, and now we actually see Team Secret going for Illusion, but this time, Groggy, keep care. I've seen Artifact absolutely annihilate mid laners. And especially for Ask Yado how he's feeling about the Artifact Lucian, he's not feeling too good, my friend.
Yeah, you said that before. You said I don't know, in game 2 or something, you said that you would like to see Artifact on a champion like Lucian, on a really aggressive choice. So it's definitely flex pick. Let's see. The Jinx first pick, yeah, that was kind of obvious, but you are the smartest guy on the broadcast, I guess. That's true. We go for Nocturne again for Penguin. I really like that. He managed to had a good last game.
absolutely heated. And I want to see the Lucian go mid and Eddie play his Ziggs. Eddie is a really good Ziggs player. This guy is absolutely insane on the Ziggs. And into Jinx, he has a fine matchup in bot lane. You have the Lucian flex into mid, put the Lucian into the Vex, put the Ziggs bot lane. This is your game 5 angle to really win as Team Secret.
And of course, remember, Artifact played this and had a pentakill performance on the Lucian in the mid lane, so it's something... Wow, that is a very weird pickup, but we are going to focus on that a little bit later. I just wanted to finish. Artifact, of course, legendary on the Lucian, had the pentakill, the only mid lane pentakill, I think, all season, so let's see if he can do it again, or if this is indeed going to be another Lucian into Jinx bot lane matchup, even though it didn't work last game. Now let's see what the bans are gonna be. Of course, jungle focus for Secret makes a lot of sense. Jungle's already picked for them. They want to get rid of some of BJ's best champions. I fully expect an either Volibear or a Lee Sin ban here. And then on the other side we have LeBlanc. Also makes a lot of sense after that last performance. And they even have the liberty to ban away another... They could even ban the Ziggs. If they see through this, they could actually get rid of the Ziggs and kind of force this Lucian into the bot lane if they don't have another mage. Because you need some AP damage if you're Team Secret. You really struggle to get the AP, the mixed damage output right now. Instead, it's gonna be a Kali. So now, TSO, what is Team Secret gonna round their composition out with?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the Ziggs ban would be really good, right? But now, let's see what Team Secret comes up with. I mean, it still can be Illusion bot. What we talked about it now, and for Team Secret, I wish that it would be Illusion mid. But yeah, I think with Victor, this answers question. So this question is answered. So it's Illusion bot. I'm not sure if I like this.
Yeah, I can tell you with certainty I don't. I absolutely hate it. Hero has also played Lucian, but please don't go back to that. I really don't want to go there. And that's a really interesting. They picked Shinzo over Lee Sin, and I can understand why. I think Lee Sin overall has been getting weaker and weaker as a champion, and also you're not in a great position. Lucian with high mobility, you have the Nocturne that you can't really 1v1, and then the Set who just kicks you out. Now we could see the Gwen, and that could open up for Hero. They're necked again.
We always love an R5 Renekton, right?
R5 Renekton, boys.
So yeah, I mean, Lee would be really cool. I love Lee. It's Xen, and it's fine. But I love to see Gwen as well for husband, right? We said that we feel like he needs to go back on the carry pick, and we didn't see him on Gwen today. But I think it's a really great choice here. Ken is the answer. How do you like that?
I'm gonna be really honest. I didn't believe in Team Secret last game, and I was like, no matter what they do in draft, I'm just gonna predict Team Secret. They make it insanely hard for me to predict them, because holy crap, they griefed this draft. I think there's an angle where they get like a Nocturne ult with a cannon flank, and there's an invisible cannon coming in your backline and murdering everybody. With like a good set ult on top or something. There is an angle. Artifact also looked good in the victory in game 1, but Artifact without Playmaker, top lane in the matchup that I can see Hazmat just running over, and then bot lane getting outscaled. Oof, they really make it hard for me.
Well, it is the final draft, and we know rule number 1 of the VCS is better draft always loses. So, in light of that, I want to get your predictions, so you can start. Give me your final words on these two compositions, and then who's gonna go to MSI.
I think it's so hard. I mean, Tim said it could be 3-2 for Team Secret, right? The only way they could actually win the series. And now we are at the point in this game 5, and I don't know. The games were close, but they were chaotic as well. I think it's really hard to predict. Team Secret came up with something that could work, but I don't know. No, I still see Saigon better here. But if you say the better draft loses, then it's Team Secret.
And Tim, you double down on the 3-2 Team Secret prediction?
As I said, when we came out of the last game, I was like, I doubted them once. I'm not going to doubt them again. It's going to be Team Secret no matter what they send in draft.
And for the final time today, I am so happy to introduce our casters back to the mic and pull them over. It's Carrix, Crincy, and Marbinogi.
Game 5. 1 Nexus separates a team from Busan. A chance to redeem the VCS. 2 years we have waited, and now we have to journey to the Rift for the 5th time tonight. Team Secret, Saigon Buffalo, 2 juggernauts take each other on to decide who will be the ones to bring home the glory. Let's get into it, you two. Quincy, Marby, I wouldn't want to have anyone else with me to see how this one plays out. Quincy, I'm going to go to you first. What do you think of these drafts?
I don't hate the cannon as much as it does actually. Of course, the exhaust kind of denies it a little bit, and it will not be up for every starting match, so that will come out by the side of Hero. But I think against something like a Nautilus, it's actually a very good tool, because the Nautilus cannot just easily go in. Otherwise, he would just die within the aftermath of the AoE damage that's coming out from the cannon. And I think the pick is not that terrible. Also, set into Nautilus is also a very good answer, because that also just makes Taki's life so much harder. Gonna say though, on another note, Husband on Gwen is a pick I really like. They bailed on the fact that there won't be a Jax counter pick by side of Hero, and it didn't happen. So I think laning wise, Saigon Buffalo's very fine here.
Oh,
there it is. They passed the Rebel Fox set test as they flash forward at level 1. Unfortunately, they do not pass the Saigon Buffalo test. And I want to point out something amazing in this play, but it doesn't really matter right now because it's looking like a double kill. You're immediately off the blocks for the Jinx. They take it down. I have something to point out, but I'll do it on the replay. Oh my word.
Exhaust Giga broken. That's basically it. It's exhaustive coming out from there. Shogun able to drop that on Eddie and immediately neuters the entirety of this player coming out from Team Secret.
Again. We play level 2 hitting up, Flash level 2. Facepack actually hits onto 2 people, but Exhaust is such a good summoner spell, right? And you just see Eddie has to run for the hills. It's really an awkward fight where they cannot really return fire as the range is also lower than the one of the Jinx, and the Haymaker doesn't really do much at that point anyway for the side of Shuhao, and like this, it will just be 2 easy kills for the side of Shogun. It's not just a great Exhaust add to the series, it's also a very good add for Jinx in general.
There is one other thing. They had that little level 1 skirmish where they tried to chunk out Eddie, and Taki didn't auto-attack. And I was going, why isn't he auto-attacking? Why isn't he auto-attacking? It's so that Glacial wasn't on cooldown. Glacial was up for that second skirmish, even though it was less than 7 seconds later. Now Hero is in trouble not the damage. He's up, he's down, and that's a kill for Husman. I just want to point it out. Taki, so smart, saving that Glacial Augment. He just didn't auto-attack, and then 5 seconds later, the real play happens.
It's this bot lane, this Lucian, kind of, you pick it to really try and bully this early lane, and now you've put yourself in a pretty impressive hole, and BJ getting off to a fantastic start on the Xin Zhao as well. Both side lanes of the map off to a pretty comfortable start from SGB. This is looking clean and collected for this final game, and BJ never went anywhere. It's a Shin. but Hasmed decides to show pity.
Eddie getting chunked out. Ooh, boy, he just about survives, but now Zuhao's on the run. Taki's going to have that hook in just a few seconds, probably. Not quite coming up in time. They do have to play around it. Penguin does have the spell shield, so he's not going to be the target, but look how fearsome Shogun is.
And what a demonstration of power, but they knew Penguin was right there, but they really just showed him, I don't really care that you're there, we can just win the 2v3 anyway, because there were so much damage taken initially in the first place by the side of Eddie, and the dive was very ill prepared as the wave was way too thin to really go for anything with the Nocturne, and like this, it was just pretty doomed for the side of Team Secret. Also, Hero in the top lane, yet again suffering from all this gank pressure coming out from BJ and the wave state. By now it will be fine for him again, and he is actually ahead in CS as it is a ranged versus melee matchup, but overall, very good start by side of Saigon Buffalo. And the one player we look out to carry is actually Artifact on the Victor, and he's a Victor in the early game, also struggling against the Vex right now, and it's looking very, very grim for Team Secret if they do not get to scale, which they, of course, had a chance to in the other games.
Yeah, there's a reason why everybody sort of cringed when Victor got locked in. It's because Artifact has been such a crucial part of their early games, and being locked into this mid lane on this Victor, not being able to really push and move around and affect this early game, really hampers Team Secret's success. And now he's just going to sit there, and he could definitely be a big late game threat, but but with the start SGB has had, if they can keep up the snowball, and they are pretty good at keeping their snowball and their early game plans, running their scripts, they might get to a position where it does not matter that there's an artifact's on Victor. He's just going to fall down.
I mean, Marby, after this series, I don't know how you can count Artifact out. This man is a miracle worker. He has been touched by a higher power. Because I don't think he should have been able to get them to Game 5. But yet, here we are. So, you can have your analysis. I prefer the Magic.
I tried Magic once and it wound up making me a V5 fan, and that didn't work out. So,
It is a fair point, actually, because, I mean, we are only in this position in the first place because Artifact and Eddie did pull off some magic in Game 2 and 4, respectively. And, I mean, now we're here, and it could have been a 3-0, in that case, weird to say 4-0 for Saigon Buffalo, but it isn't. We are here in the Game 5, MSI on the line, and it's a very tough task for both teams, of course. And as Coach Tim pointed out, the AD carries, especially being very, very young, he will see maybe another skirmish, but Taki gets up cleanly. And, Saigon Buffalo knows. I mean, this series should have been in the back earlier. Foggy called it out initially that he will 3-0 Team Secret. Now he looks a bit like a clown in that regard. And him, of
as long
course,
as he gets the win.
Game point is steady. Yeah, as long as he gets the win, he's probably fine with it. But right now, he kind of looks like a clown somehow.
yeah, look, if you're 4-1, the math works out as a 3-0 sort of.
Yeah, you reduce it down. Makes total sense. But what is not making a lot of sense is how far ahead Shogun is in this bottom lane. We, of course, know how it's happened, but the fact that Illusion set lane is just completely unable to find any sort of priority, any sort of threat after the disastrous early game, that feels real bad for Team Secret.
Sitting on an extra pickaxe plus boots, it's just it's just absolute control. Summoners have come back up, but that also means, yeah, it's just an exhaust, so you probably are just scared of making a similar play without some sort of jungle assistance, or at least someone who can bring a secondary damage source, because, yeah, if they try that again and the exhaust just drops, and it's going to feel like a lot like a repeat of last time. And with no aggression coming up from the spot lane, you're kind of playing without a bot lane.
And this will likely set into the Rift Herald here. Penguin is of course around, but you don't just flash into to go for a steal there or anything, especially not with top lane. Having a very unfortunate base timing for that. Husband was just around it. Hero had to base a few seconds earlier to get his next shopping path completed with getting the Sorcerer's boost ready for him. And with that, it's just Saigon Buffalo having control over the whole map right now. Even Foggy is winning lane this time, and that is something we rarely see, especially if he plays against Artifact, the best mid lane of the regular split.
Yeah, and it's Froggy's Vex again. I just wanted to bring it up because we know how good he is on this champion. He's got it once this series already, and he had an amazing performance. It would be almost poetic if a pop off from Froggy on the Vex is what gets them to MSI. Hero though needs to get to his tower. He's okay.
But is Binjay okay?
Ooh.
Should
don't think he's he's not going to let it rip into Hazmed.
Could have gone for a big flash ultimate. Probably gets the kill. Probably dies as well. So it's probably not worth it. But you know, yeah. I have to say, I think Froggy, low key, has actually been winning pretty much every lane this series. Maybe not the LeBlanc game, but in terms of just CS, he's been finding leads just naturally.
Hello? They've ripped out the Maelstrom. They've got the paranoia. Gwen might be immune, but Nocturne's in her nightmares.
And Hazmed trying to get out of the ghost, but it was absolutely futile. He was just dying down to the side of paranoia, and Sessing Maelstrom was kind of getting caught up by the Maelstrom in lane already, and that with the stun coming out, him trying to escape not towards the turret but towards the river was really what spelled his demise, and bot lane might just also go for a play. Herald is being dropped.
They're under the tower. There it is. Taki setting it up. There's Chompers there as well. A big haymaker will come out, but Zhuhao's got 4 to deal with. There's no hope there. The rocket will land and set. He's set back to the pit.
And what's actually quite impressive on the top side play is Hero didn't even actually have to use the flash to get on top of it. Meanwhile, it's Ghost blown. How did that
Oh,
land?
Taki Baby finds a hook out of nowhere. That's 2 towers.
And just again, greedy recoiling by the side of Eddie, also putting both Summoners in this only. This is an absolute disaster. 2 also falling down. Saigon Buffalo completely running away with the game right now. They're also on the more scaling bot lane as well. This is definitely not something that Eddie wants for themselves. Defend the Herald push, okay, that's something that you maybe can try to do, but going for that greedy recall is not something that you should do in a game 5 like that.
Consolation prizes, they're going to be able to grab that dragon thanks to the amount of damage that was taken, but from here, it starts off okay. You see Zuhao, he's like, alright, I'm pretty much sacrificing myself, run away, have fun. But yeah, it's a lazy recall from Eddie, who just doesn't, it's not even actually recalling. He's just like waiting for the wave to crash, not expecting Taki to just predict the hook, predict the flash rather, and it's a nice cleanup. Lots of damage taken, but I don't care. Why would you care? You get all that for a pitiful ocean drake? Useless drake. Awful.
It's the third Infernal Drake of the series. Just by the way, 5 drakes in the game, but we get the fieriest one 3 times. Maybe it's just appropriate for our region. This
Appropriate
hot
for game
salt.
5 for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. But a 4K gold lead at 12 minutes for SGB. A Lucian set lane being forced to swap top. It's a disaster, guys.
And Saigon Buffalo also matching the swap, so it actually won't end up mattering much for them anyway, and not really the result they really wanted on the side of Team Secret. And this bot lane will just keep getting leads and keep just inflating it, because it is just easier to do that if you are on a pick like the Jinx. You can easily snowball with it. It's 4-0 she is on, and platings are still up, and this gold lead might just increase even further.
Oh, the rocket comes out through the uprights. They do manage to dance around that one. That should turn off the dive for now. But we go down to the bottom lane where a Maelstrom has been unleashed, but now Hero has some needles to dodge. The flash will get him out of there, but Husmed is fearsome.
Yeah, Husman's low-key found himself a full mythic item just ahead of Hero, and that's just so much power that Hero can't match in the 1v1. And it's already a 1v1 I would argue favors Gwen in an all-in type situation, provided if Hero isn't far enough to just burst them out instantly. Which they are definitely not. They've done okay for themselves, but a little bit of attention up there has put them in a situation where they can't just crush the Gwen. And it just means Gwen gets to sit happy, scale slowly into that late game position, while the rest of the match is giga stomps Team Secret.
Zuhao, once again, caught under tower. He does have friends around, but I don't think SGB cared. They're just going to try and come in here, take down the Steph, who lands a massive face breaker. He has a haymaker to buy himself some time, but he doesn't get the chance to actually press it. And now Froggy's landed an ultimate. In they go. They get that kill. Can they get the reset onto the Lucian? Of course they can. Froggy once again diving in. It's a double kill for him. It's one for the Jinx as well. Now Artifact moving on in, wants to rebuild the glorious evolution. Will take down Shogun just about. It's a shutdown for him, 3 for 4. I think Team Secret are fairly happy there.
Yeah, and that's a lot of gold funneled into Artifact. It's the first move he really makes in this game, and he picks up a big number of kills for himself. He's going to catapult himself to a pretty comfy lead. But it starts off, and the engage from Team Secret just feels a little bit slow. If they were able to really follow up on that from Zuhao, it's also just everything's down. There's no paranoia, there's no cannon ultimate. That could have been huge, but they just sort of funnel in, and the only one who has any damage to put out is Artifact, and because he can, he makes it work.
I just want to look at how many takedowns he got. It's actually just the 2, so it's not the end of the world in that regard, because he didn't get a single assist, as I think Taki died before Artifact was even really getting towards the fight, and the same applies to Husmed. And that, of course, a good fight for side of Team Secret, with a little bit of an overdive maybe from Saigon Buffalo. It looked cool, but ultimately you don't want to trade 3 for 4 if you are very much ahead in the game. And maybe they could play it a little bit cleaner and actually get out before Artifact arrived there. But the way Shogun positioned, I think that wasn't really possible. Yet again, play looks nice, but not something that we want to have again.
On the Husmed, they're going to go under the tower as well. They reel him in with the facebreaker. Penguin will get the kill, flash out to safety.
Traded across map for the tower on the top side, and another Rift Herald to boot. So it's gonna be a It's going to be a bit of a trade up for the side of SGB overall, depending on how they can use this Herald. Immediate advantage to the Team Secret getting the kill on top of this tower. That's going to be picked up. Yeah, we got fish on the brain for some reason. We've got a Rift Herald. We've got a fairly low mid turret and a Dragon in 30 seconds. That can be a big swing for SGB to just regain control over this map.
Gotta say though, with Team Secret trading down these objectives but still getting kills onto Penguin, especially Penguin on the Nocturne yet again is a very huge backline threat, and this is of course something that really is Team Secret's win control together with the Cannon getting a good backline nexus, and those trades, I think they're overall very fine for Team Secret, especially if you are down like 4k gold already. If you trade someone even and get some key member of your team fight a few kills, it's definitely worth it.
So I want to get both of your opinion on this, but I think Crincy, you'll have a good bit of insight. Is it actually worth still going Stridebreaker here on Nocturne? I feel like in this game, if you can just set yourself up as a thermonuclear missile with like lethality, I think if you one-shot Shogun and trade 1-for-1 every fight, you're actually in a good position. And I don't know if you can do that with Stridebreaker.
Not that, but you can of course use a Stridebreaker slow to really get guaranteed fear off, and of course that also helps facilitate what Hero tries to do in this game. Getting his narrator up, but he will see the fight.
There's a hook going in. Set has to put up the big shield. Juhao will survive for now, but has his Zinzao to deal with. Does manage to get away. Some needles whipping across. Hero slowed down, but there's still the slicing Malsham. In goes Froggy. He hits it. He goes gold. And now SGB have to find a way out of this one. They're doing so much damage. And look at the Gwen as they just get the kills. Artifact, last man standing. Last man to fall.
It's secured. Froggy matches the stopwatch from Hero, denies the ultimate, and that means he wants those expire. Massive fear, massive damage set up for the side of SGB. They can clean up this tower. They just propel their gold lead even further. It's no real big objective to go after. Dragon had already been taken, but that's huge. This is so firmly in control. So we're going to see here. Yeah, we're going to see right here.
Yeah, Jinx Rocket actually faced it by the Haymaker, and here we see how the fight plays out. Shadow Surge coming in, now the Hello Mist from Hazmat denies a lot of damage that would return on the side of Team Secret, and it's just so much AoE damage coming out from the needlework, and of course what Vex can bring with hitting multiple Mistral Bolt there, and Team Secret just evaporates 5-0 in this skirmish, and it wasn't even with Shogun really doing much in it.
Oh my word. That was mental amounts of damage. Team Secret now are 7,000 gold down. And Saigon Buffalo, they might already be looking at hotels.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. They're feeling very comfortable in this game. Don't want to count Team Secret out just yet. Artifacts slowly scaling up. Has that Ludens now complete, working towards that. I can only presume is Azonia's, judging by the stop off at the Fiendish Codex, feels just a little bit wary of the burst. But it's all coming up SGB right now. It's still only 19 minutes, no Baron to play for, but their position is great that they could turn on it as soon as it spawns.
Hero is still in the side and collecting the objective bounty of getting the T2 to it there, but this is just now Team Secret being very prone to getting dove here because the cannon wouldn't be there to defend it.
Don't die for this tower. Do not die for this tower, Team Secret. This is not a very valuable structure to you. Thankfully, there is no wave. They do manage to clear it out, so they will hold it regardless. So the last, 20 seconds have been pretty good for Team Secret. And that's how we've got to play this. You've got to play in 20-second increments. You can't go back in time and fix the early game. All you can do is try and play it out. You're in a game 5. Play for your careers, mate. Play for your hearts.
So a little bit unfortunate, and I'm not sure if it's because it was a blue ward that made it happen, but there was a very nice teleport ward angle that Hero could have gone for, and I feel like they could have tried to take that, but it's he's just gonna settle. Yeah, he just settles for that plate, for that tower gold, gets that objective bounty back for his team, and it's still a huge lead they have to overcome, but if they can just sort of poke someone and get any sort of deep ward down, something to set up the cannon, maybe they can turn it around for Team Secret.
And I think it was actually the final decision for Hero to go for this tier 2 turret, because with Artifact being a 1, they can just easily clear those waves out without Baron really being a topic so far, because it's just now spawned that you don't want to do a 20-minute Baron. It was actually something that Team Secret still could defend, and that it brings at least some gold back into the pockets of Team Secret. And the gold lead, of course, now is still 6k, but Saigon Buffalo still needs to press onto it and to just keep extending it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be convinced by this team. And with the recall now coming up, I wonder where they're really going for it now. Next wake would spawn in about 1 minute, and this should of course be something that Saigon Buffalo looks out for, because right now, if a fair 5v5 fight happens, it will be theirs, unless Hero makes an
Look
absolute
at
miracle
that gold
maelstrom.
lead in bot lane. At almost 4k in the 80 carries, that's an entire Infinity Edge and boots. It's look, they couldn't really threaten Baron at that 20-minute mark, sure, but now they have an Infinity Edge. I think they could probably put a decent mark on it if Team Secret get caught napping.
I feel like this game, Hero is so important. He has to find a flank. This has to be miracles. B&J, the Crescent Guard buys him a lot of time. In they go. There's the cannon ult use. He goes gold as well. It's just buying time at the moment as they throw in a culling, but Gwen is immune. And SGB barely take any damage. They just get the dragon.
They get the dragon for free. But with BJ being caught, like the Crescent Guard alone was basically enough to just nullify the Slicing Maelstrom coming out. Xin Zhao just way too tanky, and you want these 5-man cannon ultimates, not just to get maybe a catch or two. That could of course work if you get Shogun in, but not onto BJ. He's just way too tanky. And even if you would end up getting him, you probably still lose the Drake, because without the Slicing Maelstrom, we really cannot teamfight even in a 5v4.
Yeah, this is just an easy road to enter Baron. You've lost your Paranoia, you've lost your Slicing Maelstrom and the Flash on Cannon besides, so there's not even a culling to work with. It's just, you can't really approach and poke off and threaten SGB at all on this Baron. It's just, it should just be a done deal outside of a Flash steal from Penguin.
But he could flash steal, and you don't want to flip the game right here. Oh, that's not up last month.
He has to go. And he does it! He does it! In game 5, they've given them a chance.
What? I just told you that's the only thing he has left. Why would you let them? Buffalo.
So dirty.
Penguin.
You could do a damage up, you could turn for the fight, but you end up flipping the game over it. You are so far ahead that you just give him that one small chance he had. It kind of reminds me of game 2 where they had this Infernal Soul Drake steal coming out, and here, yeah, it's just pretty dumb, right? I mean, just flash in, get the smite down, can't flip it all, and 50-50 is your chance, and that's way too much that Team Secret actually deserves to have. And like this small chance for them to get back into this game, also Objective Bounty definitely helping them. And Saigon Buffalo just did themselves a huge misfavor.
It's back to 5k, and it was at like 7 earlier, so it's a little bit they're coming back a little bit at a time, and it shouldn't be the most impactful thing in the world. Baron can be cleaned by the things.
Again, Marby, you're doing analysis, and I know it's your job, but the magic. And imagine the morale boost that Team Secret just got. That's going to be like a shot in the arm. Imagine you're sitting in a game 5. The early game is disastrous. You're getting in your own head. You know it's all gone wrong. But then Penguin breaks the ice, gets a steal, and suddenly you can see Busan again. You can see that last train once more.
Don't get on the train. Don't take the train.
But then you don't get to go to MSI, you have to go on the train. Or you have to go by plane.
Plane is fine. Don't take the trains, not to Busla. But besides, yeah, there's still the pressure on the map for SGB. They can pretty comfortably push into these waves. It just stalls out this tower, this siege, for a little bit longer, because their wave clear slows right down. Artifacts gets to keep kicking at maximum potential. And now, once again, it gives Team Secret that little bit of time for the ultimates to come back up and hunt for a decent flank, hunt for a decent cannon ult that doesn't go straight into a Crescent Guard and a Hallowed Mist. Just something else. They need a win that actually nets them a tangible gold advantage rather than just a quick steal.
It definitely is just more of a stabilizing Baron for the side of Team Secret, right? I mean, it's just them farming a little bit next to Saigon Buffalo, which they otherwise wouldn't really have a chance to. Just them winning some minutes to get their comp back, to be in a position where they could maybe make up for the huge AD carry difference they have right now in the gold department, where we can see it's Sugar basically has 1.5 times the gold that Eddie has under Lucian right now. It's
basically the whole
it's
league.
it's a full item difference, yeah, as we pointed out earlier. And just now, next Infernal Drake will be up in a bit more than a minute, and it would be a potential soul for Saigon Buffalo. They are still leading on the map control, but the Scuttle is done for side of Team Secret. There's a little chance for them to get into that. And Gun is also saying, with objective bounties being a thing, those stabilizing Barons are mattering more than they used to be in years before.
The other thing as well, when we saw the gold there, yes, Shogun is miles ahead of everyone. No question. But in terms of everyone else, Artifact is on pace. He's not as fed as Shogun. Fine. But the other 4 members of SGB still need to be scared of this Victor. And I'm not saying they're favored. I'm not saying they're back in it. But if anyone in this series is going to find the miracle, it's got to be Artifact, right?
You feel like it. The thing is, it just does come down to that range that Shogun can have. It can keep at an edge. But that said, it's true. If they find Shogun, if they remove this Jinx, that is the entirety of the gold lead gone. Besides, maybe about 500 on Tataki.
In they go. They're going to try and get this fight. How did they kill him? They killed Shogun, but they lost a lot of health to do it. Can they actually surf out the rest of this fight?
Artifact?
I don't know so far. It's getting really close. Husband is going to be a huge problem. Eddie has left the building. Artifact has gone down. And Team Secret, they did their absolute best. But in the end, the dragon is claimed. The soul is secured. And Saigon Buffalo take another step towards a win.
I applaud them for trying and actually getting Shogun.
Yeah.
And they immediately pop it, but they used basically every ability they had in their arsenal to really get him. And at the end of the day, Husband is still pretty fat on the Gwen, and also Forky is far from being irrelevant in this game. And with Eddie can just basically watch from the short range illusion that he is, that how basically every member around him is falling, and with 2 members being alive on Saigon Buffalo, it's still Infernal Soul for them. Good try by the side of Team Secret, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough.
They put it all on the line, and it came out pretty effective for the most part. But then you just sort of saw Binjay and Hasmet at the end there. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see a replay right here. Culling expended early from Eddie, and he cannot actually influence this next part of the fight at all. The stopwatches, the just tankiness from Hasmet and Binjay with their ultimate and how it missed respectively. They just survived the whole thing, and the health leads, it gets down to that 2v2, and there's no hope for Artifact from there.
And we just see the power of the Xin Zhao ult and the Gwen W. This is something we've talked about all split. But what is Eddie meant to do? He just can't play at the correct range.
You can only use the culling, basically, and even the culling is not doing anything against the Hell of Mist, so he's kind of screwed in that position, right? He cannot really do anything. The best thing maybe he could do is like going for a suicide mission into the Gwen and maybe trade 1 for 1. But even that is, of course, far from ideal if you're the AD carry. Like, you are the most staple damage source output of your team, and that shouldn't be your job unless, of course, the Gwen is like 10-0 or something, which she isn't. She's not even the main threat compared to what the Jinx and the Vex bring to the table. And with that, Saigon Buffalo, now onto the Baron. Maybe Penguin goes for the play again. He has Flash and Paranoia up, so this time there are 2 ways to get in from him, and he only needs 1.
Yeah, I think SGB might have learnt their lesson, and they'll try and find the fight first. And with Eddie getting caught out, he is just gone. Froggy has a reset as well if he wants to use it, and of course he does. He finds the double. The 3rd Shadow Surge will miss, but surely 2 kills is more than enough.
It is. And it will be the Baron for them now, surely. I mean, Penguin is down his ultimate. He could technically go for the same play again, but I really want Saigon Buffalo to zone him away from the pit, and this time they actually do it cleanly. Yeah, that Baron is gone.
Yeah, if you look at the damage on the 2-man, they can send 3 to just fight.
They can't even kill Husband. He goes gold. He's got more time. He gets another snip, and he cuts them apart. SGB confirm the ace. And I think we know who our rep is going to be.
6 seconds on Eddie. I don't think you can do enough with just him and Hero. This should be simple, clean finish from the side of SGB. They have done it. They were the last representative from Vietnam at MSI, and they're gonna be it again.
They're gonna be it again. And I, as a European, I'm a little bit afraid for the side of G2 right there. As Saigon Buffalo
But they're
will represent
going-
again. Yeah,
But they're
Eddie
going
trying
for
again.
the end. They're going for the end. It is 3,500 kilometers to Busan, and Saigon are coming. Watch out, T1. Watch out, G2. Watch out, world. Vietnam is back, and you better be on the last train out. Saigon Buffalo will be the VCS representative at MSI. They will be in Busan. They will bring the VCS back to the international stage. And G2 fans all over the world just had flashbacks.
Now we just have to see, do they get to go with their prepackaged excuse of second best? Because they need to go up against the juggernaut, the undefeated GARM for the VCS title. It's huge for this team, but it's not over yet.
Definitely, it's not over yet. And Saigon Buffalo was actually one of the few teams that took a game from GARM. There were actually only 2 teams that managed to do so, and they are one of them. With one smart draft, they managed to crack the armor of GARM a little bit, and I really hope to see that they will at least put up a very good fight in the finals and maybe even take the title.
Maybe. But the big news, you could see the players erupt as the Nexus exploded. They know what this means, and it means so much to them. It means so much to us. 2 years without international rep. And finally, we're back. And I couldn't be happier that it's SGB that'll go and represent us. Sure, there's a question mark about GARM, but I don't care. The Buffalo are the team I'm proud of. The Buffalo are the team I'm supporting. And from us, myself, Marbinogi, and Crincy, it's good night. Analysts, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kerrix, and thank you, Marby and Crincy, for the cast, of course. Well, we crowned our representative, or we decided the coronation is in 2 days, of course, and they get to go either way, but of course they want to finish on a win. It doesn't matter right now, they are elated, and rightfully so. SGB fought their way against Baron Steels, against 2 games that they could have won as well, or at least one of those, but they made it happen, a 3-2. Tim, you predicted the 3-2 for Team Secret, basically saying the macro is gonna win. Did the macro lose, or did Saigon Buffalo actually show better macro? What's your immediate reaction to this result now?
I mean, I think the macro was as I expected, or like the series went as I expected. For 4 games, it was really close. Saigon mechanically was the better team. I think there were really good comebacks and really good team play from Team Secret to get themselves 2 games, and then in the 5th game, I mean, I said it in draft. I didn't really say anything to the draft. All I said was basically, they made it hard for me. I think the drafting was fine from Team Secret on like the face of it. I just think that it was absolutely abysmal considering how they won games before that. And that is sit back, wait, scale up, win team fights. And it's just they can't do that with their team comp. So I think the 5th game was a complete grief in draft, and I have no idea what they did.
And TSO, your first series on VCS English, and of course it goes to 5. I just want to quickly check in with you. Are you still here? Are your eyes still all right after all this fighting, after all these kills going back and forth? How are you feeling right now?
Oh, great. But exhausted, and that although we didn't have to cast the games, but actually just watch them, and it's just great. It's just great to be here. I love VCS, I guess. 5 games. They were really close and really explosive. It was a great series, yeah. And I don't know. I think the 5th game actually was the least closest one. So, because, I mean, Saigon just got this, well. They got the jinx this time, and a lot of things worked out well. And yeah, it's good to be here.
Oh, for sure. And we want to have you for a few more minutes to actually break down what happened in this fifth game. Everyone just calming down from the Saigon Buffalo win. And of course, it actually happens quite often that the fifth game in a series, in a close series, is the most one-sided one, when one team just is able to crack the code to really come up with a strategy that just beats the enemy team and maybe also deals with the expectations and all the pressure better. We have this one team fight here that might have decided the game. Of course, the early game went Saigon Buffalo's way very heavily as well, but they once again slowed down a little bit, and then they needed this huge team fight at 17 minutes. I am going to play this in 0.25 speed because everything happened so unbelievably quickly in this fight, especially towards the back half. That was very hard to follow. So I want to start with you, TSO, a breakdown, and Tim, of course, you can jump in as well if there's something you want to mention as well. So let's head into 17 minutes into the game. We see this mid lane setup, and I think Zuhao that is caught out to start this fight.
Yeah, and that's just a great start for Saigon to start a fight, because you get the almost reset for the Jinx immediately. I mean, that's a goal. You just want to go in and pop off his passive and start on. There, of course, you see BJ following up, and this is a fight that is closer than it looks in the first moment, because Juhao is living so long and is almost getting away. But then, of course, Saigon keeps chasing. They know they don't need, but they can take this fight, and they can actually snowball it. And there you see Froggy just going in, hitting the ult, and then everyone is popping off. I mean, that's a lot of damage from the Vex. Going into the stopwatch to be safe first, but just resetting his cooldowns, putting on a lot of damage, and all the AoE from Hasmid is joining as well now. Shogun actually reached. The fight's ready to auto-attack, and then, yeah, as soon as the reset come in, it doesn't matter anymore, because everyone is so low just now. All the AoE damage from Gren, from Vex, from the Jinx rockets, and yeah. Team Secret is just falling apart there.
And Tim, we talked about the draft priorities. Blue side went to SGB. They did first pick the Jinx. They paired it up with another reset champion in Froggy's Vex, and I think this combination proved super useful and potent in the team fights. Was this the best draft, in your opinion, in the whole series for SGB, or just maybe not individually, but more in the context of the series? It was important to take the Jinx away.
I think in context of the series, they did everything they should have. They gave Vex back to Froggy, who popped off earlier in the series champion. They took away the Jinx that was so impactful in the previous games. They get themselves good engaged with an easy to execute front to back team comp. So in the context of it all, I think it was a good draft from them. But I also think that Secret absolutely ran it again in draft. I have no idea what they were thinking, because they needed Eddie on something safe in the back line, and Caitlyn was open. Ziggs was open. You had the option to go long range, to match that range in the team fights, to make sure both with picking the Lucian and even before picking the Lucian, just locking in the Caitlyn again, who in the first game even got that solo kill in bot lane. So I'm not sure what they were thinking, because I think the Lucian performed abysmal as a champion on Shogun the game before, and then it went much worse in this game. And I think it was in the chat that we also have, where they literally got solo kill, like 2v2 killed in bot lane, and that was the moment I just wrote GG. The game was over. Like, this is a game where if Shogun goes 2-0, and that is a moment where Saigon can only lose this game. There's no way Team Secret can actually win their own. The game's already done, and all they can hope for is Saigon running it down. Then they immediately go top, get another kill in top lane, kill Hero, and the game is absolutely doomed at that point. They had a Baron steal to get a bit more time, but it was GG at that point, and I think it was a pretty clear series that was with a fine draft, but one that I think is really bad for Team Secret, then badly executed, and the game was immediately over like 2 minutes into the game.
Well, now we are going to take a quick look at this playoffs bracket. I find it funny because it's so simple. You probably know how it looks like, but let's just show it anyway. It's, of course, Saigon Buffalo coming in as the highest seed and actually pulling through and being able to go to the finals. They're going to happen in 2 days, so don't wait a whole week for it. We are going to be live back with the finals in just 2 days' time for hopefully another banger. So, how familiar are you with GUM? Of course, you came in for today's series, so I'm not entirely sure how familiar you are with that team. But looking ahead just for a second here, of course, we are going to do a whole another segment, a desk for the final. But just from your perspective, how much hope is there for the Buffaloes?
Okay, that's a good question. So I don't know about the regular season games of GUM this year from spring. I know them, of course, from the international stage, and they were at MSI before as well. So I think that this series was closer than I initially thought. So I didn't think this would go to 5 games, and I think Team Secret kind of showed up, but Saigon, on the other hand, looked a bit more shaky than I expected. So I think they will be having a really hard time against GUM.
Tim, do you know about GUM? Do you know a little bit more about their form right now?
I know about GAM and I know about their form, and I think everything but an 0-3 is a win for Saigon. If they survive for more than an hour, I would congratulate them. I think that's literally a series where you're like, this is a win for Saigon if they don't get 3-0 clapped in 60 minutes. So I don't. They might get a game. It would be a huge positive surprise for me. I think it also depends if GAM actually cares, kinda. Because if GAM goes in with a bit more fun, the series could get a bit closer. They will never win the series. GAM will never give up the series. But I could see GAM just having fun because in the grand scheme it doesn't really matter. You win the split, but like it's already decided who goes MSI, who goes C games. So I think GAM will win. They might troll, they might not. We will see.
Well, and before we actually head off for the night and wait and prepare for our finals in 2 days' time, I want to discuss MVP for the series. We had very impressive performances from multiple players. Artifact, of course, stood out on the losing team, so maybe we can assign him the title of ace, like some of the solo queue the programs and sites do all the time, right? He was probably the best performer in a losing series and tried to pull them over the line. But what about Saigon Buffalo? So you get the first shout. Who is your MVP for the whole series? Maybe the most consistent, maybe the best, maybe the most influential player. Who is your pick?
So I want to it's not Froggy, but I want to mention Froggy because I think that the matchup against Artifact went a bit better than expected, and he came up with a lot of clutch situations, and he had these 2 Vex games, and what did you just say? Froggy's Vex is just POC, so I agree with that. But for me, it's Shogun. He didn't have 5 clean games, I wouldn't say that, but I think that his 2 Jinx games were really good, and on Aphelios he had the situations where he came to pop off and he came ahead, and it wasn't his best performance in the late game though, but overall if I would take a summary of the series, I think Shogun did really show up, and without him they wouldn't have won the series in the end.
Tim? Who's your pick?
I'm surprised because I thought that he would say BJ, and I had to make a case for Shogun because I think if we have 2 pop-off players here for Saigon, of course Froggy had 2 good games, but he also had really bad performances. I think as Froggy is, he had good feast or famine moments throughout all the games, but I think BJ was an absolute standout as well. So I agree. I think Shogun is one of the 2. I think BJ is the other, so I'm making my case for him. He had clutch early games. I think he absolutely showed up against Penguin. He had the oversteps. I think I mentioned it before the first game. It can be those BJ oversteps, them going too deep. Especially game 1, they had those once or twice in those mid-game situations. So I think that's something to keep in mind, especially going to Levi. But I'm just excited what BJ and Froggy as a duo can do.
Yeah, so definitely some different opinions and choices possible. I think landing on Shogun also for this super young player is cool for him as a shout out. Of course, he was the only one not able to make a final, so now he is the ADC, the second ADC with this new Saigon Buffalo roster to make finals. He has been able to fill Ariety's shoes and actually maybe even overtake him in terms of performance. So Personally, it's a huge win for Shogun to make the finals because all the other members in his team, of course, already made the finals against Gum last year. Now, maybe he can be the difference maker and actually get them their title, Hasmid's first title on the line. I know, it's a long shot. But I think with that, that's it for us today. We had 5 amazing games.
Doesn't know, Pepe Love.
He doesn't know. Great point you made there, Yue. Really like that one. Absolutely did not screw it up by internet there. No. It's fine.
I was scared for a second, but sorry.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I thought my internet died, but then,
Yeah.
then Carrick started laughing.
I instantly hit refresh on every tab I've opened, but yeah.
Okay, so we had an internet cutout.
Yeah, you had a little lag. You were gone for a second. Or
That's unfortunate. Well, then you will never get to hear what I wanted to say because it's time for us to close out the day. We have another amazing series coming up. I want to thank once again my 2 guests on the analyst desk today, Tim and TSO. TSO for the very first time. Very lovely to have you. I hope you can be back for the summer for maybe a regular season game or maybe even a playoff series again. Tim, of course, you have been here. You have been a mainstay. It's really rude to have you still in the guest column, so I think we have to add your name to the regular lineup. I want to shout out our casters today, of course, Carrick's with the amazing calls, the wrestling voice. I hope his voice recovers for Sunday, because that's going to be rough after 5 games. Grincy, thanks for coming on for this semi-final cast, of course, and Marby as well. The last cast of the season for the 2 of you, and you did a great job, so thank you very much for that. And the biggest shout out of all to our lovely, well, today not producer, but at least the graphics producer, because Spoots, all the graphics you saw today, all the beautiful statistics, everything on the fly, the beautiful Carrick shouted graphic, all of that was Spoots' work, so please give him a follow, and we appreciate your work so much. With that, we are going to be signing off for today. Don't miss the finals on Sunday. I know it's not for MSI, but it is for the title, and all these players are very, very hungry. Bye-bye.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you.